Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Cheese Room podcast, this transfer deadline day special. Comments now live, super chats are live. Drop in your comments. Let us know what you're thinking of the day so far, what your opinions are, and we'll get round to as many as we can. I'm joined for the first leg of this 6-hour extravaganza by the one and only Cody Mack. How are you today, Cody?
Oh, I'm doing quite well. I have to admit, it's my first time on the Cheese Room podcast, and it's a podcast that I've only recently started watching, but it's one of my new favorites, that's for sure. I'm just upset that Caller isn't here to have to endure my Canadian accent because I know how much he would love that.
Paula will be here later on, so you'll be able to listen to his dulcet tones. I believe from 8 o'clock GMT. So he'll be here later on, but it's good to have you for your debut. What have you made of the day so far?
Well, I mean, it's been a little bit quiet considering that, late last night, Emerson was pretty much confirmed. At least, I was awake at midnight here. That would have been 5 a.m. your time. So when I went to sleep, it was looking like Emerson was a done deal. So, I mean, most of what we're hearing right now is that there's not going to be a whole lot more movement. We're having trouble offloading Serge Aurier. The Adama Traore deal seems to have stalled, and Tanguy Ndombele doesn't look to be on the move either. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about the window in as a whole, but generally, I mean, there's just a couple different ways to look at it, and I'm sure it'll be interesting to get everybody's opinion on it.
Yeah, definitely. And we will have some more guests joining as the evening progresses. Obviously, it's still a little bit early here in the UK, people finishing up with work and meetings, etc. So, yeah, obviously, we'll be getting lots of opinions this evening, that's for sure. So just to start, obviously, to recap the ins, what I'm going to do, Cody, is I'm going to go through each one and I'm going to ask you to rate them out of 10. And if I know you'll really want to do this, you can give a rating for now and a rating for the future if you really want to. So
Sure.
Start with Bryan Gil. Came in for 22.5 million plus Lamela from Sevilla. What are your thoughts on Bryan so far?
Well, I mean, it really depends if you believe what you can read about him from some of the sources that you see in Spain, because this was one of the apparent starlets of La Liga. And when you look at what he did on loan at Eibar, there was a lot of things that he showed a lot of promise at. Very good dribbler of the ball, very good at creating, very good at crossing, and also surprisingly good at winning the ball back in the final third. Now, we've only really seen flashes of what he can bring. The second leg against Paços de Ferreira, I thought he was brilliant. And it just seemed like him and Kane had a little bit of I won't go as far as saying telepathic relationship going, but they did seem to have quite a bit of chemistry going for players who were on the pitch together for the first time in a major game. So, so far, I'm satisfied. I mean, let's just say that rating these transfers is always kind of a crapshoot at this point, because in the end, these players are going to be rated, and the deals are going to be rated on what they do at Tottenham Hotspur. But considering that we got a significant wage off the bill with Lamela, and that Lamela only had 1 year left on his deal, and we all know that Lamela's injury record speaks for itself as well, I would say Bryan Gil would be a 7.5 for me at this point.
Yeah, is that for now and the future, do you think?
I
feel like he could move to a solid 8 or 9 in the future, would you say?
Well,
potentially.
I mean, what I've read about him from La Liga sources is that, again, this is a player who has the potential to become a player who might net 100 million euros at some point. Not that we want to think about selling him at this point, but in terms of like player value, peak Dele Alli was worth about 90 to 100 million euros. And if Bryan Gil has that high ceiling, then I think that it's fair to rate it as a good deal both now and for the future. It's quite possible this could be a 10 out of 10 move in the long run. This is a player who was scouted repeatedly by the likes of Barcelona and Real Madrid. I think Barcelona had something like 43 scouting reports on Bryan Gil. And if you look at the way that Sevilla fans reacted when he was sold, I think the easiest way to compare it would be to say it would be how we would react if we sold Oliver Skip.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of promise there, and I'm quite happy with that acquisition at this point. I'm just curious to see where he fits into the squad and if he makes an impact in the Premier League this year. You know, we saw on the weekend Sonny move over to the right hand side and Bergwijn play on the left, and that kind of excited me a little bit because Bryan Gil is naturally a left winger, a classic left winger, but he did play on the right hand side for Spain a little bit in the Olympics too. So one to look forward to, one more for the future than I think for to be an impact player this year. But overall, I'm quite pleased with Bryan Gil.
Yeah, I think he could just give us a little something from the bench as well. Come on with his pace, with his trickery. He draws fouls as well. So when you've got tired defenders, the last player you're going to want to be up against is Bryan Gil. So I think he can make a good impact from the bench as well. So the next one is Pape Matar, signed for 15.2 million from Metz.
Okay, so I mean, this is a player that, you know, as a father of two young kids and being right now at home, I don't have time to watch Liga football. You know, like I can barely carve out enough time to watch Premier League football. If I get to watch the entire Tottenham game during the week, then I'm doing pretty well for myself. So I'd be lying if I said that I've watched Pape Matar play a lot of football. But yet again, it kind of fits into that same category of Bryan Gil as being like one of the young starlets in Europe. And this is a player, you know, as opposed to Romero, who I'm sure we'll talk about later, where it seemed like we were the only real suitors for Atalanta to sell to. There were multiple clubs in for this player. He's been there have been some people saying that he has the upside of a Paul Pogba, a box-to-box midfielder, mostly focused defensively right now, but has the potential to bring something moving forward as well. I think for us, it was a neat little bit of business because I know everybody, you know, is kind of upset that he's gone back on loan to Metz and he's not going to come into the squad right away. But as I understand it, that was the difference maker between us getting him and a club like Chelsea getting him. So overall, quite happy. I mean, in terms of the right now, you can't really put a rating on it because he's not going to play for Tottenham this year. But as far as one for the future, I'd say maybe a 7 out of 10. But you know, these are just arbitrary numbers. It's really hard to pin down the value of a transfer at this point.
Yeah, definitely. So he was wanted by, I believe they were meant to have meetings with Chelsea and Manchester City, but Daniel Levy, shock horror, impressed them so much that they cancelled those meetings. Can you believe it? Can you believe another club enjoyed negotiating with Daniel Levy? Did you ever think this would happen?
Were they really negotiating with Daniel Levy? Like let's give Chef Paratici a little bit of credit here because, you know, I think, you know, I think he was in Barcelona finalizing the deal for Emerson last night. So I think that the face of the negotiation is Fabio Paratici and the final signature going on the check is Daniel Levy at this point. So I'm a little bit reticent to be giving Daniel Levy credit for this one.
Answered like a true politician, Cody. That's for sure. So the next one is obviously Pierluigi Gollini. He's on loan with an option to buy from Atalanta. What do you think of this one?
Well, this is another deal that was creatively constructed to allow us to maybe spend a little bit more money in this transfer window, with it being a loan with option, but also it turns into an obligation, I think, if he makes 20 first team appearances. And if he's going to be, you know, spelling Hugo Lloris in the Europa Conference League and the FA Cup and the League Cup, I think he'll pretty clearly hit that 20 threshold. So, you know, this is a player who was given a lot of first team run at Atalanta. I believe he had a falling out with Gasperini, and that's why they felt comfortable letting him go. As far as what we've seen from him so far, you know, he looks like he's an excellent communicator. It's his distribution is a little bit dodgy, and his command of the box is also a little bit dodgy. You know, there are a couple moments there early on in the second leg against Passos where I think he had all of us with our hearts in our throats. You know, dribbling the ball out of the back of the pitch. But overall, you know, if you're looking at it from a big picture standpoint, Hugo Lloris coming into the last year of his deal, you know, we were going to have some kind of replacement lined up for him. And Joe Hart just wasn't a capable backup, if we're being honest. You know, like he just wasn't a capable backup. We saw against Laska Flints last year in the group stage of Europa just what Joe Hart, his vulnerabilities were. Like sure one of the goals was not going to be stopped by any keeper, but he let a couple of stinkers in there. So we really needed to have a capable backup in case Ugo gets hurt, and this is a player who can step in as an adequate replacement. Ugo Lloris is still a class keeper. He's not peak Lloris anymore, but I think it would have been foolish to leave this situation fester until next summer and have Lloris leaving on a free and be stuck with nobody basically. So
Yeah.
I think it's a good shrewd bit of business, taking advantage of a player that again fell out with the manager, and it's not a very big fee at all. So I'd say for a backup keeper, I'd give it an 8 out of 10.
Perfect. Yeah, I think with Hugo obviously being in the last year of his deal, I think we'd have been opening ourselves up to all sorts of problems next year. I mean, the prices for goalkeepers for us would have doubled, wouldn't they? They'd know. It was like if we sold Harry Kane without having a backup or a replacement ready. Everyone's going to know we're in the market for a goalkeeper, and then goalkeepers go up by 10-15% because we need one. So definitely, I agree, a really good bit of business, and I think he's looked good as well. I think, especially in the preseason against Chelsea, I thought he looked really assured in that game. So I don't know, it was the first sort of 5-10 minutes, weren't it, against Passos, where he just looked a little bit like he didn't really know what he wanted to do, and he sort of got himself into trouble a bit. But he's still young, I think 26 years old. He's got a year to learn from one of the best in the world. So hopefully he can be a good successor for Hugo.
Yeah, not to mention that he can drop some sick beats. Like you gotta throw the rap repertoire in there a little bit. And if you're looking at some of the other keepers that have been purchased in the Premier League, in particular, the other side of North London spending as much as they did on Aaron Ramsdale, I think we should be pretty happy with Pierluigi Gollini.
Oh, 100%. And just like we know, it's the curse of Aaron Ramsdale. Every team he signs for gets relegated. So start as you mean to go on. And the next one is the big one. I would say the marquee signing of this window, and that is Cristian Romero on loan with an obligation to buy, but we know that's just politics. We couldn't buy him legally this window, and it will be a 42 million sterling deal from Atalanta. What are your thoughts?
Well, this is a need that's been glaring for quite some time, and isn't it just typical Spurs that we've gone out and spend this big chunk of change on a class defender, defending Serie A defender of the year, someone who's grown quite a bit in the last few years and is only 23 years old, a player that Fabio Paratici is clearly familiar with, having purchased him at Juventus and then loaned him out on that 2-year loan to Atalanta with the option to buy, not really knowing for sure that he was going to blossom into this quality defender that he has. But if you look at some of the strikers that you have to deal with in the Serie A, like Romelu Lukaku and Ciro Immobile, these are class striking options, and it's tough. Like I said about Liga, I don't have time to watch Serie A. So, when we acquire a player like this, you're relying on YouTube compilations and highlight reels and statistics off Football Reference and SofaScore. But I did watch him play in the Copa America, and anytime that you can keep a clean sheet against Brazil in a cup final, you're doing something right. So this is just a need that we've been crying out for years now. And I mean, I'm not going to say that if he was the only signing that I would have been pleased with the window, but I don't think this is a deal that happens if we don't hire Fabio Paratici. I don't think it would be a player that we were in on. And I also don't think that Daniel Levy would have stomached the negotiation tactics from Atalanta, because, that was a 5-week process from when we were first linked with him to when we finally got it over the line. You could see the rumors flying back and forth. It was a bit of a drag, like we were offering 35 and then 40 and then 45, and then eventually we finally got it over the line and we ended up paying full price. And again, we don't pay full price historically for very many players. So this is the signature signing of the window. It's Fabio Paratici putting his stamp on this transfer window. I think, it has the potential to completely transform us, as he's such an aggressive center back. It'll be fun. I really want to see what he's capable of. I want to see him in the Premier League soon. I would have liked to have seen him against Watford, if I'm being honest, but I don't blame Nuno Espirito Santo for not wanting to tinker with a winning formula. And you can't argue with the results so far. 3 clean sheets for Dyer and Sanchez. I'm excited about Cristian Romero. I would rate it an 8.5 out of 10 for sure.
Perfect. Welcome to the show, Stuart.
Hello.
Us.
Hey guys.
How's your deadline day been so far?
It's all right. It's got a bit quiet, isn't it?
Yeah, it has gone a little bit. on the Spurs front, it's gone a little bit quiet. But we're just having a chat about. Yeah, well, we're just having a chat about who we've exactly. We're just having a chat about who we've signed so far. And we were just chatting about Cristian Romero. What do you think of that signing, Stuart?
I think I caught the sort of the end of what Cody was saying. I think it's potentially a really, really great signing on paper, and sort of for what the bits and pieces I've seen of him when he was in Serie A, he looks like a real beast of a centre back, like a proper old school who actually loves defending, and that's seems to have been a problem we've had for a little bit, where we've had defenders who don't seem to like defending and not getting stuck in, and and stuff like that. And I know he's picked up a lot of bookings and all that sort of stuff over the last season or so. But I think if he can sort of organise that a little bit so he doesn't get caught out in the Premier League, I think just from a technical aspect and his just presence at the back, I think it's just about finding. I think we've said this a lot. It's about finding the right partner, because we've said it about the current batch of defenders we've had. It's always about trying to find that right partnership that we just set with, because any big team, I don't care what league you're in or whatever, they will have a really solid back line. And that's the great thing. And I was saying to someone about it at the game at the weekend, I said that this has been the best thing about Nuno so far, is that we've got a consistent team. The only element we were sort of debating about before the game was, okay, we know Kane's going to start, so who's going to drop out? And we were like, oh, is it Moura, or is it Bergwijn, all that kind of stuff. So that's a good position to be in. And hopefully once he's fully fit, because it does seem like he's been carrying something since the Copa America, and it is annoying that they've gone off for their games in Venezuela. I think, in an ideal world, especially Romero wouldn't have gone, but hopefully he'll be sparingly used and then not pick up something or aggravate something while he's away. But yeah, I was happy with that signing. It just took an absolute age to get done, so I'm glad we actually did it, because I think in times gone by, I do generally think if Parachi wasn't here, I don't think we would have even gone anywhere near that deal, because there was quite a lot of complexity to it. And props to him for getting it done.
What would you rate it out of 10? The Romero signing?
I'd probably go 8 at the moment, purely just because we haven't really seen him yet. We don't know fully how successful it's going to be. But in terms of potential, it's a really, really, really good signing.
Cool. I'm just going to go to Cody, because I know he's got a drop off at 6:30. So, Cody, who do you think would drop out of that centre back pairing between Dyer and Sanchez to accommodate Romero? Who do you think he would play best with? Who would be the best partner for him, in your opinion?
You could probably make an argument for either player, and I do want to say I'm good until about 22 the hour, about 6:40. But thing is, Sanchez has the recovery speed if Romero gets a little bit ahead of himself and gets aggressive and gets himself caught out in the midfield. But Dyer is a little bit more of that player who will sit back and kind of protect against those balls that come over the top if he does get caught out. So there's an argument to be made for both players. I kind of wonder if, especially with Emerson coming in at right back, if Nuno might want to think about a change in formation. Of course, we're in the 4-3-3 right now. We have the players to play several different formations, but you could easily say Dyer, Romero, and Sanchez playing in a back three, and Tanganga also coming into that at some point as well. So I think probably. But the thing is, like, both of them speak Portuguese too, or Spanish, and so there should be like good communication flow between. It should be like interchangeable pieces at this point. I think it would probably depend on the opponent.
Yeah. Cool. Stuart, what about you?
What, just in terms of how he'll settle in, or?
Yeah, I think, like, who do you think we would sacrifice for Romero to get into that back four? Because I think at the minute it's really difficult, because I don't see him getting in as long as they're keeping clean sheets and not making any mistakes. But at the same time, we don't want to punish them for making mistakes, because that's what happened under Jose, and they lost all their confidence. So it's a bit of a tough one, isn't it? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that Nuno seems to be wanting to work is that he wants everyone to feel included in the squad, and everyone just to feel like they've got a shot of playing, I guess. So whether at the moment, like you said, while the Sanchez-Dyer relationship's working well, does he just use him in the Europa League and the sort of domestic cup games? Because there's, if you're going all the way in those tournaments, there's plenty of games between all of those to play in. And then if Dyer or Sanchez picks up a knock or anything like that, or one of them needs to be rested, you can switch in Romero. But I think, like I said, any big team, that's what you're doing. You're competing for places, and that's what we've been calling out for. Is just before, we haven't let people be dropped because we didn't have an option yet to keep these guys in because they were the best of a bad bunch. But it seems that I don't know what Nuno's done to Sanchez and Dyer. I don't know whether they're on performance enhancing drugs or he's hypnotized them or something like that. I don't know what's going on, but their levels have gone up massively, and I don't know whether that's simply just knowing that Romero's there hot on the heels with Takanga and Rodon, whether it's just some coaching that they've been doing and it's just helped them with their own confidence and stuff. But it's a tough decision to make now, and that's what we've wanted all along. Every single position, you ideally want someone else who can literally step into that other position without a heartbeat. So, we'll see where it goes, but it's a good problem to have.
Yeah. One point I do want to make about Dyer and Sanchez is that they have been making mistakes. They haven't been playing perfect football. And
No.
What's that?
No, I was just saying, I agree.
Yeah.
They haven't been...
but I think a big difference in, and I don't want to give all the credit because Dyer and Sanchez are definitely playing better than they were on average last year. But Oliver Skipp has had a huge influence. How many times have we seen Oliver Skipp making solid defensive plays in our own 18-yard box? If Sanchez is getting beat, Skippy is the one who's falling in behind and then covering up. And, I wonder if Romero comes in, if we maybe drop one of our holding midfielders and bring in somebody more creative. Does Ndombele eventually work his way back into fitness? We have it's a very defensive back 7 players that we're using right now, because Dele Alli is also kind of playing a more defensive role and doing a lot of the pressing and the running around as well. So yeah, we'll be interested. Maybe, who knows, maybe we can win 38 matches 1-0 and keep 38 clean sheets and be the actual invincibles of all time.
Maybe
I'd take it.
Maybe. Yeah, I'd take anything at this point, Cody, compared to the last 18 months. Jesus.
I mean, imagine us being invincible the year Arsenal are invisible. I mean, you couldn't write it, could you really? But
you mean the year that they get relegated?
Well, exactly. Before I can see breaking news all across the screen in front of me, I just want to say there are 138 of you watching and only 42 likes. What are you doing with your hands, as Paula would say? Hit that like button, subscribe, get in the comments. We will be reading out your comments just after this bit of breaking news. PSG have rejected a 189 million bid for Mbappe from Real Madrid. What do you guys think of that? I think that's crazy because
I'm really staggered at what's going on at that club in terms of how they're operating as a football club right now. Like, obviously, we know this. Financial fair play just doesn't seem to really exist at the moment. I think a few people have mentioned it over the last few weeks. That's just come through as well. That's come from Tottenham. It's official now, and it's great.
He's holding the shirt.
Well, we've got more breaking news. More breaking news on the Shoesroom transfer deadline special. What more could you want?
It's a sign outside Buckingham Palace saying that they're the arrival of a new royal. So a little bit creative with the social media announcement there. There's a sign on a stand class as a shirt. I don't know. We'll do it. We'll do it. But in terms of the Mbappe thing, I just don't understand it. Like, if he wants to go, and I think the risk that PSG have is that if Mbappe knows that Real Madrid are going all out to get him this summer, and PSG are refusing to engage with them, he ain't, as much as he said, he isn't going to be 100%, nowhere near. And if you're trying to go out and win the Champions League with that lot up front, you need them all to be on the same page and all playing in the same direction.
See, I don't agree with that, because, like, first of all, I don't think Mbappe is gonna, like, not try as hard as he can to win the Champions
I'm not saying
League.
he's not. I'm not saying he's going down tools, Cody. What I'm saying is that if you know you've got an opportunity to move now, and the club that you want to move to have gone all out to get you, when you're leaving on a free next year, I don't get it. I don't get the business element
Right,
of it.
but the thing is, like, Stuart, they don't need the money at PSG, right? So, like, from their perspective, okay, so they want to win the Champions League. How does selling Mbappe to Real Madrid increase their likelihood of winning the Champions League?
Oh yeah, obviously it's going to dent it, but
that's all it comes down to. That's all it comes down to for me.
I still don't think they're going to win it anyway.
Well, they don't. Well, I know you don't. I think we've got a little wager on that, don't we?
Yeah, exactly.
But I certainly think that taking one of the best players in world football and not giving him, but selling him for a very high fee, and that would be insane, to another club that is going to be challenging you for that Champions League title.
Yeah. It does seem weird that they've made this move so late in the window when they know that unless they're going to chuck a player in or something like that, I just can't see it happening this late, because what do PSG do now in 5 hours? Yeah, seems a bit crazy.
It certainly is one of the most bizarre stories of the window, and there's been quite a few. But let's go through some of these comments, and then we'll move on and we'll chat about Emerson a little bit. I'm going to read out what the announcement said. So, Tottenham Hotspur Football and Athletic Code Limited is delighted to announce the arrival of a new royal, 31st of August 2021. Very cringy, but yeah. Let's go to some comments. Let's have a look. So, what's the latest on the Emerson transfer? Well, it's official. He is now holding the shirt, as Bob would say. Will Andy be a special guest tonight? The answer is he is never coming on the show again. Probably not a bad thing.
But according to most Man City fans I've seen talking today, they're not bothered that they lost out on Kane, and they're not bothered that they've lost out on Ronaldo. So
Man City fans will say anything.
Must be good to be a Man City fan.
Like, they just don't care. They've got no shame. But this is a good one. What do you guys think? If Ndombele is going to stay, Nuno needs to try and get him firing, because he is by far our best midfielder. What do you think?
I wouldn't say he's our best midfielder. I would say we absolutely have to use him, because what's the point in them having him not even on the bench at the moment? And I don't, unless I've said a few times, unless there's some kind of initially, unless it's because he said he's not committed, and that's a big no-no in Nuno's world. If you're not committed, he won't use you. So unless there's been a conversation where they've said, look, it ain't going to happen this year, knuckle down. But and if that's the case, then you need to use him, whether he's on the bench for a bit or whether they'll use him in, like I said, the Europa League conference games or the domestic cups and stuff. But you can't just let him just sit out and not do anything. That just seems crazy to me. But again, it's just infuriating that he's just, I don't understand why this guy is so hard to integrate into a squad across however many different managers and coaches and systems and everything now. I don't know what sort of Cody thinks in terms of Ndombele.
Well, Cody, it's even the French team, isn't it? Moussa Sissoko got into the France Euros team over Ndombele. Like, why do you think that is?
Oh, I don't know. Ndombele has definitely been an enigma, and I wouldn't say that he is by far our best midfielder, but he does have the highest ceiling of any of the midfielders that we have. And when you look at the way that we've played here in the first few games, a game like we had against Watford was calling out for a Tanguy and Ndombele to help us progress the ball through midfield. And that's something that we really lack because, Skippy and Højbjerg and Dele, they're working hard and for sure they bring it on the defensive end and the pressing and everything and covering for the center backs, but they haven't really shown that they can be relied upon to progress the ball through midfield. And that is what Ndombele brings. I totally agree if he stays that every effort has to be made to get him fit and firing, because for me, if you add in a fully armed and operational Tanguy and Ndombele to this squad, that could be the difference between a 6th place finish in the Premier League and a 4th place finish in the Premier League. That is how important I think this guy could be if he simply plays to not even his full potential, but anywhere near his full potential. We've seen it. We've seen the flashes of brilliance that he can bring to, and there's just simply when he's firing on all cylinders, I don't think that there's another player in Europe who's quite like him in terms of his skill set and his ability to kind of dominate that midfield area when he's on it. Like I can remember a point in our season last year when we were coming off a loss to Everton and a draw against Newcastle, and we were down 1-0 to Southampton. And there was a specific play in the midfield where Ndombele basically muscled off 2 Southampton players and progressed the ball up to Harry Kane, who then fired it across the sun, and we scored right before halftime, and we went on to completely batter them. That was the game that Sonny scored four times. That's just the kind of power that he can bring to the game, but it's up to him. If the player is not interested in applying himself and taking care of himself physically, then I don't know what amount of coaching can bring that. And it's not fair to the players who are showing their worth and working their butts off. It's just not fair to just drop him into the starting 11 over top of them. So the onus is on him. I certainly hope that he brings it, and I just really don't want it to all end in tears for him, because so far we have to admit he's been a terrible signing if it ended today.
Yeah,
I agree.
Agreed.
Okay, before we have to lose you, Cody, what do you think of our 5th signing of the window, Emerson Royal? What are your thoughts?
Well, here's another player. If you're going to judge the window, I think there's 2 different lenses that you can look through it. Some of the players that have been brought in, it's a lot of young players. Gollini is 26, so he's just kind of entering his prime. But he's second choice keeper, so he's not exactly like a key person in the squad at this point. Although I'm very happy to have him, and I think it's important that we got him. But everyone else is 23 or younger, and Emerson also fits into that. This is a player who, in 79 games for Betis, he's got 15 goal contributions. Statistically speaking, he flushes out quite nicely. It's always a risk when you buy a player from outside the Premier League, but I think this fits into the whole building for the future. And I mean, we needed to address the right back situation. Having Tanganga and Serge Aurier, who wants to leave the club, and Matt Doherty, who, I'm sorry, just can't play football. Just wasn't a situation that we could have left ourselves in. Now that we've brought him in, I know some people have said that they would have preferred to bring in Takahiro Tomiyasu, and I think that's probably, it stings a little bit that he's gone to Arsenal after being so heavily linked with us. But with Tanganga emerging as a capable, I don't want to put him in a box or anything, but he's a defense first player. With him emerging as that player who can also play center back as well as right back, I think bringing Tomiyasu in would have been just doubling down on a asset that we already had. So Emerson, from what I've read, brings more to the game going forward. Now, at 22 years old, he's a little bit raw. He's a little bit rash. He's got 20 yellow cards over the last 2 seasons in Spain. Now, that it's really hard to kind of use that statistic without context. I haven't seen the yellow cards. I don't know how many of them were tactical. And let's face it, sometimes you need nasty defenders, So it'll be interesting to see what he brings. I'm excited about it. Generally speaking, he's very highly rated, and he fits into that kind of category of starlet player that we seem to be so focused on. So yeah, like if you put him alongside Matar Sarr and also Bryan Gil. Those are three players further age and further experience that we've spent quite a bit of money on that seem to be, geared towards maybe not making major impacts in the Premier League for us this season, but players who have very high ceilings. And this is a demographic that I trust Fabio Paratici to operate in. Before Paratici became director of football at Juventus, his background was in scouting, and so this is kind of the demographic that I want to see him operating in. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I like it as a signing. I think again, it's hard to judge signings when they haven't stepped foot on the pitch for us, but I think it would be fair to give it a 7 or a 7.5.
Cool. Yeah. And welcome to the cheese room, Danny the Bun. How are you on this fine deadline day?
I'm really good. Thank you for having me, and it's actually a pleasure to be on here, and also to be on my first stream with you, Shannon, as well. So
yeah, definitely.
Absolute honour. So yeah, thanks for having me.
You're more than welcome. Cody, do you have any last words? Because I know you've got to shoot.
Yeah, I'd say like if I was going to summarize the transfer window, there's two different lenses to look through it. I think for the here and now, I don't think that we've necessarily addressed some of our squad deficiencies. We don't have a backup striker. Dane Scarlett you would be asking quite a bit to be relying on Dane Scarlett in the cup competitions and to spell Harry Kane if and when he gets injured. I feel like in terms of goal scoring, it would have been nice for us to bring in another proven goal scorer after Kane and Son. Really, over the last 2 years, can you tell me any players in our squad right now who have proven that they can score consistently in the Premier League? Not really. Lucas Moura had 3 goals last year in the Premier League. Steven Bergwijn had 1 goal. These are 2 players that are being relied on to start. Dele, I don't think, scored in the Premier League last year. That doesn't preclude them from being able to go out and score goals. That's not what I'm saying. But in general, for us to be in a situation where, we have no backup striker, and Steven Bergwijn is our starting right winger, and our backup right winger, I don't even know who it is a little bit worrying. But in terms of the rebuild and the refresh of the squad, it looks like on the surface, and I'm not like, I don't know ball per se, but some of these young players that we've purchased in Matar Sarr and Emerson and Bryan Gil, they seem like very bright young talents with high ceilings. So maybe not the greatest window for addressing the here and now, but for 2022 and 2023, we might be looking back on this summer window and saying this was a Paratici masterclass. So that's how I would summarize it. But thank you very much for having me on. I do have to jet. I'm going over onto Will Stewart's channel to do our regular Tuesday show. Shannon, I just want to say, as a host for the first time, you've done an absolutely smashing job, except for inviting Danny on. That was a huge mistake.
Oh, at least you didn't say me, Cody. Thanks, mate.
But no, thank you to everybody for watching. And yeah, I'm going to take off. Enjoy the rest of the show. We'll see you later.
See you later, Cody.
Thanks, Cody. See you later.
I've literally just seen something pop up saying the Evening Standard saying that Tottenham are done now. That was the last bit of business in terms of incomings, unless something remarkable happens. So hopefully we're going to do a VDV late deal.
Yeah, I could have told you that a couple months ago, probably. Well, about a month ago, I reckon. Yeah.
Well, I mean, none of us were expecting Emerson, were we? I think that's been a bit of they've pulled that one out of the hat, but yeah, I'm a bit disappointed.
Lucas Moura looks happy.
Oh,
he just messaged him on Instagram going, quiz.
I think he's a good signing. I think it's definitely a lot. I think we needed a right back desperately. I don't think we could have gone into a season with the state of the right backs that we have. I know we're overloaded with right backs at the moment. You could say we've got 3.5 right backs, you could say, but I mean, Doherty, we all know, is not good enough, and Aurier, he's obviously probably our best right back, to be fair, but he obviously doesn't want to be there, and we know what a lot of our feelings are like with Aurier. We don't want players who don't want to play for the badge, and Emerson's a good up and coming youngster. He's shown a lot of promise, and I read that thread that Cody posted actually from someone who did a really great stat analysis on and breakdown of him and his plays, his passage of play, and his sort of interceptions and all that kind of stuff. And he seems really good. I've seen a lot of his stuff. I haven't watched him closely, but I know we've all watched a bit of like his compilations as we all do. But he from that he does look pretty good and pretty. I was saying in a chat the other day, he reminds me of like a Reece James, the way he is, just but like a faster version. So if he can be anything like that, he'd be a brilliant signing for us. And him, I feel like he could be the one we finally replace Walker with. So. Yeah, it'll be a good signing. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring to the team.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, I saw that before Cody popped it in the Spurs family chat yesterday, and it compares him to Reece James. Yeah. And in actually a lot of his stats, I know it's not the Premier League, it's La Liga, but it's still a very competitive league.
Oh yeah.
He actually comes out in his stats better than Reece James in a lot of them. So I think he's taller than Reece James. I think he's faster than Reece James.
He is.
I think he's not as good defensively as Reece James, but he can work on that. Obviously, I mean,
look what we've done with Sanchez and Dyer. Imagine.
Exactly.
Imagine what we could do with someone who's semi-decent in the first place.
Don't get me started yet, Stuart, on Sanchez and Dyer. It's only been 3 games. We've got 35 games
I'm not saying that those two are going to be our main 2 defenders all season, but we have to accept that there has been whatever's been done in the coaching or whatever's happened. There has been an improvement for now. So it's just the only thing I'm gutted about is I think the international break has hit us at the wrong time. Because it's all about momentum and all that kind of stuff. And I think, are we going to get back at the same level we were before, sort of thing? And in a way, Palace is a good game to come back to because it's not like we've got Chelsea or something like that. It's a game where you can sort of like hopefully pull out a result. I don't want another 1-0. I want us to win by 1 goal. That'd be nice.
Well, Palace can be a bogey team for us at times. We know they're very difficult games we always have against. The last couple of years, we've had. I mean, I know we've had some good results against them, but they also prove difficult to beat. They're not an easy team to beat. No one's easy in the Premier League anyway. But I mean, yeah, it has come at the wrong time. But I think, look, what we've seen of the team so far, we know that they can be improvements. That the good thing is they haven't conceded, and obviously having Dyer and Sanchez there that haven't conceded is a miracle in itself. And I think that what you've seen from them, you have to give credit where credit is due, and they have done very well so far. I mean, we have seen the few odd little things, the same old kind of Dyer and Sanchez during the last 2 games, especially. But they were lucky enough not to concede anything. So. Yeah, I mean, but again, it's 3 games. We were sitting here in December last year, 10 games in, top of the league, and we were like, "Oh, we're going to win the league." Some people were saying we're going to win the league, and look what happened. And that's the thing. One injury, one bad result. We don't know how they're going to respond, and that's for me is what I'm going to judge the change on in the mentality with Nuno and the way he's coached the players. Because if they come back and say the next game, they lose a game, for example, and they come back and absolutely like give it their all again and win a game, or just at least give it their all, and they don't sit there and crumble, then you know there's something different about the team, and that's including Dyer and Sanchez and the rest of the squad. That goes for everyone. So for me, that's where I'm going to start judging it. Right now, it's 3 games, and it's only 3 games. Yes, we've done well for the 3 games, 9 points, 3 clean sheets, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But look, we like Cody was saying before, we haven't addressed what we needed to address really in the transfer window. If you sat here at the beginning of the transfer window and said, what do we need? You'd probably say we need 2 centre backs, a right back, a centre attacking mid or centre midfielder who's creative, a right winger, and another striker, because we knew Vinicius was going to go anyway. And we've only got the centre back and we've got the right back, but we still need. So we've addressed kind of the defensive issues, which is probably our biggest problem last season, but we still need to address the going forward, because I think if you rely too much on Kane and Son like we did last season, you're going to see that we're going to struggle to break down teams in certain games, and we're going to get those games where we're going to have to rely on like a jammy goal or a free kick or a corner or something like that, which it sometimes can be luck. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But for me, I think with the transfer window, I think it's been very good for our future going forward for the next sort of 3 years with the quality of players. You can what I'm happy about is you can see what they're trying to do. It now seems that they've now got a kind of plan of what they want to do, and what they're trying to achieve sort of in the next couple of years, next 3 or 4 years, with buying these really good up and coming young talent, like kind of what we used to do before. And they're kind of starting to show a bit of a vision of, and that's what a lot of fans want to see. That's what I want to see as well. But it does leave you a bit kind of not sour, a little bit kind of disappointed that we hadn't addressed what we really needed to do in this window. I know there's still a couple hours left, 4 hours left, but we're not going to sign anyone else. We know, I know that, and we all probably know that. So we just have to hope. And for me, the biggest thing is I hope that none of the players get injured, because if we have some injuries in that team, I look at that bench right now and I honestly don't have hope that we're gonna be able to keep that high level standard of football that the first team are producing at the moment, regardless. Even though they're not winning, even though they're not performing the greatest, they're still winning. So that's my biggest concern.
Yeah.
Okay, Stuart, what are your thoughts? Because I know you need to shoot in a minute.
No, I do agree with sort of most of what Danny's saying. I think the point around, I think what's happened is that at the end of the season, obviously we all had seen what had been going on and the standard that some of the players were at and where we felt we were weakest in the team and stuff. And I expect when Nuno first came in, or when Paratici first came in, that was probably a very similar sort of situation. But I do think that at some point there's obviously been an assessment of the players or what the reaction has been from some of them, and they've adjusted the transfer sort of strategy for this summer accordingly. And I think I do wonder what we would have done if we didn't have the Kane situation so sort of up in the air, because it did seem like we were sort of doing our business, but we were also sort of operating in a way we were like, oh, do we do this particular deal because if Kane goes and we need to have someone else in, and like the whole sort of rumoured sort of Martinez sort of bid and stuff like that. And I get why they wouldn't have pushed the button if Kane was staying, because I just don't see how they could have all worked in the same. Well, they probably could have done, but I just don't think that's what they wanted to commit to. But in terms of the defenders, they've obviously thought, or Nuno's thought, I'm okay with the ones that were left. We've replaced Alderweireld with Romero. That's fine. I mean, the fact we've now got, because it looks like we're not going to be able to get rid of Aurier because no one wants him. Where that guy's going to fit in.
Do you know what? You know that how people say no one wants him. I firmly believe that it's probably because we are asking too much for someone who's got a year left on his contract. That's why I think they haven't got rid of him.
The bits that I've been hearing is the fact that because he wants to go to the African Nations Cup as well doesn't work well for him, because you're losing a player for 2 months or however long the tournament goes on for. So sort of like, oh yeah, can I come to your team and then take 2 months off in the middle of the season? What use is that to you if you're in Europe and stuff, So if he's here, he's here. But I just don't think he's going to get used very much. But
I don't think so.
I do agree with Danny. I think we will have to solve the problem around the striker at some point, because Kane's getting older, Son's getting older. So I firmly believe that whether in January or next summer, I think the striker will probably be our biggest target. Because I think other areas, and maybe like a winger of some kind, or a really strong attacking. I think defensively, unless we have a complete mare later in the season or as the season goes, he might try and keep that going for a bit, or maybe get one other sort of younger centre back. But look, we're how long now have we got? Just over 4 hours. If we don't do any more business, that's what we've got until January. I mean, I'm pretty sure we can cope unless we have some calamitous injury spree with loads of key players. I'm pretty confident of how we can manage between now and the start of the January transfer window. And then we'll just have to see. But like Danny said, I think Paratici or Levy, whoever's driven this new strategy, there is definitely a plan there. And for me, going out and getting really good younger end talent like Pape, Sarr, like Gil, Emerson's 22, he's a little bit older, but you can see what the trend is. We're not going out and buying 36-year-olds. We're not going out and buying 30-year-olds. We're going out. This is a team that, if that gels in the next 2 or 3 years, could be really, really competitive. And that's exactly what he did at Juventus. He signed Pogba when he was really young. He signed Dybala when he was really young. he's got a winning method. So why would he not do it here? So let's just see what happens.
Cool. Well, thank you, Stuart, for coming on to the show. It's been
right.
great to have you on for your debut.
No worries. I'll be darting off to some other one now.
Enjoy the rest
Right.
of your deadline day, and I hope you have a
Yeah.
good evening.
I hope we sell Aurier. Come on.
Fingers crossed.
That'd be a good bit of business, right? And
That would take it up a point. That would take the window up a point.
Definitely.
Have a good one, guys.
Thanks, Stuart. Speak to you
Cheers,
later. And as one goes, we welcome another.
Hello.
Talking Tottenham TV. Jamie, how are you this evening?
I'm good. I've just got off Tommy's channel. It's just started getting heated, so I thought it's time for me to join this one.
Oh God, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Is that Bryan Gil just driving it all there?
No, this was Bob. Bob's having a go now. So I was like, I said, well, I got to shoot anyway. So yeah, that was quite interesting. How are you guys?
Jamie.
I'm good,
Yeah,
Jamie.
we're good. We're enjoying the deadline day vibes. We've got some good stuff coming up in the show. We're just going through some comments. Obviously,
Nice.
I'd love to know what your thoughts are, Jamie, so far, because I think you've been busy today, so I've not really seen what you've had to say. Whereas with Danny, I've seen quite a lot of what he has to say. So I'm interested in what you're thinking at the minute.
My phone's been blown off from that chat, so I was like, I had to put it on mute for a minute because it was like I was trying to work, and it's like, I was like, no, I can't do this anymore. But no, it's a fantastic window. I think it's 10 out of 10 at the moment. It's typical Spurs. No, I give it a 5 out of 10 at the moment. If I'm honest,
Yeah, I'd say
we need a Cam and the striker, because I was watching the last win on Spurs yesterday, and Michael Bridge was saying we needed a player since Eriksen's gone, because when we were 1-0 down against Villa, Eriksen came on, we won 3-1. We're missing that. That's why Dele hasn't performed as well either. He's lost his mate to set him up.
Also, Dele has lost his backbone, which was Moussa Dembele and Wanyama, who swept up all the balls that he used to lose all the time, and we don't have that still and that drive that we used to have with them two there. I know we've got different players now, but it's not the same. You can't compare Dembele and Wanyama to what we've got now. They were just immense, them two.
Wanyama was a beast, man.
It allowed Dele Alli, Eriksen to have the freedom they used to have, and they all used to kind of interlink. They also kind of switch around. They were all over the place all the time. And that's what it was. It was hard to see that stop us, because you'd have Dele pop up on the left, you'd have Eriksen on the right, and then Eriksen be on the left, and then you'd have Dele running into the box and running from deep. It was just, they were everywhere, so that's why people couldn't stop us when we played so well. But it's different now, and I don't think Dele's ever going to get back to that kind of level. It's unfortunate. I've always said, for me, I don't really want Dele there, because I know he's done better than what he's done last season, and I know it's only 3 games and he's running around a lot more, but it's still not enough. It's not enough.
Like, I like him running around. He's doing well. It's just the finishing touch. Like I was at the game on Sunday, and I don't know how he missed that shot.
Yeah, I know. I don't. That Dele Alli a couple of years ago would have put that in the back of the net, no problem.
Oh, 100%. Like the 2 he scored against City, I remember that when Eriksen set him up.
Oh, I remember.
That was Dele. Now we've got Dele with hair. So
we've got Dele with bulk now. He's doubled in size, isn't he?
I can see a Ginola kind of thing with like it's like worth it. He's good with his hair now, so it's just a shame. Like I missed the days when we had Moussa Dembele, Wanyama in midfield. That's the Tottenham I remember.
I can't believe we never won a trophy with that squad. Like that is just absolutely criminal. Yeah,
it is criminal. It's completely criminal. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, we had one of the best first teams in Europe at that time, but it was our depth that let us down. We just didn't have the real quality on the bench to bring on a player. When we really needed to like make a difference to actually change the game in the way we wanted to, because then sometimes we would draw games and we should have won them, and there'd be the odd times that we lost them. I remember the one where we needed to beat West Ham. I think it was at London Stadium. We lost, was it 1-0 or something in the evening game? I think it was. It was one of our most crucial games of the season, towards the end of the season, in one of those title charge seasons, and that kind of ended it. And
it's like Battle of the Bridge as well.
Yeah,
we needed to win that game.
Yeah. How we didn't win it? 2-0 up, weren't we?
Yeah,
iconic. But we just completely. I think that game summed up our season. We were brilliant, and then we capitulated like never seen before. Literally. But I just want to bring up this comment here from Sam, who's one of our patrons. If you you want to be a patron, we'll talk about that a little bit later in the show. But Sam says he's happy enough with the quality we have brought in, but the squad remains unbalanced and no second forward. That's disappointing. What do you think to that, Jamie?
Every stream I've seen today is everyone saying it's unbalanced.
Yeah.
It's a shame. We've got Sarr. I'm excited about him, but we need players for now because Harry always takes about 2 months out of the season because his ankle. If Son goes down as well, who are we going to put up front? We've got a 17-year-old kid.
Or you can play Lucas in a false 9, I guess, but you don't go down that route.
But exactly, Lucas is more of a winger, or play him as a number 10. But it's just sad. It's a situation going on at the moment. We know we needed a striker. Harry Kane said he'll stay one more season. I thought that would give them an incentive to buy another striker, and they were like, "No, we're going to let him down again." So it's typical Spurs. Is it a Levy window, or you can't? Well, I can't really blame Paratici at the moment.
It's not Paratici. It's definitely Levy.
It is because, like the last word of Spurs saying yesterday, the bridge was saying it's not a one window. It's a 3 or 4 because it's a rebuild. So you got to give them some kind of slack. But I think people are just annoyed because we need people now. And we're top of the table. It's nice to see. We lose one game, we're down.
Yeah, exactly.
So
and that's the thing. And do you know what as well? On top of that, if you look at actually what we spent, I think our net spend is something like £20 million or something like that, because of and that's because of the players we've sold. And it's that in itself is just crazy to see someone like West Ham going to spend like double what we spent, if not more, and like other teams spending a lot more than we are. And it's like, we could have gone and spent 30 million on another player, like to have another striker. Or look at Edouard from going to Palace. I mean, if that goes through, £15 million. Why wouldn't we go for someone like him?
And the worst thing is, we're paying Palace next. So
I know, yeah.
that guy's gonna have a great game, really. Exactly.
You know, I would have took. Isn't it? That's just written.
Guys,
just
to play devil's advocate here. I mean, you make a good point. Our net spend is really good, but do you think that's how we've got the players in, and if it weren't for cleverly structured deals, we'd have spent about 137 million this summer. So I don't think it's a case of we're not spending. I think obviously we've got a lot of the deadwood out. There's still a little way to go, but I think being realistic, and I've said this many times, I don't think we were ever going to be able to do all that in one window. I think it's going to take a couple of seasons to get the squad to where we want it to be, to then just be able to add 2-3 additions in the summer window to keep building. So we've got that continuity, because I think the reason we're in this mess is we didn't sign a player for 18 months, 2 years. And the squad's just got stale. I think we've massively reduced the average age of the squad. That's come down quite a lot. I think behind Hugo, Sonny's now our oldest player.
Yeah.
And he's only 29. So I don't think it's that we've not spent money. I think we've just structured our deals in a clever way to sort of negate. We've not had any income for the last 18 months of the stadium. We've only really had TV rights and competition money, and obviously that would have gone down because we're not in Europa League or the Champions League. We finished 7th in the league, so our prize money would have been less. And with that, you've not got the pool that we would have had previously. When we signed an Ndombele, we just got to the Champions League final. So where do you think, what could we have done better realistically? I get we could have got in a strike. I agree we needed a striker, a CAM and a right winger. I've said that all along, but I think the defence was the priority, and with Jaffet coming through how he has, Romero and Emerson, I feel we've tackled our biggest weakness. What do you guys think?
I'll let you go first. Okay. I think last season, if we backed our defence, I think we would have got top 4. Me being personally, but now we've kind of gone a bit crazy, and now we've spent all the money on defence, and we're not done anything for the attacking. So it's like typical Spurs, isn't it? But I don't know. It's just it's a tough one, because I really want I want to be alive when we win the trophy, like win the Premier League. That's all I want. Like if we can get the Premier League, but no, it's just we've spent our money bad. But since the whole Gareth Bale money, we bought all these players, and only one person was good, was Eriksen, and then we got rid of him for 20 million, and then we never replaced him. Same as Mr. Ndombele. Wanyama. We never replaced him. We got an Ndombele, which was what, 67 million, whatever it was. And he doesn't even want to bother train.
It was like 58 million pound, weren't it? Plus add-ons, something like that.
54, I think it was.
So that's our record.
Rising to like 63 or something like that.
Our record signing, and he can't bother to play because his mates are leaving. So it's like, since when are we in nursery? Like, grow up.
Don't
sort yourself
don't get
out.
me started. I'll probably just go on a rant if I started me with Ndombele.
I mean, Danny, we've got an open forum here. Tell us your thoughts on Ndombele. I know we've spoke about him a little bit before you came on the show, but we've got lots of different guests. We want to get everyone's opinions. I want to know.
Should we get like a beep button every time he swears? Like,
you have to hold it. You probably won't have to hear what I actually want to say. Like...
I am the better looking Mike Dean of the Cheese Room podcast tonight. So if there are any naughties, you'll get a yellow card. But come on.
Look,
hit me with it. What do you think?
Ndombele, it's just for me personally, I just think it's such a waste of a talent, man. I mean, the guy he's been given talent from God. Like, he's been born with this talent, and he's such a good player, but he just doesn't want to. He doesn't have that drive, right, to be the best. That for me is what I don't see in him that I see in Harry Kane, for example, or Son. Like, I think Son's got a different kind of drive. I think Son's drive is like, he just wants to be the best version he can. I don't think he's ever. I can't see in Son that I want to be the best player in the world. In Kane, that's what I see. Kane, I see I want to be the best in the world. Son, I see I want to be as best as I can be. But Ndombele, I don't see anything. He doesn't give you. For me, even if you watch the training videos of Ndombele, right, he just like strolls around. He kind of just. He doesn't look like he wants to give anything for the team, for himself. Like, it's just like he's happy to go in there, pick up his 200 grand a week, and that's it, and that's fine for him. And when you've got players who don't want to give 110% every game, like someone like Skip would, or someone like Højbjerg would, or Kane or Son, then it's just sad, man. It's just because he's just a waste, isn't he? It's just, you spend so much money on a player, and I know that's like that's kind of what the going rate was for him at the time, because obviously what he showed, everyone wanted him at the time. We kind of went in there very quickly and got him, which was brilliant at the time. But it's just sad that it hasn't worked out the way everyone wanted it to work out. And for me, it's like I'm kind of in a way glad he stayed, because I wanted to see what he would be like this season if Nuno can work on his fitness. If he can't, then for me, I think that's another thing they're going to replace next season. I think he'll be gone next season, if not in January. So I think I don't see him having a future at Tottenham. I think he'll be gone January or next summer, and I think that's another thing they'll have to replace next year, or like I said, in January. But yeah, it's just sad. I just feel so sad because knowing like when you've got that sort of talent and you're just wasting it. Like, it's like Dele Alli. Like, he had such talent, and again, he's another player that's just wasted his talent. Like, if he continued on that rise and didn't focus on the things going outside of football and focus purely on the football to be one of the best in the world in his positions, which at the time he was one of the best youngsters in the world, he could be one of the best players around right now. Like, he could be scoring 15 goals a season easily, but he just doesn't have that drive anymore that made him the player that he was when we all grew to love Dele Alli a couple of years ago. Yeah, and I think unfortunately we are in this stage where we, like you said, the squad's just gone through a stage where it went so stale, and Daniel Levy thought he could get away with it, but he obviously regressed us 5 years back after all the hard work Poch did. He basically regressed us because he didn't want to spend any money because
of the stadium or whatever.
Yeah, but apparently the stadium, but that money was loans from banks. So essentially, obviously, it was part of the money that we were earning, but a lot of it is long-term repayments, like a mortgages. So it's like they do have the money, but again, we have an owner that doesn't want to invest, so we have to use the money that is generated from the club's revenue. And it is part of our downfall. It has been for 20 years. And unless we can somehow change it after this pandemic crisis is over and we can start earning money again from the concerts and all this, then we're going to see whether Daniel Levy's telling the truth or not, and whether he's actually going to spend the money on the club in the club with transfers. I don't think personally he won't. I don't think he won't. I think it's going to be the same, exactly the same, even 5-10 years from now. I think it's always going to be the same. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, it's going to be interesting, I'll tell you that.
So I just want to chip in because we've got the first super chat of the show. Thank you, Silent Dove Pictures. We appreciate you and you're really supporting the podcast. So Silent Dove Pictures says, I can relate with the mental health side of things with Ndombele, but can Nuno get him on side, or will we have another Danny Rose situation? Jamie, I'm going to come to you first. What do you think?
I think we've already got the Danny Rose situation. If the guy doesn't want to train, does he? Like, at least Danny Rose spoke out, and you see on the documentary. You can tell like everyone was playing bad, and he still wasn't getting in the team. With Ndombele, he can't be bothered, and he still wants to get paid. If you don't want to train, if it was me, you don't train, you don't get paid. That's how I would do it.
I agree.
But it's just a waste. Like Danny said, what 53 million, whatever it is, and then 200k a week, second highest at Tottenham, and nothing.
It's just sad, isn't it? It's like you just see someone. It's frustrating because we all know the guy has got unbelievable ability. Everyone says it. Gareth Bale says he can't believe what he does in training. Everyone says it. Ledley King came out last season and said he's the best. He's the most unbelievable talent you'll see in training. But then when it comes to the match day, he'll give it for like half a game, half a game, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, and then he's gone. And then he can't do it anymore, and that's not good enough for a professional footballer on that sort of wages. It's just not good enough. And I think I think he will suit someone like the Italian league. I honestly think the Italian league will be perfect for someone like him.
I think he needs to go back to the French league. I think it's too physical for him. He just can't cope with it.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah.
I think the pace of the Premier League is just a bit much for him, isn't it? He's not.
I think it's too physical for him. It's too with the Premier League. You've got it's the most physical league in the world. It's the most demanding league in the world. Like there's no other league in the world that you could go to the lowest league team in the league and then lose like badly. Like any team could lose against any team in this league. That's why it's the best in the world to watch. And and I think with him, I know that he's obviously his background and where he's come from. He's come from the lower leagues of France very quickly up through to Lyon and then to Spurs like within a season sort of thing, and he's had his issues at Tottenham as well. And for me, that's why I said, look, I think this is the kind of defining season for him. Whether or not he will come back into the team, I think you have to. I think you can't have someone like that of that ability, someone who can actually unlock a defense, someone we actually do need. I know we've all been saying we need a creative midfielder, but I firmly believe he can be that if he gets his fitness up and he can integrate back into the team. And I think it's his only choice, because if he wants to go next season, then he's got to play, because he's got to sort of put himself in the market for teams to come and say, come and buy me. Because if he doesn't play, it's going to be even harder to ship him out next summer or in January. So I think he's got to have some sort of impact, whether it's from the bench or not. I think they'll integrate him like that. I think Nuno will probably get his fitness up a bit more, and then he'll start integrating him from the bench to see what he can do. Maybe in the Europa League, Euro Conference League, should I say, and the cups and stuff like that. He might play them, and then see how he does. And if he deserves a spot, then he'll integrate him back into the first team. And I think that's how he's going to do it.
Just on this as well, obviously, Football.London came out and said that the club are looking to hire a mental health mentor or something along those lines. Do you think that the issues with Danny Rose and obviously with Ndombele, we know Ndombele struggled, and obviously with his friends leaving and all of that stuff, do you think that could be a big reason we're getting someone like that into the club? Do you think it's to help these players? And I think we're realising we're in a different age now. Gone are the times where you've got your tough love, Sir Alex Ferguson, like with your Gary Nevilles and you know, like those types, like Eric Cantona, those types of real hard, tough players. Do you think that the club are realising that this is the road we need to go down, that we need to really think about mental health is a big thing? I think I'll open up, and I've struggled with it in the past, and it can be really tough, and you're not yourself. You can't perform to the highest of your ability when you're in that dark place. So do you think the club are really sort of picking up on this and noticing a lot of our players struggling with their mental health and thinking this could be an area we go down to try and help to pick up performance, and obviously to help the academy players coming through as well to manage it. And like Dele Alli, I think he got too big at too younger age, and it got to his head, and then he's capitulated, and now he's sort of working his way back again. But do you think that mental health and having this mental health coach come in could help some of these players?
I'll let you take it on first.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I think we live in a society, in an era now where social media has a massive impact on people, right? And I think that's the biggest thing. That's the difference between then and now. I think, like, those days, social media wasn't a thing, so people couldn't go on and throw abuse at people, death threats, and all this kind of stuff that people get, and it's disgusting because of what you see on social media. There's a lot of rubbish and shit out there, but I mean, yeah, I think the way things are nowadays, I think it's a great thing to have, because I think a lot of people, like you said, everyone at some point in their life has struggled with some sort of mental health, one way or another, or something, whether it's confidence issues, whether it's anxiety, or whatever it is. And I think when you're like a young age and you're in the limelight like that, and you're a Premier League footballer, you're paid a lot of money, like you said, things can get to your head very quickly, and it can completely change you as a person. And I think that it's another good thing that they need to, I'm glad they're doing it. I think they might have actually even hired someone already. I can't remember if they're looking to hire, or they actually have hired already. But yeah, I think it's a great step to help sort of these players deal with all their kind of issues. I think it's definitely something that every club should really do, to be honest.
Yeah, Jamie, what are your thoughts? Do you think it's a good road for the club to go down?
No, I totally agree, because I was kind of like you, Shan. I suffered with it really bad, so I became a mental health first aider for my work.
Oh, wow.
So me doing that, and like Danny says, like, you got a lot of younger players who don't make it, so the pressure's so bad.
Yeah.
You see on like Sky News goes, oh, they passed away at 17 because they couldn't deal with the pressure. So Spurs bring this in. I think it's going to be a mandatory thing now for every club to have one, and I think it's a great idea. Like Spurs, yeah, if it's going to be them to be the first one, it doesn't really matter. Players need help, someone to talk to, and I don't know if you guys watched that Ted Lasso thing.
Haven't seen it, no.
Have you not? So they've just brought like a kind of first aider in that, like how the pressure is for them. So it's awareness, definitely 100%. So I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. I agree.
100%. I mean, you see it all the time. Like even people on like you've seen it on like Love Island and people like that. They've people have committed suicide and things like it, and it's because the stuff that people have in their heads, they need to speak to people. I always say I've had my problems as well. Everyone has, and yeah, you need to speak to people, because if you don't and you bottle it up, it can become worse. And with footballers and having to deal with this high pressure and stuff like that, they need to. Like Danny Rose openly admitted about his problems he's had, and I bet he would have loved to have had someone to speak to back then when he was going through all the issues that he had and tough times he went through. So I think it's definitely a must that clubs need to have someone to help speak to them about these kind of issues.
100%. Yeah, obviously Dele got robbed at gunpoint, didn't he? And we don't know how much that affected him. And yeah, having something like that at the club then could have really helped him. I think that was that towards the end of Poch, or was that when Jose came in? I think it was sort of and then obviously Jose isn't exactly the arm around the shoulder type, is he? I think
definitely not.
That probably didn't help Dele either. But Brandon, another one of our Patreons, has put a comment in. Obviously, thank you everyone for your comments. We are getting so many, and we will have a scroll through to read some more out. Obviously, if you really want your comment to be read out, the best way, because we're getting so many, is a super chat, and it's the ultimate way to obviously support the podcast. But Brandon says, does anyone think having a PEH Tanguy Skip middle might work? Skip to hold the line, and PEH with that physical presence a little more forward to give Tanguy an imposing pivot. I personally think that would work really well, but Tanguy needs to want it. He needs to be fit. He needs to be ready. He needs to have his head right. What do you think, Danny?
Yeah, I've been saying is I think I'd rather have Ndombele than Dele Alli, because at the moment I know Dele Alli's running around. He's doing a lot of the kind of work, but the problem is you've got Skip and Højbjerg, who are I'm not saying they're not the best passers, but they don't look to break lines in between lines and stuff like that. Like, they kind of do like your more 10, 15-yard passes, and they don't look to sort of play the creative balls forward to strikers and stuff and to the wingers and things like that. And you need someone who's going to be a little bit more creative, and someone like Tanguy is that player. And I think he would be, if he could do the running like Dele could, not even to that extent, but even like to a percentage of it. Say he does like 75% of what running that Dele Alli does. I think he'll be more effective if you have Skip, like, just obviously staying behind, and then you have Højbjerg sort of next to him in a sense, and then you have Ndombele a bit further forward. So I think I still want the midfield free, but Ndombele will have to be the most forward playing midfielder, and the other two sort of more defensive. I think that would work. I definitely think that would work. But again, it's his fitness. It's whether he wants it or not, like you were saying.
I mean, yeah, to be that box-to-box number 8 that Dele's being right now, you've got to be as fit as they come, Jamie. Do you agree? What do you think?
No, I agree. Like, with the way Højbjerg played in the Euros, playing the more attacking, he was incredible. I was thinking, why didn't we get this one? But he was the only person to be defensive at Tottenham because he had no one to help him. So I think if you can do it, play Skip defensive, Højbjerg and Tanguy further up, then the goals will come, because that means H has got more of a chance of putting it in, and then we've got Son who just runs on. So no, I totally agree on that one.
Okay, we've got Silent Dove Pictures again with another super chat. Thank you so much. I've suffered from schizophrenia and self-harm for over 20 years, and I think the whole Football League needs a shake-up with mental health. Firstly, really sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
obviously,
definitely.
if you ever need anyone to speak to, our inboxes are definitely open. But yeah, again, guys, what do you think with that?
Yeah.
No,
go on, Jamie.
No, I'm gonna say I totally agree. There's not really much you can say about. Obviously, schizophrenia is not nice and self-harming, but yeah, no, we need this in football now because everything that's going on, and plus with COVID, it's got a lot worse with mental health.
Yeah, definitely.
So, no, I totally agree with that comment. That we do need it. It's the same with like the whole defibs. It's good to see that every club's getting one now. So the Premier League is going in the right direction. So I agree.
Danny, do you think the Premier League needs to do more to support players with their mental health? Similar to how we've got the racism row going on at the minute. Do you think that mental health seems to be, it's a very taboo subject, and a lot of people find it really tough to talk about. Do you think that the Premier League need to do more?
I think they should do, if the only thing they could probably do is make it compulsory that every club has some kind of member of staff in their sort of staff department that can deal with these kind of things, like a psychologist or and things like that, who can actually help the players and allow players to talk to them about their problems. I think every club should have it. It's like I said before, like I was saying, I think that's what they can do if they want to do anything, is make it compulsory that every club should have it, because I think it will benefit everyone, to be honest.
Jamie, and we've Silent Duff again. Thank you for the third super chat. We really appreciate it. Sadly, some have too young, and that's when we need to guide the youngsters through the pitfalls. Bring someone in. I think it's a must. Again, like we've been saying, obviously the club are bringing in this mental health mentor and coach that can help the academy players through it, and obviously our first team as well. I definitely think it's something that all teams should be looking at. Guys, what do you think of this again? I know we've touched on it a little bit, but obviously just to go back to the super chat, what do you think?
No, it's the same like we said. Like I agree, it needs to be done, and because we're losing a lot of young players and the managers as well. The stress they're under, they need someone to talk to. So like I said, I think the Premier League and the FA are going in the right direction, but I just don't want it to be all talk. They actually need to go through with it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
And joining the Cheese Room Deadline Day special. It's Franco. Franco, how are you feeling?
Yeah, not too bad.
You've come in just at the right time. We're talking about mental health in football. Obviously, Silent Dove put in a few super chats.
Yeah.
What do you think? Obviously, the club have hired that mental health mentor, haven't they? Or they're looking for a mental health mentor to sort of guide the academy players through it, sort of teach them how to cope with things and handle things. Obviously, the first team as well.
Yeah.
And what do you think? Do you think that should be something that's compulsory throughout the Premier League?
I think so, but football in general,
Yeah.
and lots of other areas. I think the points that you've been making so far about social media are spot on. We've kind of seen this more and more. Like, social media's been around for a few years, but players weren't necessarily quite so active or engaged in it. It's something that a lot of people have over the last decade have sort of come towards. And I used to say to people, why do you just come on social media to slag off players? And they'd be like, well, they're not reading it, but these days they are reading it. That's the difference. And you've seen a few times, like after the Euros, the abuse that the players that took the penalties got, the racist abuse. It's clear that it is a direct portal to a lot of these players, and you're basically just receiving pelters from people you don't even know. And the pressure that these players are under, if you just lost a game of football, this idea that players don't care about it, they almost certainly do. And when you've got, you know, all of your social media, people messaging you going, you were shit today, or why don't you care about the club? Get out of my club. All the stuff that we throw at these players, it's probably not particularly easy. And I think for players like, you know, Aurier and Ndombele, that they've probably received quite a lot of pelters over the time. And Danny Rose, when he did that interview with The Sun, he made a reference to what a lot of the fans had said to him. He knew that a lot of the fans had given him abuse, because we're very fickle. As much as we can say a player's great, if they have a few bad games, you know, we give them pelters. So it's unrealistic to think that these players don't know that all of this is going on, the abuse they get. And another comment that Danny made about the sort of the money as well that these players get, and the comment from Super Chat itself, it's true. Like, these players get an enormous amount of money, like ridiculous. Like, I think Maitland-Niles, they said today, is on 50 grand a week, and he's hardly playing at Arsenal. Imagine you've got 50 grand every week in your back pocket, and you're not playing football every week. You've got nothing to occupy you and stuff like that. It's probably very difficult for these players not to go and do stupid things or go and hang out with people. Like, you've got loads of people around you, like, knowing you've got loads of money and going, do you want to come to this party? Do you want to come to this?
Thing, isn't it?
Do you want to come
gambling
to
as well? Yeah,
gambling. But people are just, some people are vultures at the end of the day. If they're sort of friends with somebody and they're involved in that sort of scene, they can be like, oh, come to this party, come to this thing, it'll be great. Before you know it, you know, Daddy's getting pictures of him taken in a hotel at 3 o'clock in the morning or something like that. It's
it's actually quite shocking to know, like, my ex, which used to work in a casino, and the amount of footballers used to go in and gamble massive amount of money was ridiculous. Yeah. Like, not just footballers, I'm talking boxers and all sorts of sports personalities. Like, they gamble a lot because it's just they've got the money to do it, and it can become a bad addiction for some of these people.
Definitely. And I think a bit of this falls on agents as well. I'm sure there's some really good agents out there, and I'm sure there's some really bad ones. But the ones that stretch themselves amongst like loads of players, they're not going to be thinking, right, where's my player tonight? Is he doing something sensible with his time? Am I getting him decent financial advice on how to spend his money? They're not doing that. They're just basically making sure they're getting a new deal for them. They're getting them to a photo shoot. They're getting them to the Adidas boot launch or whatever. And it's the other stuff that they need an arm around them at times, because they don't always have that. And you've got loads of mates who aren't going to say anything because they're hanging on, having a good time. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done for players. As much as I think they get paid too much money, I think for those, there's something needs to be done to help them make sensible choices and keep them on the right track. And I think with players like Ndombele, it's difficult. It's really odd for him because he came from, obviously, like I think he's Congolese, his parents, and when he was younger, he moved from like where he lived in Paris down to Guingamp, I think it was at, before he went to Amiens. So from a young age, he made sacrifices, and I'm sure his family made lots of sacrifices and had no money growing up. But then all of a sudden, within 3 years, he's gone from a loan at Lyon, playing for Lyon, and now he's at Spurs on 200 grand a week. Yeah. And he's displaced from his family again. Like, and the language thing was always there in France. He comes to England, he hasn't got it. He's got a few people that speak French within the squad. So I can understand that it's not easy, and people just expect it to be like, right, he's being paid 200 grand a week, he needs to perform. And, you know, that is true to a certain extent, but I can understand why it won't necessarily go perfectly just because of that.
Do you know what, Franco, right? A lot of, there's a few people I know who like scouts and stuff like that. And, do you know, it's funny because the amount of talented players that that don't ever get the lucky break, a lot of it is down to their mentality, because a lot of it is that they just don't have that mental sort of state to be able to deal with the pressures that football entails, basically.
Yeah.
And it is sad because a lot of players don't ever make it because of it. And it's like sometimes you can get a player who's more talented than another player, but the player that can actually deal with the pressure and who can perform, maybe not to that sort of talent, but can perform on a regular basis consistently, can make it because their mentality is stronger. And that's just how it is. And that's why I think this is so important for clubs to be able to have someone to help people speak about their issues.
Yeah. And the thing with Ndombele, when he was younger, he didn't get picked up by a big team. And I think a few of the teams he went on trial with had issues with his professionalism because he was a little bit overweight, and that's still being thrown at him now. So you just think, I don't know, maybe it's the mentality thing wasn't quite there. It is a concern. But yeah, you're right. There was players at school who were probably the most skillful players, and they didn't make it. And I know a few of others who ended up playing not at a brilliant level, but who went on to have football careers, and they were just the ones that were going to bed on a Saturday night rather than getting on the beers and then waking up on a Sunday and crawling onto the pitch and still having the skills. They were the ones that were there doing the warm-ups like an hour before and stuff. It's like mentality and professionalism is a massive thing.
Huge.
Oh, 100%.
Talent only gets you so far, doesn't it? That's the thing.
Exactly.
You've got to think as well, like George Best was like drinking one night and then scoring a hat-trick the other. So
the difference of Best though, Best was just he's on another planet to everyone else. He was on another planet. He could do anything, George Best. I mean, he was just a God-given talent, wasn't he? One in a billion sort of thing. But on another note, apparently Emerson's being given the number 12 shirt, apparently.
Really?
Yeah. Just a little news that's just come out.
Well, we still need number 9 because that's vacant, isn't it? So I'd rather him have that. So if we had the number 9, I'll sit him up front. I'll like just say we've got someone up there.
Right, guys. On that note, we have got to that part of the transfer deadline day special where we are going to say goodbye to the people that have left for pastures new. So I'm just going to hope that this works, because I'm not quite the tech guru that Caller is.
This is where we get chucked off, all of us, aren't we?
We're in trouble.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
What's this? You've done a presentation?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm at work.
I pulled out my best year 7 IT skills for this, Franco. So
love it.
We're bringing something different to the deadline day special today. So, oh God, it's not going to do it now, is it? Hang on, let me go on to next.
Well, this is our goodbyes, so I'm assuming we always say goodbye.
You wouldn't think I did this for a living, would you? Hey, so first we've got Juan. This is where we need Bren, Franco. We've got Juan Foy. Juan. Obviously, he's gone to Villarreal after the end of his loan with his option to buy for 13.5 million. He joined Spurs for just 4.5 million. So obviously we've done what Daniel Levy loves most and made a little bit of profit. He made 30 appearances for the club and scored 1 goal. I'm going to come to you, Danny, first, because you're just underneath me here, and I want you to tell me what you think of Juan Foyth leaving the club and your favourite moment of Juan Foyth in a Spurs shirt. Hit me with it.
That's going to struggle to get my memory going. I mean, a favourite moment. I don't know. I don't know how I'd answer that if I'm honest. But look, in terms of what I think of it, I think it was the right move for him. I know that he had a very good season at Villarreal. I just don't think he was right for the Premier League. I know people can debate that he's probably better than maybe what we have, especially at right back, because he's done so well at Villarreal at right back. But I just still think that he wasn't built for the Premier League. I just don't think that he was. I don't think he was built for the Premier League. I think Spain suits him a lot. A bit like I would say Harry Winks would probably do a lot better in Spain than he would do in the Premier League. But yeah, I think it's a good move for him. I think it's a good bit of business.
I'm sorry, Franco. I've just cut off your head for a minute. But Juan Foyth, Europa League champion. I mean, he's another player that's left Spurs and won a trophy straight away.
I mean, they all leave Spurs, don't they, and win trophies? So I mean, it's not hard. Everyone does.
Jamie, hit me with it. What do you think, and what's your favourite memory of Juan in a Spurs shirt?
I think he needed at least 2-year loan spell and then maybe come back. I don't think we should have sold him straight away. I think favourite memory. Maybe him scoring that goal. Was it against Crystal Palace, the header?
You've 100% just seen that in the comments, haven't you?
No, I didn't see that. I wasn't looking at that. But, that header, I think. Yeah, that one. That's what I've got.
Franco.
We didn't really get to see him that much, did we?
No.
Franco, what did you think of Juan?
I felt a bit bad for Juan, really. I feel like he's another one of these players that if he'd gone to a slightly lesser club where he could have got regular football, he might have come on a bit. But he's like one of these players where we take a punt, but then they never get picked and they never get played. And even in European competition, he didn't play that often. And it's that thing, is it, where we think we'll just play these players in the Europa and that will get them game time. But they're playing with a load of other players who don't regularly play. So it's never like a real getting into the team type situation. They're not playing with the best players we've got. It's very difficult for them to shine. But it's just in that sense, it's a classic Levy signing. It's a punt on a young player. We ended up selling on a few years later. We made money on them, and they'll probably go on, and like Danny said, to win more things, I guess, at clubs. And it's difficult because you didn't, as a right back, you don't really have the most exciting times or highlights to a football club. I just like the fact that he wasn't afraid to do a Cruyff turn on the edge of his box. In the same respect, I hate that. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a terrible thing to do, but I find it quite funny that he was that sort of player.
Do you know what, Franco? I think Daniel Levy's probably gutted the way it turned out, purely the fact that he had such a good season. I bet he regrets putting that release clause in, or that clause in the contract that was only 13.5 million. I reckon he probably would have thought he could have got a bit more out of it, but there you go. Every quid that he misses out on, he's gutted about. You know it. Of course he is.
Guys, Silent Dove Pictures again with another super chat. Thank you, Silent Dove Pictures. We appreciate all these super chats you're putting in.
Big up Silent Dove Pictures.
Yeah, happiness can be found even in the darkest of times. Sounds like Harry Potter quote to me. if one only remembers the time, that is definitely a Harry Potter quote. Albus Dumbledore, big up Albus. Right back to unhappier times. Transfer window, obviously the transfer window, guys. Obviously we'll come back to that, Silent Dove, because I'll get everyone to rate transfer window once we've said goodbye to those that have gone, but we'll definitely come back to your super chat. So going on to the next one, let me just find the right thing again. There we go. Right, Toby. So Toby's obviously gone to Al Dahal for. When I looked at Transfer Market, it said 10 million. I know that the figures varied depending on the source, but he joined Spurs for 14.5 million. He's made 243 appearances and he scored 9 goals. So Danny, again, favourite Toby moment, and how do you feel about him moving on to pastures new?
Favourite Toby moment. He had a lot of good moments. I'm trying to. It's just hard to think. I quite like the one last season when he scored the goal against Arsenal to win the North London derby.
Ah, beautiful.
That was a great one for Toby to win the North London derby. My memory is terrible, honestly. I have to really look back and see, but he had a lot of good moments. But I think overall he's one of my favourite ever centre backs to play for Spurs. Unbelievable when he was in his prime. I know he's lost his legs over the last couple of years, but he's still one of the best defenders. He still probably was the best defender we had last season as well. It's a shame he's gone, but I think it was time, because I think it looked like he wanted to leave at the end of Poch's tenure until Jose came in. Obviously, he wanted to play for Jose, so then he signed an extension because Jose's there. And as soon as Jose went, I think that he thought, right, my time's done now, and I think he wanted to just try something different. And obviously earn as much as he could before he goes back to the Netherlands or Belgium. So I think when a player doesn't want to be at the club anymore, I think you just got to move him on. And I know people might say Harry Kane, but that's a different story. But yeah, I think if that is the roundabout, the price is good. It's a good deal for someone who's 32, 33, getting on a bit in his age. So I think it needed to be done. So we had to start the rebuild, and this is one of the players that needed to go, to be honest.
Yeah, and he wanted to go as well. Just to come in with a Foyth favourite memory. Foyth getting sent off after less than a minute as a sub against Bournemouth.
I remember that.
That memory overrides everything else he did at Spurs. Thank you, Depp in the spotlight. That's yeah. I mean, that sums up Juan Foyth at Tottenham quite well, I think. Jamie, Toby, talk to me. What do you think? What's your favourite memory? And are you happy he's gone, or mixed emotions?
Mixed emotions. I love Toby. I thought he was a brilliant centre back. Him and Vertonghen were the best centre backs we had. I got 3 favourite moments for his. I think his first goal was against Man City, his header. When I think we beat them. What was it? 4-something. 4-1. Yeah.
4-1.
The tackle he did against Aubameyang in the Champions League when he got his pace from somewhere and tackled him in the box.
Oh, the Dortmund one.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's that one.
That game was sick. Yeah, I remember. That was a brilliant one.
And then of the Lord of the Pings against Chelsea, we done that long ball to Delhi and we scored. Did we won? We won 2-0, wasn't it, at Chelsea? Was it 2-1?
Oh,
I can't remember.
Was it the one in the Premier League or the one in the League Cup?
I think it was Premier League. Delhi scored because Toby done a long ball, and I think Delhi started it away. His first touch and then bang.
No, that wasn't Toby. That was Dyer who did that ball.
Was it Dyer?
It was Dyer that did that ball.
Oh, we've got two favourite Toby moments.
So
are you talking about the one we won? Was it 3-1 or something at Stamford Bridge? We hadn't won there for like 20 years.
That's the one.
that was Dyer. Yeah, Delhi scored 2 goals in that game. I think he did.
That's right. Well, 2 then. I got 2 favourite moments.
Do you know why I remember that? Because I always remember, why can't Dyer do that every game? Like,
and then he does.
Yeah, because it was Toby-esque. It was literally Toby. It was like, what a ball.
Bringing Foyth back to the front here. I know HG and Davo would love this. So Foyth, if Lamela was a defender.
It's the Argentinian's fire in his belly, isn't it?
Franco, Toby Alderweireld. Are you like Dave and have a big man crush on Toby, or are you sort of another one that thinks, it's probably the right time for the Belgian beast to go on to Qatar and enjoy the sun?
No, I would have been quite happy if he'd have played out his final years at Spurs, to be fair. I can understand why he'd want to do it. It's much nicer weather. And I'm sure he's paid quite well, etc. And he's going to get regular game time. But I just think we could have done with him for this season just one more. And I wasn't expecting him to go, if I'm honest. It was quite a shock to me that he did. So I'm a little guy, but we got decent money for him. Again, it's a classic Levy thing. You're probably looking at like the 5 million less we would have got last year and thinking, right, I'll get rid of him now. But and I love the fact that he's still tweeting about us, and we're obviously an important club to him. He's probably a player that deserved to win a lot more as a professional footballer than he did. I know him and Jan won stuff early in their careers, but it's like those two, the fact that they gave so many years of their career to Spurs, we can only be like really happy about that. And a bit sad to see him go. My favourite moment was him. One of them, you've named loads, but there's another one where he out jumps Andy Carroll for a corner when we beat West Ham. I think it was like 4-0, 4-1, something like that. He always got like his long pass. I mean, he mainly made another one to Delhi against West Brom, was it? Something like that. I think he scored one of those goals.
Yeah, I remember that one.
It was Delhi scored about 3 of them because he scored the one against. Was the one against Everton?
One against Everton.
Everton was that Alderweireld?
Yeah,
so
like,
that's almost like one of our trademark goals was a long ball from Alderweireld. So I'll miss those as well.
Yeah, definitely.
So, Toby, Lord of the Pings. Before we move on to our next person we're saying goodbye to, we've got 215 people watching and only 143 likes. Please, everyone, please hit that like button, subscribe, super chats if you really want to guarantee your comments be read out. Obviously, we'll try and get to as many comments as we can, but obviously it's very busy in that chat today, so you can guarantee getting your comment read out with a super chat. But on to the next one. And we've got Musa Sissoko.
Oh, God.
So he's gone to Watford for an undisclosed fee. I believe it's around £3 million. Joined Spurs for a criminal £31.5 million. Made 202 appearances and scored just 5 goals. In 202 appearances, he probably sent 400 shots into the height of the stadium.
Well, he did one at the weekend already, hasn't he?
I was facing him, so I was thinking I could have got it.
It nearly hit my other half in the face. I was sat in the south stand, he was sat in the north stand, and I could see him. He was sat in Caller's seat, and I could see him from where I was, and he shot, and I was like, "Oh, that was close." But Danny, Musa Sissoko, what do you think of him going? What's your favourite memory?
I'm very glad he's gone. Right, I'm absolutely ecstatic that he's gone because he needed to go. Look, if I'm being honest, he was one of my favourite players in that Champions League run season. He was vital for us in that season. Unbelievable. Like he stepped up like 3 levels that season, and I think it was our player of the season, I think, that year as well.
Legends player of the season.
Yeah. So for me, that was just, I know 30 million was a criminal fee as well, but he was crucial to our history in terms of getting to the final, and we never had been in a Champions League final, so that will always be a great sort of memory. Shame we didn't win it, of course, but he was vital to that. So I always thank him for that, and I just hope for the best for him. But I mean, he just wasn't good enough. I mean, come on, let's be real. Four out of those 5 years, he was awful. I mean, Sissoko. Don't get me wrong, there were games where he was brilliant. There were games, but it wasn't enough. Like when you compare him to Moussa Dembele or Wanyama, even. There's no comparison. There's just no like he was an engine. He was an engine at times, not all the time. But he was so limited to what he could do. And last season, when he stopped the running, he offered absolutely nothing. Like in the first 11 games, when we were playing, basically, we were playing like 6 players in defense, and then we just played the attackers. We played Kane and Son up front, basically. And then you had that's kind of like the way we played, really. And he was really good, effective for 11 games, like they all were, until they all sort of had a mentality breakdown. But yeah, look, I'm just glad he's gone, to be honest. I think he was part of that sort of Deadwood bunch. I think he was also part of the mentality issues we had at Spurs. I think he's apparently a big influence in the changing room. And yeah, we needed him to go, to be honest. And I think he's at a club where he'll do he'll do all right. So good luck to him.
Definitely. Jamie, what do you think?
I'm glad he's gone. I'm glad he got a decent reception when we played them the other day.
Yeah.
Because no one booed him, which was good. But, God, moments. I mean, the only thing that annoys me is when we could have went 2-0 at Anfield and he was basically 1-on-1 and shot it into the galaxy. That day that still irritates me because we ended up losing 2-1, didn't we? Mm-hmm. So no, I don't know. I'm glad he's gone. And it's like Danny said, I think he was part of the problem in the dressing room because you got him, Serge, and Ndombele, and I think they're the issues that was making the squad the way it was.
Yeah.
So yeah, good riddance to him. Hopefully Serge is next. We've only got 3 hours to go, so we never know.
I'm keeping an eye. I've got Sky Sports right in front of me, so I'm keeping an eye to see if anything breaking comes up. But
I've got the same. I've got it on there. I've got notifications on.
Have you seen? There's a Kane statement that's just come out as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to read it, but it disappeared from the bloody thing.
Oh, really?
Kane
I can read it out if you want me to.
Yeah, Sam, we'll come back to your comment, but yeah, hit me with the Kane statement. What's it say?
So Harry Kane, basically, it says here, Harry Kane feels his conscience is clear after the transfer saga ended with him staying at Tottenham. When asked if he fears the transfer saga has tarnished his reputation, he says, "No, I don't think so. I think anyone involved in the football industry knows the ins and outs. I was quite calm with the situation, but when you're in it and you know the truth, your conscience is clear. There's always going to be noise. My whole career, I've had ups and downs from when I'm young to where I am. That's just part and parcel of it. Sorry. A lot of people that know me will say I'm a professional athlete who's dedicated my life to this game, and that's what I'll continue to do. I'll look forward now. The aim has always been to win silver with Tottenham, and it's been that aim every year."
Interesting. Franco, what do you think of that?
So Seb's done a translation, which is "my idiot brother fucked it up, so now I'm here. I better make the most of it."
That's the best way. That's the one.
Brilliant.
That's pretty much it, isn't it? I don't know. He's trying to rebuild a couple of these bridges. He might come out of it at the end, and we might hear more of it, I guess, when his career's over. But look, we all know he wanted to leave. Yeah. So I don't know why he's pretending he didn't. And it's fine. Yeah, you can say he's always been committed to Spurs, and he has. Nothing he's saying is untrue.
Yeah.
But I think people have pointed out that he's not really performed when it's come down to the important finals. So his aspirations might always be to win with Spurs, but maybe if he just turned up in those games, we might have done a little bit.
We could have had 3 cups. We could have had 3 trophies if he had his shooting boots on. But
Yeah.
We'll get on to Harry Kane a little later in the show, but back to Moussa Sissoko, Sam Fisher's Sissoko memory, the unfortunate penalty in the Champions League final, the image is ingrained in my memory. Shame he is a really man. Franco, do you want to tell us about Patreon? Because obviously Sam's one of our patrons, and then do you want to tell us about Moussa Sissoko and what your thoughts are?
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so like a lot of people, we've got a Patreon. It's patreon.com/the Cheese Room podcast. And we have a group chat where we basically all of our patrons and the main podders are in there chatting football on a daily, minute-by-minute basis about all things Spurs and lots of other stuff as well. And we are going to offer some specialist merch just for Patreons, as well as some additional content, which we're slacking with a bit, but because we're doing so much just regular content. But there will be special, just, we're going to do some interviews with ex-players and stuff like that and make that for Patreons only. And as well as that, there's prizes for our patrons. So when you're part of it, we're doing like a prediction league, we've got the fantasy football, and we do regular little giveaways. So we're going to give something back to the patrons and make it like a proper community feel. So if you want to get involved, patreon.com/the Cheese Room podcast. As for Moussa, yeah, like it's one of those ones, isn't it? We thought we were getting a completely different player to what we did. He was playing on the right wing. We got him. Poch tried to play him there. It was really weird. He didn't look like a winger at all for us. And then he kind of became a bit more of a solid midfield enforcer at Spurs, and obviously sort of more of the sort of guy that seemed to be keeping a lot of it together. Like the French players looked up to him. And a lot of the players, the players that weren't French were saying that he's a real gentleman and he's a real presence in the dressing room, which is probably a worry to every single manager that came in. He wanted to probably get rid of him. But listen, the fact that he's gone is probably the right thing. I really think we need to get a replacement in, and with a couple of hours left, I don't think we're going to, which is a bit of a concern. But yeah, I wish him all the best. It's just a shame that he's a great athlete and a pretty average footballer.
Couldn't put it better myself, Franco. Next, we've got Mr. What's it called?
Mr. Shouty Longneck. Yeah.
Head and shoulders, right?
Mr. Head and shoulders above the rest, Joe Hart. That's it. Obviously, he's gone to Celtic for £1 million, so we've made £1 million profit. Joined Spurs for nothing. Made 10 appearances, and obviously he's not going to score because he's a goalkeeper, but. Danny, what did you know think?
What? I have to applaud Daniel Levy for getting £1 million for a player we got for free. He's like that old. I mean, it's unbelievable, really. Yeah,
audacious.
It's crazy. When I saw £1 million, I was like, Jesus, man, that is unbelievable business. That. So, I have to say, just good luck and good riddance, really. To be honest.
Jamie?
I mean, he loved organising bingo for the players. I heard. So, I mean, that's what he did. Bingo and the cricket in the dressing room and the training center and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean that's brilliant for someone we want as a keeper, really, isn't it? But yeah, just good riddance, to be honest.
I think he was good to have around the dressing room and not much else, weren't he? Jamie, tell me what you think.
Mine's pretty much the same. Like I was excited when he came in because obviously I have that experience of the younger players. But I think he'd done more Instagram posts than actually being on the Spurs pitch. So he did. It was like everyone was like checking the vibes. It was like, look at it. It was like, no, to get £1 million, like I think that deserves an award. So
definitely
fair play to Daniel.
Franco, do you think Daniel Levy deserves a little bit of credit for getting £1 million for a player that cost us nothing?
Oh yeah, obviously, but it's only £1 million, so who gives a shit? We've wasted plenty of money elsewhere. Yeah. We just talked about wasting £30 million pretty much. So I'm not going to say getting $1 million's decent, but Joe Hart, I was kind of on board with it. I thought, yeah, he's a leader. He's a very vocal guy, isn't he? But he's just turned into such an average goalkeeper. It's really weird. Yeah. Like even in those Europa games, I don't even think he made a mistake, but there was one or two you thought. He probably could have saved that.
Yeah.
And he didn't. He didn't fill us with confidence. There's a few where you think that he should catch that and he kind of like fumbled it. You just thought he's lost all of his confidence. I don't understand how he's gone from being, an elite goalkeeper, representing the country, playing at the best team in the country at the time, and such a fall from grace, all because he wasn't good enough at passing the ball out for Pep.
Yeah.
Really strange. But Yeah, how do I feel about him? I felt that it was it's a transfer that we didn't really need to do because he just meant that Gazzaniga didn't get in there, and we've got a few young keepers that are coming through that could have been given an opportunity. And I think he played. Did he play in the league last year? Maybe once or twice. I don't even know if he did.
I don't think he did. I think
No,
it was
I
all
don't think he did.
Europa.
Yeah,
it was all Europas. So we didn't even really need him. Some other young kid could have been playing in the Europa. So it was a bit of a strange transfer. I don't know if he added much, but cheers, and we've made £1 million.
So Aidan's made a good point here. Don't forget he had the world's worst social media team thinking we'd beaten Zagreb.
I remember that. Sorry, guys. New admin.
Good result. And we'd just crashed out of the Europa League to Zagreb, who had a manager in jail. So
yeah,
I think that's probably Joe Hart's highlight, and
it's
it's not a very good one.
No.
Next, we're going on to Danny Rose, right? Danny, talk to me.
I think he should have gone a while ago. Look, for me, Danny Rose, he's always had bad injury problems. I think his highlight was obviously the 2016-17 season when obviously we had the two best fullbacks in Europe, in my opinion. And yeah, when he was with Walker and they were bombing down those wings, they were just phenomenal to watch. But again, his fall from grace was quite shocking as well. I know he had his problems as well and his injuries, but I can't remember which injury it was that really kind of completely fucked his career up. But I can't remember when it was. But there was one injury that really just stopped his sort of Tottenham career really, and then he never was the same again after that. So shame, but look, he should have gone 2 years ago, to be honest. But it is what it is, and yeah, again, thank him for what he did, especially for what I think for me, watching some of the best football I've seen at White Hart Lane. And yeah, it was great to watch, very entertaining. Go unbeaten in the season at White Hart Lane was just phenomenal. And yeah, shame we couldn't top it off with a Premier League title that season. But yeah, good luck to him. I think Watford will be good move for him, and yeah, all the best, really.
What's your favourite Danny Rose memory?
It's got to be that Arsenal goal, isn't it? It's got to be his debut goal. There's nothing better than that. That was just unbelievable. I remember sitting at home. I was at home then watching that game, and I just remember like, what the fuck? That's just gone in. I was going absolutely mental. But yeah, that can't be topped. I don't think you can top that Danny Rose moment.
No. Jamie, what are your thoughts?
It's pretty much everything Danny said. It's like when he had Walker, they were competitive. They wanted to outdo each other, and that was his best season. I think when Walker left, I think that's when Danny should have gone as well, because it kind of ruined a little bit of his reputation. But I've got nothing bad to say about the guy. I think he's Spurs through and through. So yeah, I think he was a good guy, and like the reception he got on Sunday was amazing. Yeah. So yeah, the goal is obviously it's against Arsenal. You can't top that. Right. And but I saw on Instagram when Lamela did that little trick, and you see his face in the background. I was like, how did you get nutmeg that guy? I can't remember what team it was. But yeah, no, I love Danny Rose. Good luck to him at Watford. I hope he actually starts to play though.
100%. Franco?
Yeah, just reiterate what the guys have said. I mean, it's just the fact that those days when the ball went out wide to your fullback, you were genuinely excited that you were on a break. Do you know what I mean? We haven't had that for a while now. And, the fact his willingness to take players on and just the confidence that he had for that, season or two were phenomenal. It's funny as well, because when you score a goal like that in your debut, you also realise that every single time you get the ball on the edge of the box the rest of your life, the crowd are going to start shouting shoot. So doing that every single time you got the ball near the goal was quite funny. But yeah, I feel sorry for him the way things have gone, because he's obviously the sort of guy that wears his heart on his sleeve and says what he thinks, and that's not necessarily the brightest thing to do when you're dealing with someone like Daniel Levy. So he's probably learned lessons from that, but I hope he gets to sort of go and spend time back with his family and enjoys the rest of his life. That's the thing. It's like he's probably got a few years left in football. I'm not sure that Watford was necessarily a decent move for him if he was looking to sort of be near family. So it would have been nice for him to get a move up north. Yeah. And hopefully he does, and he plays out his career sort of like in the final few years up north where he wants to be.
Perfect. And Terry's just come in and said Rose's knee problem unfortunately ended his career prematurely. Fantastic career before the knee injury.
Yeah,
so
that's what I said, yeah. 100%.
Definitely. Oh God, what am I doing? Next up is everyone's favourite Argentinian, Eric Lamela. So this is probably going to be a bit controversial because I absolutely love Eric Lamela. I was a bit sad when he went. Obviously, he's gone to Sevilla as part of the deal for Bryan Gil, joined Spurs for 27 million, made 257 appearances with 37 goals, 2 of which were Rabonas. Danny, were you a Lamela fan or a Lamela outer?
I wanted him out. But like look, the thing is, what I loved about Eric Lamela, right, was his passion and desire. Like he would always give everything for the badge, and that's one thing you always love to see. Is any fan from any club, you always want to see your player give everything for the badge, and he always did that, and that's one thing I always appreciate from him. And obviously he had his games, he had some blinders at times, and sometimes he did make a lot of impact from the bench. A lot of times he did, but just he was a good utility player, like a squad player. But the problem is, we most 90% of the time he was injured. So he had 17 goals in the Premier League in 7 years. I mean, that is just ridiculous. It's insane. It is madness. So I mean, for a winger who you pay £30 million for, which again, the price tag is not his fault. It's just a shame he couldn't keep fit and stay clear of injuries. But I think for me, I'm glad we managed to get Bryan Gil out of the deal that we did. I think he's going to be a brilliant player for the future. Even for now, I think it'll be a great asset to our squad, and bring something different, in a way similar to what Lamela brought us. Maybe not the same shithousery, because he was a shithousery expert. He was. So yeah, I mean, I did love some moments. I mean, I loved even last season. I loved I used to love Eric Lamela's just shithousery in general, to be honest with you. I mean, the Battle of the Bridge was a brilliant occasion for him. Even last season, the little dives he used to do with Anthony Martial, getting Anthony Martial sent off, absolutely brilliant. Changed the game even more for us, even though we were dominating that game. Yeah, obviously the Rabona gets Arsenal, even though we lost that. Shame we couldn't win that one. But yeah, I mean, I think he should have gone a couple of years ago, if you want my honest opinion. That's how I see it. The problem is, you can have all the passion in the world, like I said, you can have all the talent in the world, you can give all the best, but you need to be a top level footballer to compete for like a top 4 team. You need to have a bit of everything. You need to have the mentality, you need to have the consistency, and you need to have the ability. So he had the drive and the determination, but he lacked in other things, and that's the problem. That's why I think he didn't do as good as he could have done. And again, it was the injuries, massive problem. Sir Alex Ferguson, I can never remember the exact quote, but he said something on the lines of, if there's a player who's injured who you can't use, then he's not worth being in your team, kind of thing. It was something on those lines. It was like, there's no point having a player injured that you can't in your squad that you can't use, get rid of him, sort of thing. And I completely agree with it. What's the point of having someone in your squad, paying them 90 grand a week or whatever it was, wasting money on wages when he's on the treatment table most of the time? It's just, there's no point. So yeah, it feels a good move for him. I mean, he's already scored a chunk of percentage of goals that he's scored already at Sevilla in 3 games that he scored just now, isn't he? 3 goals already. I mean, yeah, it's crazy, but more than what last season in the Premier League. But anyway,
one of them was with his right foot as well.
Oh, don't just
think if he still had him, we would have scored 6 goals instead of 3.
Do you know what I mean? Oh god,
Jamie, what do you think? What's your favourite Eric Lamela moment?
Well, first off, like when we signed him, I was excited because he did well for Roma, and then we got in, and then it just didn't work out. It was kind of like the Ndombele situation, homesick. You couldn't get used to the Premier League, and how long was he with us? 7 years, something like that.
Yeah, 7 years.
So it's a shame it didn't work out. But the only time I can remember is the goals he scored is probably in the Champions League, the Rabona, and then obviously the one against Arsenal as well. No, I like Lamela. He would play in any position because he wanted to win for the team. But it's just injury he was out pretty much the whole season with that hip injury, wasn't he? So
Yeah.
it's just a shame it didn't work out. I wouldn't mind him staying, but he was getting on a little bit, and we've got an excellent project in Gil, so I think he's going to be the next big thing.
100%. Franco?
Yeah, I mean, I was a big Lamela fan almost in the end, ironically, because, everyone else hated him so much. But I just loved the fact that he really became part of the team and he loved Spurs so much. And I love all players that do that, especially foreign players, because, it's just so frustrating that he scored 15 goals in the season before he joined us. And like Danny said, he managed to score 17 in the next 8 seasons for us. You're just like, clearly not the player we thought he was going to be. But there was still plenty of nutmegs and dark arts along the way for us to enjoy. And he was that sort of player. It's just always the last ball, wasn't he? He could take on like 2 men in the middle of the pitch, run the length of the pitch. There'd be two perfect options on, and he'd fluff one of them up.
He was the ball roll specialist, wasn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Or he'd do too many, rolls with the ball. But I think we've got to respect the fact that Lamela was such a Spurs man that even though he wanted to stay at Spurs at the end, he decided to go to Seville in a deal that helped us out get the player we want. Yeah. Because these swap deals aren't regular. They're not something that happens all the time because you've got to have both players wanting to do it. And the fact that he's just like, all right, I'll go to the south of Spain and, do the next couple of years there is testament to how much of a Spurs guy he is, because I don't think that would have been his first choice, but he's got to go and do it. So respecting that as well. And I was a little bit sad to see him go, but I agree, like we should have got rid a long time ago, really.
My favourite Eric Lamela moment, and it's still my my header on Twitter, is when he called Jack Wilshere a pussy and basically ended his career. Jack Wilshere was never the same after that. So
we had to retire, didn't he?
Is he in the Serie B now or something? Like he's playing for a team in Serie B or training for a team in Serie B?
He's training at a team in Serie B, Serie B, but they've said they don't want to sign him. So
brilliant.
So, big up Eric Lamela for basically ending Jack Wilshere.
Brilliant.
And we're on to the last one, which is Paulo Gazzaniga. Obviously, he's gone to Fulham on a free because he was at the end of his contract. He joined from Southampton for 900k, 37 appearances for the club. Danny, what did you think of Gazzaniga? And do you think it was unfair for us to ship him out on loan and get Joe Hart in? I know it's quite controversial.
Yeah, I mean, I know why they did it for the homegrown quota because they needed to get the numbers up as well. That was another thing why they did it. Personally, I would have preferred Gazzaniga because I think he's a far better keeper than Joe Hart. Yeah, I did like Gazzaniga. I didn't think he wasn't the great. I didn't think he was that bad. But in that season where Hugo Lloris got his, where he dislocated his arm or his wrist or whatever it was, he broke his wrist and he was out for a long period. When he was pretty much our replacement number one keeper, a lot of times he made a lot of mistakes in games and he cost us a lot of points. Like I just remember that flying kick against Chelsea in the Chelsea game. And that was one of them. And in the Liverpool game, the 2 goals they scored against us was his mistakes. And it's like we could have won that game if he didn't make those mistakes. And it's like there was quite a few games in the Premier League season where he did mistakes that cost us. So I don't think he was good enough. So I didn't mind him going, to be honest with you. So yeah, it didn't really bother me whether he stayed or went, to be honest. But I think Gollini's much better than him. So yeah, it's a win-win really.
Cool. Jamie, what did you think of Paulo?
I remember when he left, a lot of the girl followers on my Twitter were gutted because like, oh my god, the most beautiful man has left our club. His eyes. I was like, oh my god. No. I think he should have stayed as well. I think we didn't have to bring in Joe Hart. But as like Danny said, he did make stupid mistakes, which are like easy ones to catch the ball and just drop it or go underneath him. A bit like Taibbi at Old Trafford. So no, I hope he does well at Fulham. I think they're top of the table. I've not really been focusing on the league over there, but no, good luck to him. And I'm kind of glad he's gone. We've got Gollini now, so he'll be the new number 1 at Spurs next season if Lloris doesn't sign. So the future's looking good.
Guys, we've got some breaking news. Bournemouth have signed Ryan Christie from Celtic.
Was that a guy from Derby? No, was it? That was Malcolm Christie.
No, yeah, that was I can't even remember Ryan Christie.
I don't know. That's a bit crap. That's crap breaking news, ain't it? But it's breaking news nonetheless. So.
Well, there was breaking news earlier. Jules Condé's not going to Chelsea now.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
And
that's great news.
And Barcelona are selling
Griezmann
to Atletico. So
they're
they're in a bit of a puddle, aren't they?
Franco. Gazzaniga, saying goodbye to Gazzaniga is better than Bournemouth signing Ryan Christie in the So tell me your thoughts on Paulo.
Yeah, I don't really care, if I'm honest. He didn't really, he didn't play. He didn't really play a huge amount. And yes, I mean, I still find myself transfixed looking into his eyes now, even though it's really small on my screen. He is one attractive man. But I mean, that's it. Apart from that, I'm not really too bothered. He did quite well in some games, and like the guy said, he made mistakes in others. So I don't think he was ever going to be an elite level goalkeeper or replace Hugo or anything like that. So it's that weird life for like a backup goalkeeper, isn't it? Because even our current manager, that was pretty much his career, was mostly a backup goalkeeper. And so all you do is spend a lot of time just being ready to play. But then as soon as that first choice goalkeeper is ready, you're back out again. And that's the same with Gazza. I don't think he's ever going to make it to be a first choice at the top level. So I think it's probably best for him to move on. And he has. So yeah, he'll be forgotten.
Where did we buy him from? I can't remember where we got it from.
Southampton,
yeah.
Oh, we like doing business with him.
But even then, he was a reserve goalkeeper there. It's just one of those things, isn't it? He was. I think he probably became friends with Poch when he was there, or at least knew him. And he's from the same town as Poch, isn't he? So there's that connection. But as soon as Poch went, I just assumed he would go as well. So the fact he stuck around for a bit longer was maybe a surprise.
Yeah.
Well,
had a good run.
It's been emotional saying goodbye to those that have left us. But anyway, on to shiny new toys now. We haven't really spoken about, obviously, the guests are changing throughout the show tonight, guys. So we're going to talk about the signings we have made again, and I'm going to get you all to rate them 1 to 10. So
Okay.
It's already been 2 hours, and I'm like, who have we signed this summer?
I'm constantly on my phone checking, like nothing's happening.
Are you keeping hydrated, Shan? Have you got some snacks as well? That's the thing I'm worried about you now.
I've got my gin.
Okay.
I've got a bag of
That's
snacks.
Hydration. Yeah.
Great hydration.
I'm good.
You
But
need
I'm
some
pacing
energy drinks.
myself.
Okay, good.
Okay, so right, yeah, Bryan Gil, 22.5 million plus Lamela from Sevilla. Jamie, I'm going to come to you first. What do you think of Bryan Gil so far, and what would you rate him out of 10?
I had to do a Danny Rose when we got him because I didn't even know who he was. But I was there for his game against Pacos at the Lane, and I thought he had an amazing game. I thought he was incredible. The runs off the ball I just thought it was beautiful. It was like Cruyff-esque kind of thing. But I don't know. We can't really rate him because he played 4 minutes against Watford. I don't think he even touched the ball, did he? So from now, I'm just going to give him I'm going to be generous and say 6 because we're not really seeing him properly play in the league. Pacos is Pacos, so you can't really say that, can it's part time.
You're a tough crowd, you are, aren't you? Tough crowd. Franco, what do you think of Bryan so far?
I'll do one up and give him a 7 because I think it makes a change from signing French wingers that never turn into anything. The fact,
don't.
the fact that he looks quite exciting and he's willing to take a man on is what we need. You compare him to someone like Cesc, who's a similar age, and I think he's got more about him, and I think he's potentially going to be a decent signing. It's quite a bit of money to pay out for him, but it just seems like at the moment, unless you're one of like the proper elite, like top 4 or 5 richest clubs in the world who can go and buy the best elite level players, the rest of us are kind of taking a punt on players that have 1 or 2 good seasons, and I think that's it with him, with Reggie. They're players that have had a decent year, and we've just gone, right, we're going to have to strike while the iron's hot, even in Ndombele to a certain extent. So I think that there's plenty of promise there. I'm fairly happy with it, but again, he's young, so it's difficult to say whether he's going to make it. So I think a 7 for now is probably fair.
Danny, Bryan Gil.
Yeah, I'm going to go Franco. I'd probably say about a 7. And and I wouldn't give him any higher as much as I'd like to, purely for the fact we haven't seen enough of him yet.
Yeah.
Just from what we have seen of him, and again, like Jamie was saying, it was Pacos that he looked unreal, but just what you have seen of him, even in preseason, a little bit, and a bit of obviously his highlights, and a bit if you watched him actually last season. He's a very intelligent player. Like it's his runs off the ball. He just knows how to position himself. So, and he's got a wonder of a left foot. And what I love the most about him, which excites me, is that he's finally a player who actually is not scared to take on a man and to run at him. Like, I love players who run at people. That is one for me. That's how I play when I play football. I run at people, and I just love players who are not scared to run at people. Like someone like, do you know what? It frustrates me with someone like Steven Bergwijn, who doesn't run at people. The guy could do it if he wanted to, but he just doesn't run at players. And with Gil, he's just got no fear, and I love that. And I think if he can get used to the Premier League and then get used to the pace of it and get his fitness even sort of Premier League standard, and I think he could be a real talent. But again, it's also where they think his best position is, because he could play anywhere across that midfield. So I think he's good enough to play anywhere. I think number 10, he could play left wing, right wing. So yeah, I'm excited by him. I'm really excited by him. So for now, I'll give him a 7.
Yeah, and one thing to note from that Pacos game, whilst it was only Pacos, was that the ball he put across to Kane, he got in that position. And we get in that position lots of times, but it's the ball across is just a lot of the time is a hit and hope, or it's like a head down and cross it. But the fact that he looked up, saw Kane, found him.
Intelligence.
Yeah, and just, in him. He's got that in his game. So it looks like he is maybe slightly better than some of the players we've got there before.
Yeah. Do you know what? He could even shock a lot of us, and he could have like a Pedro Neto kind of season where his first season in Premier League, he just surprises everyone, because that's Pedro Neto's first season last season, properly last season. And obviously Nuno was the one who coached him, and he plays. Neto played with no fear. Like, he just doesn't have any fear. And also the similarities, not saying they're similar players, but it's the stamina. What I like about Hill is he just doesn't stop running. He just from what I've seen. So if he could do that in the Premier League, we're gonna have a hell of a player. I'll tell you that.
100%. So the next one is Pape Matar, obviously bought in for 15.2 million, back on loan to Metz for the season. Jamie, what do you think of this one? This is a bit of a gamble, do you think?
It is, because I haven't got a clue. I haven't got a clue who he was. I'm not gonna lie. But I've only heard good things about him, and saying how promising he has been for Metz. So I don't really want to rate it, because I haven't got a clue about the kid, so it'd be a bit harsh. So, but no, I'm looking forward to it. I just wish it was this season, because that's when we need the bodies. Yeah. So we could have just chucked him in just for the conference games, just to give him a go.
Yeah.
But
definitely.
I'm gonna have to say I can't rate this person because I don't know him. Sorry.
All I know is that I don't know if it was I think it was probably Paratici and Hitchin met with their chairman, and they were meant to also meet with Chelsea and Manchester City, and they were so impressed with Spurs that they didn't want to negotiate with anyone else. So that in itself is probably there's a first time for everything, should we say. Franco, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, it's always interesting when a player that young has already played for their international team, and I know it's Senegal, but it's a good sign that he's at the age of 18. He's willing to step up and able to step up to that level. I haven't seen him play at all, I'll be honest as well. But again, it's just exactly the same as I said in the last one about Bryan, is that you've got to sometimes take a punt on these young players, and it's not a huge outlay, but he is very young, so I can't see him getting in straight away next year at all. Like, you look at Skip looks like he might have been ready a few years back, but he needed a season playing for Norwich and to really prove that he could cut it that level. So I think the loan back makes perfect sense. Give him another year and then start integrating him. But it's difficult to get excited about a player which I can't really see him playing for a few seasons as yet. But I'll be watching him very very closely this year to see what we've got.
Cool.
So
Danny?
a number 6. Give him a 6.
6. Danny, what do you think?
Yeah,
Building for the future with this one.
Yeah, definitely. This is one for the future. I'd probably say a 6 as well. I mean, I haven't watched him actively in terms of like a game by game, so I can't again give the best opinion or analysis of him. But I'm only giving it based on what I've read and what I've seen and heard about him. And he looks like he could be a very, very promising player for us if he can fulfill his potential. Again, it's like Franco's saying, it's another one we've taken a punt on, and we hope this guy can fulfill his potential. So it's a wait and see. But yeah, what I have seen of him, or what I've read of him, sorry, he seems kind of like the kind of modern day sort of powerhouse midfielder you want in your team. So a lot of people saying he could be even technically better than Pogba from what I've read, and some people are saying he could have that potential to be technically better than Pogba, which is a statement in itself. But I mean, we won't know until we start seeing him play, so we can't really fully judge him unless you're like a Mets fan who's watched him day in, day out, and you can see what he's like. And obviously the Premier League is a different kettle of fish, so yeah, we've just got to wait and see what happens. But it's promising that they're signing sort of the most promising youngsters around, and that like I said earlier on the stream, it's the first time I've seen like us actually have a vision for years, or kind of like a path of where we want to go or what we want to do. And you can see they're starting to do that by buying these kind of really highly rated youngsters, which is what we did before, which is why we got to where we did with Poch.
Yeah, I agree. One of my not criticisms, but it's just the Spurs youth has produced a load of functional centre midfielders over the years.
Yeah.
Even you go back to Tom Carroll and players.
Mason even.
Yeah, Mason. They weren't ever that sort of player that would really take the game by the scruff of the neck and drive the ball forward. No. And we've got Alfie Devine, I think, looks like, we brought him in from another youth, but, he's going to spend a good few years in the academy.
Liverpool's youth, wasn't he? He was Liverpool's youth.
I think, wasn't it before that? Wasn't he Huddersfield or something like that? Hull? Can't remember.
Wigan, I think.
Wigan, there we go. Somewhere up north.
Didn't he get released from Liverpool?
I think he was at Liverpool when he was younger, and then he was at Wigan. We got him from there. But, we got a player there, and I thought, fine, because you got Harvey White, who, again, seems like another functional midfielder.
Yeah.
Like, technically quite good, but he's quite able to sit back and move the ball around.
Do you guys remember Alex Pritchard as well?
Yeah. Pritchard was a bit more attacking. Pritchard was a bit more exciting, but then, went to Norwich, didn't he? And then we just kind of got rid, never really made it. But I just think the fact that we're obviously looking at that and thinking we need to get in a young midfielder who's going to come through and have a bit more about him. And I'm hoping that Pape Sarr does. If he's being likened to Pogba, then great.
Well, it's more like his technical ability, but he's not the Pogba type player. He's more that kind of defensive midfielder. So from what I've read anyway, it's just what I've read on reports on him and stuff like that, and people analyzing his game and stuff. But he's definitely more of a box to box midfielder kind of. Yeah. But he's very more on the defensive side of the game. That's what he focuses on. So it's kind of what we needed this season, to be honest. But like I said, I would have loved him this season. I really would have loved him this season. It would have been good to have him in the Conference League games. But it's one for the future. So we'll see how that goes.
Jamie, I know you've got to shoot. Do you want to just give us some last words and then tell us where we can find you as well?
Yeah, make sure you guys like and subscribe to this channel. Shan's done an amazing job. So, and Danny and Franco, I've just met you guys really today. So, big up to you guys. So my channel called Talking Tottenham TV is nearly 2 months old now, I believe. So 20 away from 500 subscribers. So if you guys want to come over, I try and put as much content as I can out. Obviously, work's getting in the way, which is pretty annoying. So, come over, see some of my stuff. I will be doing a live stream tomorrow. So, Shan, I'm going to try and get you on to do the recap of the thing. And
definitely.
Just send random messages out so it gets people to come on. But anyway, I have to shoot because I've got to go on another channel called Tottenham Away. So it's my third channel in a space of 3 hours.
Listen, Stelios started this nonsense. It's Stelios' fault. I've got no problem with him. I don't even know the guy.
I have no idea what's going on, but I'm just being nice. Anyway,
all right. Tell him we said hi.
That's it.
Thank you so much. Make sure you like and subscribe, guys.
Tell Stel to say hello.
Yeah, tell him we
send our love.
Tell him Danny said piss off Stel.
Not a problem. I can say it. I'll write it all down. It's not a problem. Cheers.
And also,
see you later.
I know we're losing Franco, but as we lose Franco, we gain the caller.
There he is. There he is.
I've been added to the show. That's a first.
I'll let you in.
How you all doing? You all right? Shan, I can see it's going well. You're doing an absolutely smashing job.
Yeah, we don't need you anymore, caller. Sorry, mate.
Who asked you?
In the words of Alan Sugar, you're fired.
He had some good transfer deadlines day for us, didn't he? Mr. Sugar.
But yeah, Franco, obviously it's been a pleasure to have you on the deadline day special.
Yeah, nice one.
I don't know if you want to tell the guys about football prizes and Patreon again before you go.
Yeah, just patreon.com/The Cheeseman Podcast. If you want to support us and get more involved and talk to us on a regular basis about football, then get involved in that. It's £3 a month, money well spent. But I'll leave you in the capable hands of Caller and Danny. And
I can't believe you're going. I've just got here, man. What's going on?
Take the hint, mate.
Or something.
Take the
it's
hint.
Because you're here, Caller. You just don't want to speak to
you. He wants to go now.
Yeah, no, I'm hoping that we sign somebody else in the next few hours, so you've got something to talk about. So fingers crossed that Paratici pulls something out of the bag.
Oh, we've got some breaking news, everyone. Breaking news. Celtic signed Benfica winger Jota on loan, and I don't think that's Diogo Jota. I think it's a different Jota. I don't know who it is, but they've signed him on loan. Breaking news here on transfer deadline day. I really hope it spices up a little bit soon.
Well, on that bombshell, I'm going. See you later.
Nice to meet you, Franco.
Nice to see
Nice
you.
one, Danny. Nice one.
Caller, how are
nice
you
one,
on this
Caller.
fine
Nice one,
Tuesday?
I'm good. I got home. Mrs. is a bit poorly at the moment, so she's going a bit mental looking after the 2-year-old, so Daisy. So I've been doing daddy duties basically, and then I had nothing to eat, so I had to go to the chip shop very quickly. So there's nothing in the house before I could find. But I did check in on you several times. I saw you guys completely under control. I thought, well, not really needed.
She's doing a brilliant job.
I'm not really
fantastic.
Not really needed here, you know. So
she can all do it by herself, then, Caller.
That's it, mate. That's it. What did I miss? What's cracking?
So far, we've obviously gone through all of. We're going through it again at the minute because obviously we've had quite a few people on the show so far. It's a bit of it's a 6-hour marathon. We've got loads of desks. We have no desks coming on, but we have got. Unfortunately, desk is long gone. We've got guests. And we're going through the transfers that we have done this summer, rating them out of 10. Unfortunately, we've just said goodbye to the likes of Moussa Sissoko and Eric Lamela. So I don't know if you've got any words that you want to add, any favourite memories of those that have departed us. Sadly,
departed from Spurs. Look, I'm really happy to see the back of Sissoko, if I'm being really honest. I never thought he was good enough. I've never seen a professional footballer with such a poor first touch. He used to literally bounce off his shin out of play. He couldn't control a football, and he was just put him in front of goal, and the crowd were under danger because he could hit it hard, just nowhere near the goal. And look, we saw that against Watford at the weekend, didn't we? When he was at his best, he could absolutely boss the midfield.
Yep.
Not often enough, not consistent enough. And ultimately, probably not good enough quality. And he was always a very strange signing from the word go because he was a Daniel Levy signing. He's one of those players where you go, Daniel Levy does spend money. But why on earth is he? Because 30 million when we bought Sissoko was probably like a £50 million transfer now in terms of cash. I mean, it was just a bit bizarre from the word go. I never rated the guy at Newcastle. I think he had one good game against us, and Levy was at that game and just went, on the back of that, he's buying, which is.
Well, you know why they bought him,
crazy.
don't you? Because they couldn't get the funny story behind it is that they wanted Ronaldo, but they didn't want to pay the 25 million that they wanted for Ronaldo. So then what happened was because they didn't get him in, Liverpool signed him. Obviously, Poch wanted him at the time. Liverpool signed him, and then on deadline day, because we hadn't signed the midfielder that we needed. The option was Sissoko, but because they offered it on a 5 million per year deal, on a structured deal, they didn't have to pay outright 25 million in one go. So they said, "Oh, perfect, we will do that then," and that's why we got Sissoko, and that was the end of it.
He's a bizarre one.
Yeah, it's bizarre, literally.
I'm just very glad we've seen the back of him, to be honest. Because as much as I respect him and I clapped him and sing, in the stadium at the weekend, there's only one, Moussa Sissoko and all the rest of it. I'm just disappointed that we persevered with him for so long, to be honest. He was at the club 5 years and he should have gone before. Speaking of people who should have gone long overdue, Eric Lamela, oh my God. So I'm a cult Eric Lamela fan in terms of, he served us well with distinction. Every time he stepped on the pitch, I have no doubt he gave 100% for the shirt. And that is what I will say about him. Yeah. And I love him for that. And, there were many moments where he amused me with his shithousery. You're thinking the Battle of the Bridge. I'm thinking when he got Martial sent off against United, when he called, what's his name, Fabregas a pussy. I think
Jack Wilshere, come on.
Sorry, Jack Wilshere. No, he did Fabregas as well. He did Fabregas as well.
Okay. He likes to ditch the Arsenal lot, doesn't he?
He's done them all. And I think he stood on someone's hand. Was it someone against Chelsea stood on the
Battle of the Bridge
game. Battle of the Bridge.
So I love him for all that stuff, but none of that is really football. That's like winding people up. And you can get much better people for that money. So ultimately, it will go down in history as a complete waste of money, really, because he had all the skill in the world, the Rabonas, the step. I've never seen a man do as many step overs as him. Amazing skill, but couldn't stay fit. And always wanted one touch too many. And it's just disappointing, really, because he's another player that will go down in our history that's never really fulfilled his potential or his transfer fee. But this is what I think is great about this window. I think we are clearing the dead wood. We are clearing the dead wood. So that's Sissoko gone, Lamela gone. Let's talk Toby. I was happy to see Toby go. Was he our best defender last season? Maybe. Was he any good last season? No, not really. He wasn't. He wasn't the Toby of 2-3 years ago.
No, definitely wasn't that. But he was better than Eric Dyer and Sanchez, though, last season.
He was. But as when I was chatting to Ledley King at the stadium the other day.
Corey, you've been on not even 10 minutes. Come on.
I was waiting to see if he was going to do it or not.
Well, I know you'll have a book running, and someone will have won a lot of money on that bet. But like he said, they were devoid of confidence last season because Mourinho, let's face it, beat the confidence out of the defence. So, and I think we are seeing a bit of that this season. They've been a lot more solid. In terms of Toby, he's past his sell-by date and he's on a massive sum of money. It made absolute sense to get rid of him. So I'm not one of these people that moans that we've got rid of our best centre-back. Thanks, Craig. Because in reality, we've brought in someone better, in my opinion, from what I've seen of Romero, better centre-back, and certainly will be for the next, 5 years, potentially, if we keep him that long. I mean, I think he's a wonderful centre-back. What he did last year in Serie A proves that he's a wonderful centre-back, really, and it's just about us seeing in the best out of him. So I think that was a squad upgrade there. So I'm happy with that. Who else have we lost, Shan? Who else has gone?
Danny Rose.
He was gone already, really. I mean, that doesn't really count, does it? It does. It does on paper, but, it freed up 70 grand a week of wages, but he was always going to go.
Can I just say I'm appreciating the Shan love in the comments. Thanks, guys. We will get to your comments. Obviously, remember, Super Chat's the ultimate way to support the podcast, and you'll guarantee your comment being read.
Absolutely,
I know we've had a few this afternoon or evening now. So we really appreciate those, and keep your comments coming. We will get through some. With Joe Hart, what do you think?
Joe Hart, Christ. I mean, that's a great levy deal if ever you've seen one, isn't it? So for literally nothing, paid him a season's wages and got £1 million back by all accounts from Celtic. I mean, winning. Joe Hart, not good enough, long story short. And if he was ever going to prove he was good enough, he needs consistent football. So, going to a club like Celtic, for him, works really well. And for us, works really well as well. I don't know what the chat we brought him is going to be like, but he certainly ain't going to be worse than Joe Hart for me. Because every time I saw Joe Hart try and get down to a sort of a long range strike in the corner, he was beaten. So that's where I'm at with it. I certainly don't think that's a downgrade what we've done there.
Can you believe Joe Hart's younger than Hugo? That's mad, isn't it?
Or Hugo?
Oh, he's definitely younger than you, Paula, but I said Hugo.
Well, how old is he? 34?
I think he's the same age as Hugo, but he's younger. Like, his birthday's after Hugo's, if that makes sense. But jerseys coming.
34?
Matt's computer exploded. Obviously, this is big shoes to fill. We're keeping these guys updated until the window closes. I'm very sorry, but the breaking news on Sky Sports has been a bit of a downer. But we'll keep you updated all the way through to the deadline day close. I'm sure it normally kicks off at around sort of 9-10 o'clock at night. So I'm sure we'll see some spice come in. But yeah,
if not, I'll just argue with HG. Yeah.
If not, well, we've got the quiz coming up. You know,
I'm excited about that. I'll tell you what.
I tell you what, my year 7 IT skills have never come to so much use as putting this show together. I tell you that.
Year 7 IT skills and 14-year-old taste buds. Yeah.
Basically, I just need to go back to secondary school, and I'd be spot on. But yeah, obviously we've got Juan Foyth. I know he basically left last season, but we've all got to talk about it. He's gone on loan to Villarreal, won the Europa League. What do you think, Caller? Do you think we've messed up a bit there?
I'm really sad about Foyth because I always liked him. He's a technically really good player. So you watch him on the ball, very skillful, great with the ball at his feet. Probably not that great in the air, if I'm being perfectly honest. But I always thought Foyth, maybe we'd loan him, get him back, and he'd get another shot at it. I think he was a bit unlucky with Mourinho coming in because I don't think Mourinho wanted him from day one. And that's really why he's ended up where he's ended up. He was a pot signing for the future. So I think he was one of these players who, we were going to look a year, 2 down the line, and that's ultimately where he would be at. I think that it's a shame it's not worked out for him. I really got to say, I really like that guy. And I think he'll do well. And he won a trophy in his year on loan. So yeah, everyone leaves and wins a trophy, don't they? With Villarreal there, and he's fitted in really well.
Oh, right. Jack has just messaged me to say that he'd like to say a few words about Sissoko. So I've told him to let me know what they are, and I'll read them out. I'm sure it'll be entertaining. Jack.
Oh, really? I mean, your Jack is a football genius, isn't he?
He wants to say a few words about Sissoko, but at least it's Sissoko, not Harry Winks. So small blessings, right?
Why is he still there? There's a question.
For you. Don't. You call it. You know how I feel about Harry Winks. Jesus, the guy is stealing a living at Tottenham. Honestly, he should not be a professional footballer. I don't know how he's at Tottenham, honestly. And the reason why you see all these things about Harry Winks, right? He's like, he of course he wants to stay because he knows his career's done once he's gone from Tottenham. Yep. He's finished. He's completely finished. And that's what, and he knows that as well. He knows that. He's going to be the next Tom Carroll. It's as simple as that.
Well, I actually quite like Tom Carroll. I think he's better than Winks. I've got to be honest, Winks is the player that no one can hate Winks more than me. I say hate, that's a strong word. No one can think that Winks isn't good enough for Tottenham more than me. That's what I'm saying.
I think me and David Harris probably could do that a little bit as well.
Look, for me, honestly, Harry Winks, I've said it from the start. I said it from when he broke into the team. He was never what he was cracked up to be. So many people swallowed and bought the hype. He's just a complete disappointment all round. He only knows how to pass back. Yeah. He's not good in the tackle. He's not really good in the pass. He's not quick. No. He's got no skill. Albeit he did volley a teabag into a mug, didn't he? Let's face it.
Tell me about the time you prodigalized that Oliver Skipp was going to be better than Harry Winks, because I know you like to bring it up on every show we do. So tell me a little bit about that.
Well, it was about, I think Oliver Skipp was like 16 at the time, and I'd seen him play once for the under-21s, and I said, there and then, he is a better player than Winks. Why on earth, we pursue him with Winks? Because everyone was literally just gabbling on about Winks being the next Iniesta, just because Pochettino said it in an interview. That he reminds him of Iniesta. All of a sudden, the next thing was everyone was creaming themselves.
Breaking news! West Ham in their camper van signed midfielder Alex Kraut on loan. I don't know who that is, so carry on with your point, caller.
Is it a Spartak player, isn't he?
I'll get on Google. Do it, Danny Rose.
There we go.
That's what we have to do with some of these players, don't we? But
carry on with your point, and then we'll go to Paul Muir's comment, because he comes at us with the stats. Paul Muir.
I love Paul Muir. My personal trainer. kind of. But I always let him down, so he probably doesn't want to be associated with me. So, you know, I think he had promised back then. I think Skip's fulfilling that promise, and I don't think Winks can. Skip's really good at winning the ball, recovery, and turnover, and releasing. And he's, you know, you've seen his range of passing, I think, a little bit now as well. I think he's a useful player. I'm not saying he is going to be a world beater, but he's absolutely a useful squad player. Harry Winks doesn't fulfil anything apart from the homegrown quota for me.
Nothing.
Literally nothing.
My dad, the first time he saw Harry Winks, right, when he first played, he goes, "Don't like him, lightweight," and he's maintained that ever since he's seen him. And I was one of these people at the time, like I was like, look, he could be useful, but obviously his highlight was obviously the Real Madrid game. But after that, he's nothing. He was a useful player. Yeah, basically, yeah.
But does the circle turning thing, but then passes back to the keeper.
Oh, God, I can't stand seeing him. It makes me cry whenever I see him play on the pitch, honestly. Like, you know, when he came on the other day, I think everyone's reaction was like, why? Please don't put him on. I saw Twitter go mad. Like, Twitter just went mad as soon as he came on. Like, everyone's like, no Winks.
If I read one more time that he's impressed Nuno, and he's going to turn his career around, I'll tell you what, Nuno, talk to the caller. I'll put you straight. Absolutely.
The good thing is, the good thing is that was the Sun that reported that, so we know there's a lot of crap there. So,
can we just say Davo in the comments? Davo will be joining us at some point, so you'll have the dulcet monotone tones.
The dulcet monotone. I love it.
But Winks is the Hemel Iniesta. Make of that what you will. Anyway, on to Paul Muir's comment.
Sorry, just this. How long has Winks got on his left contract? Sadly, really sadly, I think it's like 3 years.
2024.
I mean,
he signed an extension the Champions League year. So 3 years.
Sorry, guys, Paul Muir.
Caller, stop hijacking the show. You're
the
guest now, okay?
I'll have it. I'm just going to shut up.
If Arsenal don't win the league this season, it will be the longest period in the top flight without the title in the club's history. Long may it continue. Hashtag Arteta in. Danny, talk to me about Arsenal. What do you think?
I think they should give Arteta a contract extension. I think it's absolutely fantastic what they're doing. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. It's the best I've ever seen Arsenal play. I mean, long may it continue. Honestly, I love it. Absolutely love it. I just want it to just keep going and keep going. Maybe I want them to kind of maybe win the odd game here and there to get that kind of Arteta buzz again, so they don't sack him, and then they just keep him going a bit longer. So that's my hope for Arsenal.
They need to get on a bit of a run.
I've got breaking news from Jack Clifton, also known as my soon-to-be husband. If Tottenham had bought 30 million in Bitcoin in 2016 instead of Moussa Sissoko,
I saw this one.
They'd have around 1.5 billion to spend on players this transfer window. Don't forget, in 2019, he was presented with the inaugural Tottenham Hotspur Legends Player of the Season award, Shan.
That
was me thinking he was going to have a bit of a Sissoko wank fest, but there you go. Thank you, Mr. Clifton.
No one needs one of those. My hairdresser is the only person who, like I said on the last show, the only person who's ever sort of said to me, "God, I tell you what, we don't want to be selling Sissoko," and I'm like, "Really?" But he was threatening. He had his like clippers around my ears at the time, and I was like, "I'm not going to argue with him." I was like, "Yeah, he's a good player, mate. Good player."
Guys, we've got another super chat. This is the 5th one this evening. So keep them coming in. Big up the super chat. A friend is in. Oh, this is where we need HG, caller. This is absolutely where we need HG. A friend is in says, I read somewhere that Lo Celso, Sanchez and Romero will attend a music festival in Croatia after the international break to avoid quarantine. I mean, I'd heard about them going to an island in Croatia to train to avoid quarantine. I hadn't heard about the music festival. Danny, what do you think? What do you like? What do you think of this? This is crazy, isn't it? Do you think we should have let them go, or what's your opinion on it?
Yeah, I don't think we should have let them go. I mean, if depending, like, look, if that was true, right, then I'd say by all means go party hard. Like, I'll say, like, go to that music festival, have a bit of fun, and then come back and train, because then at least I don't have to quarantine for that 10 days. But look, with the quarantining thing, if this is going to keep going on, like where they have to quarantine for 10 days for each international break, they're going to spend a quarter of the season quarantining.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? We're going to have Romero, Lo Celso, and Davinson Sanchez, don't forget, all quarantining as well. It's going to be bad for our season, I'll tell you that.
I think it'd be bad for a lot of clubs. That's the only thing.
Yeah, true.
I just think that the government have got to really help us here with, you know, the rules. It's nothing the clubs can fix on their own. The FA or the Premier League, as it were, needs to put its foot down really and say, well, you know, we're not going to let you release the players, you know, kind of thing, because it's just bonkers. Or the government need to bring something in around elite sports, men or women, but having exemption status subject to testing. I don't know why that hasn't already been done. It seems like brain dead to me, because you can guarantee there'll be really strict COVID protocols around these red countries, you know, football matches. So I don't quite understand why they're not subject to a really rigorous testing schedule, and that be that kind of thing, because I think they're too worried about one rule for one rule without getting too political, one rule for footballers, one rule for people. Well, quite frankly, what the people want is to be able to see their footballing superstars winning for their team, or a lot of them anyway.
Yeah, it's true.
Danny, what do you think?
What of this?
Well, what do you think of Lo Celso, Sanchez, and Romero living it up at a music festival? Could you imagine the tie-dye that would be on offer?
I think they have a absolutely fucking fantastic time. I think they would. I think they'd love it if they don't. But yeah, look, I personally, I'm agree with the caller. I just don't think that the government needs to step in somehow to kind of stop this, or at least help Spurs out. I mean, come on, man. We don't have any luck here. I mean, do they not know who Tottenham are and Tottenham fans and what they've been through? I mean, come on, just give us a break for once. Do you know what I mean?
You'd have thought Levy would have literally had a word or something, wouldn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
Cursed.
I mean, all I can say here, Cursed, is if you want to see Caller in the guest chair more often, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, get them super chats in. We're all here for it.
Please do it. Yeah, I love being a guest. To be honest, I really enjoy being a guest. I'm happy with that.
This is a different perspective. It's definitely important to respect the national teams, Argentina and the oh God, where's HG when you need him? Albi Celeste.
Yeah, Albi Celeste. I'll go with that.
Yeah.
Have been good to Tottenham Hotspur, and we should be good to them. So valuable to have that Argentine love. I mean, we have got a bit of love with the Argentinians. I mean, what do you think about this, Caller? It's interesting, isn't it? Do you think we should obviously be bowing down to the international FAs and keeping that love?
It's like I said, it's government intervention that's needed. They need to be really clear with why we haven't got elite sportsman rules. I don't know. That's what I would be petitioning. It's a very difficult conversation to say to a player, you can't go and represent your country. So I get it. It's really difficult for the clubs. I think it's really difficult for the clubs. I think it's really difficult for the players, because they obviously don't want to let their country down either. There's got to be... It's the rule. It's the COVID rules that the issue really, but it does need sorting out, because it's just going to cause, like, you know, Danny's already said, it's just going to cause havoc all season if it's not sorted. And you know, this is only international break one, isn't it? What are there? 3, 4,
something like that? Yeah,
I think there's 3. I think there's 3. So it's got to be absolutely resolved. Quite agree.
Danny, do you think the Argentine love is valuable to Spurs? Do you think we should keep that? Respect mutual, and respect that they want to go and play for their country, like Harry Kane said in his famous interview with Gary Neville, that it's country over club every time. Do you think we need to respect that with our players, even though we pay their wages, and if they get injured, we're the ones that have got to foot the bill.
I think there has to be an element of like balance between it, because the problem is we are living in this time where like the coronavirus is here and stuff like that, and it's like if you are being paid a lot of money for these players are getting paid a lot of money, right? So essentially the club have to have some kind of decision in what happens. If the clubs really don't want them to go over, then they shouldn't really go over. But look, they've obviously I wouldn't have thought the players have gone against the club's wishes. The club would have said, yeah, it's fine, you can go. Because then obviously there'd be disciplinary and stuff like that if they did go without like the manager's sort of approval and stuff like that. So look, if the club decided that's what they decided. So then we have to let them go, really. And of course they want to play for their national teams because it's the World Cup qualifiers for them, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's important and massive gains for them. So I can see why they want to go. It's just a shame that they have to quarantine, and like the caller said, they should have some, because I know elite sportsmen did have exceptions, but then they took it off for the UK government. So which is stupid, because you can have music festivals and stuff like that, and have like thousands of people go to music festivals right now, but you can't have an elite sportsman you can't have him from not quarantined. It's just stupid. But
I mean, we are at the stage here of calling Davinson Sanchez an elite sportsman, which maybe.
Oh God, yeah.
Paula, on that note, I'm going to welcome Aviva to the. Is it your YouTube debut, Aviva? Is it?
No, I've been on a few times, but not recently. It's been a second.
So, it's been a while, and it's nice. It's nice to have another female in the podcast, because usually Paula and HG talk way too much, and you know how it is.
That's what I said when you came aboard. I'm like, thank God. Well,
all right, Aviva, there's no need for that.
Did I say it was from someone in particular? I didn't.
But this is Aviva from the Cheese Room podcast. She obviously does a lot with the podcast. If you're a Patreon, you'll know who Aviva is, and obviously Franco spoke a lot about Patreon when he was on. Patreon.co.uk. If you want to become a patron, it's £3 a month. You get loads of extra content, Prediction League, Fantasy League. You get to speak to us 24/7. What more could you want? Hey,
I mean, what could be better than that? To be honest,
what could be better than I mean, me and Aviva, not HG and Caller, obviously.
A lot of fun stuff happens on that Slack.
But Aviva, as you've come in, Sam, who is incidentally one of our patrons, Liverpool have stopped their red list players from going. So what do you think we're doing? Do you think we're doing the right thing, letting our players go, or do you think Liverpool are doing the right thing? It's a very fine line, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, look, go back to when that Super League debacle happened. There was talk about one of the I can't even think today. One of the punishments was going to be that UEFA was not going to let players play for their national team. And I wouldn't have been surprised if I found out that once that was said, like the bulk of Premier League players went to their club and said, you better not screw this up. Because for a lot of players, they might not be getting a lot of game time, for example, in the league, but they might be getting game time for their national team. So for a lot of players, it means a lot. So it's a toss up, because if some players leave for a national break and some don't, someone might get injured during international break and then the other players won't. So it can create a lot of unbalanced play and competition in the league, especially with form. Form can go right out the window if you lose your best players to injury or fatigue. So I think I'd like to see some equity coming from the FA, the Premier League, just so that everyone is on the same level playing field as we were on game week 1.
Well, the Premier League released here he is, the one, the only. It's Davo. Someone must have had burning ears. Davo, how are you on this lovely transfer deadline day?
It's 5:51 in the morning. I'm feeling particularly dulcet and monotonal. How are we all?
Good, very
doesn't make a change, does it, Dave? That doesn't make any change. You are definitely always monotonal. Yeah, no, I think obviously the Premier League came out and said every club voted unanimously to not let players go to red list countries, and obviously Spurs and Aston Villa have let the Argentinians go and do what they want to do. So it's definitely a difficult one. But yeah, I know Danny's got to shoot. So Danny, any last words? Where can we find you? Tell us all about it. It's been great to have you on as well, by the way.
No, it's been an absolute pleasure. And I want to say, Shannon, for your first show, you've been absolutely brilliant, man, honestly. And I think everyone right now should literally smash that like so that the caller can stay in the guest seat as well. And Shannon can just host the shows. So she's been phenomenal. So well done to you, Shannon, honestly. And it's been an absolute honor to be on the channel. So for the first time as well. So it's a pleasure. And hopefully I can come back on again. I want to say that, look, I think for in terms of the transfer business, I think for future prospects, I think it's brilliant. I'd say it's about 8 out of 10, 7.5, 8 out of 10 maybe. For the present right now, I'd say 5. I think we didn't address what we needed to address, or not enough. And I just hope we don't get a lot of injuries, because if we do, we're very screwed. We're completely fucked, I think. Because we don't. I think our bench is like it's not strong enough. So yeah, we'll see what happens, but let's hopefully have a good season and come on, you Spurs. So yeah, thank you for having me, guys, and see you later.
Danny. Take care, mate. See you later.
See ya. Bye.
I mean, I just have to highlight it again because the love in the comments is great, and obviously cursed is obviously Miguel. Like, there's been issues on Twitter. I think it'd be silly to try and hide that, where people think they can say what they want to say, and same in the comments as well. Obviously, this is a space for females too. Obviously, Aviva coming on the show tonight as well, and obviously we're just as entitled to an opinion as everyone else, and it's nice to be able to come on here, get our opinions out without obviously being sexualized in a way. So yeah, thank you, Kirst.
I want to see some people. If you're gonna say those things about us, I want to hear you say them about the rest of the Potters on this crew. Because if we're talking about what's the point? We're all people. If we're all people, then where's the love for the caller?
No,
we want to hear the caller. We want to hear the caller and Dave. But everyone, give the caller and Dave some big love.
I'm always hoping to. I mean, there is this one, Shan. You know.
Oh, Brandon, he don't mean it.
Is he blocked now? He's blocked. Good stuff.
Smash that like button. I'm gonna like that. Just
like that.
Yes.
Yeah. I love it. I love it, Aviva.
Hey guys, we're number 1 in the league. You know where Arsenal is?
Let's talk about it. Obviously, Spurs, the first time in history we've got Spurs top of the league and Arsenal bottom. So let's go round one by one and just marvel in the delight of this grand occasion. Aviva, let's start with you. How do you feel about this?
I mean, I want to keep this PG, so I'm not going to use any analogies. But, I mean, freaking amazing. But looks the thing. We were first place last when under Mourinho for like a small second, but it's not the same when you're first and the scum is bottom. That's a different thing, because if they're behind us or they're like a few places below us, it doesn't really make first feel that great, but it feels really good now because they're literally dead last. Like our record is exactly different. Like 3 wins, no losses, no draws. They have 3 losses, no wins, and no draws. So
there's a big gap, isn't there? They've scored no goals. They've got to choose a shot on target for their Premier League goal of the month, which in itself is absolutely hilarious.
A friend of mine sent me a video. They drove by the Emirates and just what did they throw out? They just played fart noises out the window.
Very mature.
Very apt.
That's. I mean, I saw. Was it? I was caller. Let's just have a look at this comment here as well. Do an amazing job being in your chair. I'm sorry, but you're going to get kicked out if it carries on.
I mean, that's all right. I'm happy with that. I like being a guest, if I'm honest. It's a lot less work.
Big up Seb of the Cheese Room. I always give caller my love, said Ledley King.
Absolutely.
It took a record 2 minutes for caller to bring up Ledley King.
The caller met someone else at a Spurs game. Someone even better than Ledley King. Okay? Do you know who I'm talking about?
You.
I was in the middle of unpacking in my flat and I found the ticket from the Liverpool game. Yep.
There you go. You see, much love, Aviva.
Me there.
It was great. It was great. It was good.
So we lost, but still, it was great.
Over to the monotonal king himself, Davo. Spurs top, Arsenal bottom. Talk to me.
The Goons,
How do you feel?
they are just the gift that keeps on giving, aren't they? I mean, they've got a director of football who's the biggest joke I've ever seen in my life. I mean, they got rid of a decent goalkeeper last season to Aston Villa, who had a great season for them. They brought in Ramsdale, who I think has been relegated quite a few times. They've paid 50 million quid for Ben White. And, you know, the most touching scene for me on the weekend was to see all the Arsenal players at the end of that game go over and applaud all that, the rows and rows of empty seats behind the goals and the away end at the City thing. So I can't believe that Arsenal we finished above Arsenal last season, given how crap we are, which shows how crap they were last season. So it's just an absolute thing of beauty. I'm absolutely loving it.
Yeah.
Cooler. How do you feel? I mean, I know how you feel, but tell the 181 people that are watching live right now how you feel. Smash that like button, smash the subscribe button. It really does help get our reach out there, and it supports the podcast in a big way. So, Paula, talk to me.
I will, as long as everyone hits the like button. So, look, Arsenal. I've got several goon mates who are Arsenal fans who've been giving it pretty much all my adult life, and now it's payback time, isn't it? Because I've never laughed so much over social media as the last week. It's wonderful. I keep seeing. I love that pointless one at the moment. That's all over the TikTok. I've just absolutely reveled in it. Really, even telling people who don't really give a shit. You know, they're all Leicester fans at work because I work in Coventry, which makes no sense, but it's quite close to Leicester. And they're even there, like, finding it quite amusing. It's the best thing to happen to me in ages. I've got a couple of really close mates that are Arsenal fans, and I'm absolutely milking this for all it's worth. The only way this can get better is when they lose their next game to Norwich. And I mean, if they lose that game, that is going to go to the next level, isn't it? The banter will go to the next level. So here's what I think we should all do. I think we should all get like a Delia Smith scarf and be cheering the Norwich on that game.
Can you not see the Colchester United scarf I've got in the background, Caller? That would be just. I don't think I'd be allowed home if I did that. If I've got a Norwich scarf, my stepdad's an Ipswich, but like season ticket holder, I wouldn't be allowed home.
Yeah, but Colchester aren't actually like real rivals of Norwich, are they?
But it's a big, like back when they were both in the Championship and they stole our manager as well. There's a big thing with Norwich. Colchester United really, really don't like Norwich. Aviva, what were you wanting to say? Sorry.
Anyone in the comments, anyone watching, first person to say it, I'll give a shout out to. Who for a while was Norwich's shirt sponsor?
Ooh.
Hopefully a shirt sponsor for a long time. Norwich's shirt sponsor. Come on.
I feel like Caller's Googling.
Very simple.
No, I'm not.
It's literally right in front of you. It's literally right in front of you.
Aviva.
Oh, of course, Aviva.
There we go.
Aviva.
Yeah, I wished for so many years that Spurs would pick up that sponsor.
Get the Aviva deal.
Yeah, I've been wanting to go to Dublin. Is it in Dublin? The stadium, the Aviva Stadium, I think is in Dublin. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jersey and Phil Ambrose and A&W. Yeah, Aviva. So
there you go. Now, what I was checking, Shan, was my watch says from Spurs Shop, your order is now in the post. Basically, if you want to follow your parcel journey.
So you see the glorious piece of absolute artistry behind me, which is the Spurs away kit with Delhi 20 on the back.
I can see you've gone to a lot of effort with that.
The Caller, tell us, who have you got on the back? Is it Daniel Levy?
Son. Hyun-min.
Oh, you're so basic. Honestly.
No. There's a method to my madness. So what I like to do with my shirts, as you can probably see behind me, some of those are signed, and we've got quite a lot in here that are signed. There's Kane is over that far side, along with Rafa van der Vaart and Jamie Redknapp. I mean, forgive me for that one. But
what?
He was just there, to be honest, Dave. So I felt bad for him. There you go. Look at that.
Sorry to interrupt you, Caller, but we have got another super chat. I feel like this has got to be a cheese room record for the amount of super chats. Official pile 19. Tottenham is winning the Premier League this season. Okay, we'll go around the room. Davo, you've been quiet. What do you think? Tottenham winning the league this season, or is that a bit? I mean,
yeah, I think we're going to win the league if Liverpool, Man City, Chelsea, and Man United, all their players are on the red list. They get stuck in quarantine for 9 months. We've got a great chance.
I'm glad your negativity has only come into play after I'm on my 3rd glass of gin. Aviva, tell me what you think.
As a Spurs fan, I'm always a little bit optimistically pessimistic. So, as of now, if we keep playing the way we are, especially our defense, and we just improve a bit more with attacking and producing more each game, I think we have a really good chance of winning. But it is still early in the season. I never like to make predictions until at least the 10th game of the season, or start to at least look at it, because I think form hasn't really settled in yet.
100%. Caller?
Yeah. Let's be realistic. Probably not, but it doesn't stop us dreaming. And what I would say is the season we finished second against Chelsea. Well, actually, no. The season we finished 3rd in a 2-horse race with Leicester winning the title that year. I never thought we'd be anywhere near, winning the title that year after 3 games. So why not? It can happen. It can absolutely happen. I've got to say the top 4 look incredibly strong squad-wise right now, especially in comparison to us. But I think we will be in the mix, because I think what Nuno will do is make it really, really difficult to play against us. And I think you can see that already.
John, who is going to be joining us for his Cheese Room debut later, says we're going to win 38 games 1-0. And that is the type of positivity we like to see in the Cheese Room, is it not?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It is. Have you got a Ledley King shirt? I'll tell you exactly what. Yes, I have. Ledley King signed my shirt long before the other day. He didn't sign it the other day. I didn't want to look desperate and ask for another autograph off Ledley. So
on that note,
he asked me for one this time.
But on that note,
he's there.
It's time for the quiz.
Time for the quiz.
We've got the quiz, and I've done this once, so I know it works. We're going to share my screen.
Let's see.
I'm looking forward to this.
Look at that for graphics, hey?
Wow.
Come on.
There's literally been no expense spared with this show tonight.
Wow, look at that.
I mean, have you ever seen this type of thought and effort go into a show before? Probably not. So hit that like button, subscribe, get your super chats in.
I think send Shan a super chat just for doing that. I think, to be honest, that's outstanding.
I mean, exactly. I mean, what more could you want? And the first question is, oh my God, this isn't going to work now, is it? There we go. In what season was the transfer window made compulsory? A, 92-93, B, 02-03, C, 12-13, or D, 82-83?
Do we all need to write these down or something?
Are we like messed
No,
up?
I want you to give me. I want
Can we
you
go
to
round and give you the answer?
Yeah, give me your answers, and then on the next slide I'll tell you what the answer is, and then we can mark you out of.
And play along in the comments. If you're watching the comments, you can play along. I do think it's B.
Aviva?
I think it's B. Yeah.
Davo?
Well, I'm the only one on here who remembers 82-83, but I still think it's B, 02-03.
Year I was born, Dave.
And there we go.
It was indeed 02-03. I was only 7 years old. Fun fact.
I was 10.
Caller?
I was old. I was 20, 21. Yeah.
Davo?
I think I was
50 that year, I think.
30 or something. 30. 31, 32.
Okay. Yeah. In what window did we sign club captain, club legend, Hugo Lloris? Was it winter 2012, summer 2011, summer 2012, or winter 2011?
Oh, you've stepped it up a notch here, haven't you? I'm going to say it was definitely, I'm pretty certain it was
summer window. Summer 2012.
B for me.
C.
Davo?
I reckon summer 2012.
Caller. Not for the first time, you're wrong. Very sorry.
No, absolutely for the first time. So I'm normally hosting. I mute everyone.
Yeah, he was signed on deadline day, summer 2012. I remember it well. Obviously, it's well documented in the cheese room that my dad is a goon. I was sat around my dad's house watching transfer deadline day. Hugo Lloris signed, and I was like, "What a signing!"
So
and he was like, "Yes."
oh my god, how terrible!
Does anyone remember who he replaced in goal?
Yeah, I do that.
Friedel.
Was it Cudicini? Well, it was Friedel. Friedel was number one, weren't he? But Cudicini was the number two for a long time.
Yeah.
It was just there. It was really Friedel. Gomez and Friedel.
Aurelio Gomez, what a guy. What a guy. In the summer of 2012, we sent what player on loan to Norwich? Was it A, Tom Carroll, B, Nabil Bentaleb, C, Harry Kane, or D, Ryan Mason?
Harry Kane.
On 2012?
Yeah.
Harry Kane? Because I know he went to Norwich for a bit.
Davo?
It's Harry Kane.
Tom Carroll did go to Norwich, though, didn't he? Or somewhere like that.
It was one of our own, Mr. Harry Kane, who has released a statement again today, which we'll go into after the
quiz.
quiz.
I've seen that. Yeah, good.
The quiz is more important than what Harry Kane has to say.
Absolutely.
Paul Muir coming in with Basson. Out of nowhere.
Oh,
on to Daniel Levy. Who said the following? Do I want to go to Hull City? No. Do I want to go to Stoke? No. Do I want to go to Sunderland? Yes. So stop fucking around, Daniel Levy. Sunderland are not the problem in the slightest. Was it A, Darren Bent, B, Martin Fulop, C, Alan Hutton, or D, Yunus Kabul?
I know this, boss. That was Darren Bent.
Yeah, Darren Bent, Yunus Kabul, no. Alan Hutton, no. Yeah.
Davo?
Darren Bent.
It's A, Darren Bent, also known as the Gooner who does not know what he's talking about.
Also known as Sandra Redknapp could have scored that chance. If you remember what Harry said about him.
I do remember that, yeah. Yeah.
In summer 2015, we signed the below players. Which one cost 22 million? Was it A, Toby Alderweireld, B, HG's personal favourite, Kevin Wimmer, C, Kieran Trippier, or D, Heung-min Son?
Heung-min Son.
I'm going to say the Korean way. It must be Korean. Sung Woo-min.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Heung-min Son.
Absolutely, Heung-min Son.
Can you remember how much Trippier cost, by the way?
I think it was something like 5 million. It was ridiculous.
3.5 million.
Yeah, bob on, Shan. 5 million. What a bargain that was.
From Burnley, right?
Yeah, Burnley.
Yeah. What an absolute steal. And if he goes to Arsenal, which so far so good he hasn't, he's just
Burnley
another
Beckham.
player that we'll hate.
If he goes to Arsenal, you want to lob a bet on that, don't you?
Dave. And that is the quiz. We do have more, which I may bring up
Did I win?
throughout the show, but
We
no,
all
you
won.
lost. Davo and Aviva won. You lost. Sorry.
I got one wrong. But can I just say, Shan, I thoroughly enjoyed that.
I mean, the quiz could be
better than Dave's quiz, I must say.
I have a question for you all. So, all right. So we all know that Van der Vaart, we signed Van der Vaart in summer of 2010. Okay. Who were the other two players we signed the same month in August of 2010?
Van der Vaart, 2010, and two other players, right?
There were two other players that signed August in 2010. Who were they?
Oh, that's a great question.
Okay.
So that was before we went into the Champions League.
I want to say someone like this, Benny.
Gallas.
I can give you a clue.
Gallas.
One of them was only a season loan, and the other one we actually got on a free.
William Gallas.
Yep.
And then a season loan. Oh, that's a great one.
Talking Ball says Pienaar. Was it Pienaar?
No, it wasn't Stephen Pienaar. No.
Oh.
He was terrible.
Anyone want a clue? Anyone?
Paul Muir's giving love for the quiz.
Okay. I'll give you a clue. Pavlyuchenko.
Oh, super. Roman Pavlyuchenko.
No.
What?
It wasn't him, and that's the clue.
Oh.
That's the clue?
That's the clue.
Was it Peter Crouch?
No, I'm trying to
No.
give you a clue as to nationality here.
Russian.
No.
Stipe.
Rebrov, he'd long gone.
Well, I don't know. I can't think of any of the Russians.
Stipe.
Harry Winks.
Michael Stipe,
Stipe Pletikosa, whatever his name was.
goalkeeper.
We got him from Spartak Moscow on a season loan.
It's a Croatian goalkeeper.
Stipe.
Stipe.
Well, that's literally why I've never heard of him, because he's unremarkable. But that is a proper brain teaser, Aviva. I don't even know when we're in the cheese room, Aviva comes up with some random facts that I just don't.
I really don't. When I'm bored, I do. Yeah, when I'm bored.
Can I just point out it's the first time in cheese room history we've got someone in from America and someone in from Australia. So it just shows the global breadth of the cheese room.
We've got every time zone covered almost, haven't we? Across a lot of us.
Yeah.
The cheese room absolutely does cater to everyone, whether you're Levy in, Levy out, from the UK, Australia,
Stilton to cheddar.
Stilton to cheddar. There was a comment saying that everyone should give their favourite cheese. So I don't know if we should go around the room and give our favourite cheese. Like Caller says, I've got the taste buds of a 12-year-old, and I'm not a massive cheese fan, so I'm going to go with mild cheddar.
Baby Bell.
Wow. Caller, tell me what your favourite cheese is.
Oh, that's really.
Caller's a Dairy Lee kind of bloke in the triangles, aren't you? Caller?
Dairy Lee with
yeah, you
cheddars,
are.
as in the biscuit cheddars.
Well,
Leicester.
I will say, Red Leicester's a good shout.
Red Leicester or an Italian cheese called Bel Paese.
When we were in the bar not long ago, in here, I ordered some of these Ploughman's lunches. Ploughman's lunch, pub style, consists of 2 cream crackers, a long life Dairy Lee triangle that doesn't require refrigeration, which in itself is a worry, and 2 seal pickled onions. It's not good. And if you're in the pub trade, you'll know all about that. But no, my favourite cheese would be the Snowdonia Cheese Company. Absolutely love it. And they do various different ones, but Black Bomber is excellent. I also like a nice brie as well, to be fair.
With a red wine, Black Bomber is meant to be nice. Yep, okay. Aviva?
I said Red Leicester or any other mature English cheddar. Bel Paese, which is Italian. Yeah, let's go with Red Leicester for the win. I like a good.
Davo, what's your favourite cheese?
I love my Brie Dauphinoise. I love my Irish Blue. I'm a massive cheese fan. Massive cheese fan. So so many. And a nice.
Everyone
nice
here.
Dorset Blue Vinny. That's another one.
Everyone here is a massive cheese fan in one way or the other, whether it is cheese or the cheese room. So if you're a massive fan of the cheese room, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. There's 170 of you watching. So there's no reason why we shouldn't.
You are very smooth, Sean. This is very, very impressive. You are
professional, isn't it? I've got to say, there's I'm sure our Patreon level 1 is called I Love Cheese. There you go. Become a Patreon. Details are in the scrolling ticker at the bottom. £3 a month, half the price almost of a beer in Daniel Levy's stadiums. So there you go.
And I'm just going to. I've seen a few comments about Ruben Neves. The news is there is no news. I'm very sorry. Yeah, I mean it's 9:15 on transfer deadline day. Pretty much every journalist has said after Emerson, our news is pretty much done. But we're Spurs fans. We believe in the lure of deadline day and that the miracles can happen. So stay with us. We'll take you through deadline day and we'll bring you all the breaking news as and when it happens. I have Sky Sports scrolling right in front of my face. And as soon as that big yellow box comes up, I'll read out any breaking news to you. But for now, we're going to carry on with Spurs fun.
I've got to tell you, Mbappe is an amazing deal, isn't it? So Real Madrid have offered, 200 million or something?
It was 198 million euros, I believe. And they've rejected it. And he's going to sign Real Madrid on as a free next
agent.
season. What are PSG playing at?
They don't need the money.
You have Messi and Neymar. I mean, honestly, I've always called Man City cheat code FC, but now PSG is cheat code FC.
It's unbelievable.
Here's a good question. Caller, who was the first patron?
Wow, I think that was Mr. Muir himself, wasn't it?
Mr. Muir.
There you go. It's a slightly leading question, and he spelt caller wrong, but shout out.
Taylor.
Paul, here's a question for Paul, if he claims to be the first one. All right, so here's the background. So what player did we sign summer of 2004 who I interviewed for the Cheese Room?
I know that.
Of course you do. I wanted to see if anyone in the chat knows. I interviewed him for the Cheese Room podcast, and we signed him in July of 2004. And he is known for a memorable goal.
Oh, this was a great one. And by the way, if you haven't seen the interview on this, when Aviva does the great reveal in a minute, then I've got to say, you'll want to go back. It might be worth actually re-releasing it, Aviva, actually. On the
I think it's on. Yeah, Phil got it. It's actually under Patreon. I think you have to pay for it now because it's so back. But yeah, Phil, I got to interview the great Eric Edmond about that goal against Liverpool because it was the week we were about to play Liverpool. And he talked to me about what happened after the game and what was said to him by like Defoe and how he couldn't get a ticket for a Man City game after he left Spurs. All this fun stuff. So I highly recommend you go back and find that.
And what I would say with Mr. Muir, not only his first patron, he is probably the biggest backer of the Cheese Room from day one in setting up the original podcast, and obviously it's come so far. So massive shout out and respect to Paul. And of course, he is on the audio version, downloadable. He's on the last episode, actually. Download it now. It's on Spotify, Apple Music, iTunes, all the rest of it. It's all over there in the podcast stratosphere. So get all over that if you're watching this show. We have got equally a fantastic podcast for you to listen to the game, in the car, or on the train.
And if you want to hear gaffes about Caller, the podcast is the perfect place to go.
I got annihilated.
just to let you know. So Aviva, tell us who is it?
Oh, we've already said it. It's Eric Edmond.
There we go.
Yeah.
Eric Edmond, yeah. Great guy. Lovely to talk to. He told me some really funny stuff. I'll give you a little bit taste. He said after he scored the goal, Defoe said to him, I'll trade you all my goals for that one goal.
I'll tell you who else we've got. I'm not sure if he's locked behind the Patreon firewall, but we did a Darren Anderton interview back in the day. I think Paul did that one very, very long ago. We should probably dig some of these out and re-release them because a lot of people who've sort of picked up following the Cheese Room more recently won't have seen or heard some of these. So that is definitely something we should look to. We've interviewed a lot of good, great players. What's been the deal of the window so far?
Paul Muir has been reading my mind because this was going to be my next question. What do you guys think's been the deal of the window? So, I mean, this has been a window of massive moves. So many world-class players moving clubs. Yeah. I'm going to come to Davo first because he's been quite quiet, which is unnatural. So I feel like there might be something wrong. Davo, tell me.
Well, I'm just hoping for a Cheese Room exclusive. I might get a neighbour comes out on the balcony without many clothes on first thing in the morning. So that'd be nice exclusive for everyone in the Cheese Room.
You know what? You sound like Michael Caine as well in the "I'm a nosy neighbour" sketch. You could probably do that.
I'm very happy. My name is Michael Caine. Very happy with that one. Absolutely. Right. The deal with the window so far it's obvious. People talk about Ronaldo signing for United. But the deal for me has got to be the one and only Eric Lamela leaving Tottenham Hotspurs and going to Seville. The happiest day of the transfer window. And HG's as well. So, Eric Lamela, adios.
Davo. Seriously? Come on now.
I'm very serious. He's gone. Thank God for that.
Oh, Aviva, come at me with something a bit more positive than that.
Are we talking about best transfer for Spurs this window?
As in best transfer everywhere.
No, that is best transfer everywhere.
I'm going to say, and this might not be like exciting, but I think that Aston Villa have done some class signings. I mean, Buendia, Ashley Young, and Ings. I think Ings was a very astute buy, and I think we would have loved to have had Ings. So I think they've had the best window, honestly, for sure. And I probably out of all those players, I'm going to say that probably Ings is going to be the best because they already have Watkins, so they're just building up their attacking options. So yeah, Danny Ings for me.
Cooler.
It's a good shout. I'm not allowed to say Mbappe for free to Real Madrid next season, no.
That's boring.
No, you've got to come at us with something. That's in the future. We're talking about the here and now.
It's difficult to not look beyond Spurs, really, but let's try. I actually think the guy Leicester have picked up, Daka, is going to be an absolute star. So that's a fantastic signing. And obviously the long-term replacement of Jamie Vardy. A lot of people saying in the comments, is Messi. Well, yeah, Messi on a free transfer. You can't really argue with that if we're talking foreign transfers anywhere across Europe. That's got to be the best signing, surely, hasn't it? And gives PSG sort of the ultimate trident up front. I mean, unbelievable ability. If Poch can't win something, I've got to be honest, if Poch can't win something with Neymar, Mbappe and Messi up front, then he's not the manager that some people think he is.
If Messi plays, if Poch plays Messi as left wing back in the Champions League final, then we certainly know that Poch can't do it.
Can you imagine that? Imagine that way.
Poch played Son as a left wing back, as a left wing back against Chelsea in the semi-final of the Cup. So he's done it before.
That's my point.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Ridiculous.
I mean, what does everyone think of Cristiano Ronaldo's Instagram post earlier today, where he basically put, "I've always loved Manchester United, blah, blah, blah. This one's for you, Sir Alex Ferguson." Davo, what do you think of that? Do you think that's just a load of bullshit to try and make the fans happy? Or do you think he genuinely means it?
No, I think, it's the whole thing's bullshit, to be honest with you. Ever since Judas went up Seven Sisters Road about 20 years ago, there's no such thing as loyalty in football. Let's be honest about it. So, Ronaldo...
Sonny could be your argument to that.
Well, we'll see, won't we? Because let's wait and see if there is indeed a break clause in that contract as well. But we'll see what happens. But, the reality of the situation is Ronaldo, he's gone back to United. He's getting less money than he's on at Juventus, but he's still the highest paid player in that team. But I'm just delighted that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is going to stay there for as long as possible, because I think tactically he's an inept coach. He blew it in the Europa Cup final this season, just gone. So, all the United fans the thing that makes me laugh about United fans is 24 hours beforehand, they're all crying their eyes out on Twitter, TikTok, MySpace, Friends and Reunited, whatever, about the fact he's gone to City, they're burning his shirt and this, that, and the other, and then 24 hours later, he's back, he's great. So it's laughable.
Aviva, what do you think?
I mean, it's just, I don't know. Look, this to me is the beginning of the slow downward trend towards his retirement. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I know he signed it for 5 years. He'll be there until he's 40, but I don't think he's going to stay that long. He's either going to, in the middle of that contract, switch to a player manager or the back room, or I would suspect he would go back to Portugal to finish his career. Because he's already given Man United the Champions League and the league, and he's won, in Serie A and in La Liga. So it's not like he's doing this to win more things. He's already won them. And Man United still wins things. So it's not like he's going to help them win something. I don't think that's the case, because they're very capable of winning something even without him this year with their league, with the squad they have. So I just think this was a safe choice for him. He knows he's loved. He doesn't have to settle into playing for a new team in a new league. It's just in my view, it's a lazy choice, honestly.
Caller, what do you think? And I'm going to leave you to chat amongst yourselves, because we've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes and I need to take a comfort break. So caller, let us know what you think.
I missed the question.
Ronaldo to United, his statement where he was like, "Manchester's always been in my heart. So Alex Ferguson, this is for you, blah, 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 blah."
Yeah.
Hit it.
Well, look, the reality is Ronaldo has been an incredible player all of his career. Some say he's the GOAT. I'd say Messi is the GOAT personally. I think he's always been a better player for my money than Ronaldo. But Ronaldo's done it at several clubs, hasn't he? So, Man United, Real Madrid, and then over at Juventus. So I think it will certainly be a challenge for Ronaldo at the age of 36, pushing on to 37, to maintain any kind of sort of high tempo, because the Premier League is no doubt a bit faster moving than the Italian league, which he's been in for, I want to say, 3 seasons now. So I think, in all honesty, I do genuinely think Ronaldo may struggle to make much of an impression, but he's a fantastic finisher. I don't know what you think, Aviva. I missed you two's comment, but I think him coming back is great in terms of an advert for the Premier League. Is he a really crucial, essential signing, or is he a bit like Bale coming back, a guy who's past his best, let's be honest, but can still add a chip in a few goals? I think that's fair, isn't it?
It's definitely fair. I just don't think he's coming with the mentality. I'm sure they'll win something. I mean, but like I said, they could win something without him in there. You know, with Fernandez and Sancho and Cavani and Martial and Greenwood, they can. This was not like a needed buy. They didn't need him, but you could say that a lot of clubs have been doing that recently. Especially Man City have always done that. They like overpack their attacking options. You know, when Zlatan came in, you know, did they really need Zlatan, or was just like, it's Zlatan? It just feels like it almost feels like when a big superstar player goes to the MLS. Like when it's like it's David Beckham going to LA Galaxy. Oh my God, big name, big name. It's just it's the hype again. It's getting people excited. Obviously, you know, I think that the post about him signing is like the most liked tweet, like sports tweet now ever.
Yeah.
But I think this is just the Glazers being like, yeah, we still got the money and we'll still make big buys, but it's not like an inspired buy.
Do you think they've just done it because Manchester City were in the frame and they didn't want their club legend going to Manchester City?
I don't think he was going to go anyway. I mean, there's that whole talk about how Ferguson called him up and said, don't go to Man City. But if Ronaldo is as committed to Man U as he says he is, then he wouldn't have even like considered an offer from Man City. I mean, like, you know, that's like, you know, that's like when they say Trippier's going to go to Arsenal. Trippier's never going to go to Arsenal because he's a Spurs. You don't go to your rivals. That's just like rule number one with being a professional and a respected footballer. You do not go to your rivals unless you're.
There's a long history of players going between Tottenham and Arsenal.
I know. I said unless you're Judas.
No, but there's others as well. There's, you know,
I'm
William...
not the other way. I'm talking like it was Gallus. Gallus went from Arsenal to us, but I care more about the ones who went from us to Arsenal. That's in my book more blasphemous.
I love this. Ronaldo is biologically 27 years old, proven with scientific tests.
I'm 28. Jesus.
I'm 39.
I'm 26, and I'm definitely not as fit as Ronaldo.
When we go for our company medical every year, they give you your physical age, you know, your biological age, as in the age your body thinks it is. Kind of.
But just Paulie, you mentioned you dropped in Bale before, and there's a good comment there from Kerry King. Such a shame Bale wasn't played more. That was such a waste. Now, I think I'm aligned with Paul Muir on this. Is that I think that everyone looks at Bale's numbers last year and he chipped him about 10 or so goals. But frankly, I think with Bale, he didn't deliver when he needed to. By all accounts, the Arsenal away, when he just had a run in the team against lesser opposition, he didn't turn up. And of course, that one night in Zagreb, when he came on and we needed to save and turn the tie, he just wasn't involved whatsoever. And I think that Bale's numbers was inflated by the fact he got 2 goals against Leicester, who were chasing 4th place and desperately needed to get a win. And when he came on, or when he played and he got those goals towards the end of the game. So I think that ultimately Bale was a Levy decision, where I'd have much rather the money was spent on Skriniar last season than Gareth Bale. So ultimately, I think his time at the club second time around was a failure.
Aviva, what do you think? Do you agree?
We all know, because Gareth Bale said so, that one of his reasons for going to Spurs was he wanted to be fit to play in the Euros. And I think if you don't think that was his sole reason, then you're silly. That was his sole reason. He wasn't going to get played. He wasn't getting game time at Real Madrid. He wanted to be fit. He knew he was going to, again, somewhat similar to Ronaldo. He knows he's loved here. Bale knew he was loved here. He knows he knows we've been trying to get him. He knows it'll be an easy transition. He knows he's going to get game time. But is his drive, is his reason for doing it the right reason. His reason was to get fit. It wasn't to help us win things.
Yeah.
So I question these big names that come in. Are they really here for the fans, or are they here for their own betterment, for their own personal interests? So yes, it was having him, but he didn't start showing up until like the later stage of his loan. So that to me said he wasn't really 100% ready to do it from the beginning.
100%. I mean, for me, Gareth Bale was my dream transfer. I always wanted him to come back, but yeah, ultimately I think we were a bit used and abused for the Euros. But speaking of, we've got John who's also a patron for the Cheese Room. He's coming on to make his Cheese Room debut. Hello, John.
It looks a bit stuck, actually.
John, are you there?
Do you want me to poke him? I can poke him. John.
He's overwhelmed by being on Cheese Room.
If I remove him, then he might come back.
Guys, we've got another super chat. We're smashing the super chats today.
Awesome.
Do you think there will be any new signings? Also, where do you see Tottenham finishing? Okay, let's let John back in.
Yeah. And Patty, I'm the social media director for ATL Spurs. If you're asking.
What's the question, Aviva? Are you asking?
Someone was asking if I'm the chairperson of Atlanta Spurs.
Sorry. Yeah. What are you asking, Shan, with that? Are you asking me? Are you?
Yeah, caller. Do you think there'll be any new signings, and where do you see Tottenham finishing?
Frozen again.
Well, where do I see Tottenham finishing? And will there be any new signings? I mean, we've signed a right back today, haven't we? So that looks good. He looks like a good player. And I've seen lots of stats popping up left, right, and centre about how good he is. I think, in all honesty, I'm concerned we haven't signed a forward. That's where I'm at. I'm really concerned that we haven't signed a forward, because if something happens to Kane, as is often the case, glass ankles, we're in trouble. Son's the backup. We've seen this before. We've seen how it's played out before when they've both got injured. We can't score a goal to Toffee. It worries me indeed. It worries me indeed. I think John's got stuck again. Either that, or he looks like he's reaching through the screen into my room.
It's 3D gone wrong.
Let's see if he comes back. He's not connecting, so we'll go to Dave-O next. Dave.
Yeah.
Do you think there'll be any new signings? Where do you see Tottenham finishing this season?
Okay,
can I just one thing I didn't say where we'll finish? I think we'll finish between 6th and 4th. But I'm not going to put a number on it.
So that's 5th then.
No. As in, we could finish anywhere between 4th and 6th.
Which is 5th.
Or 4th or 6th.
Wow.
Davo, bring it in. Just answer the question. Come on.
First of all, Shan, have you raised more through the doing the super chat than Caller's ever done? So I think are you the Daniel Levy of the Cheese Room, raising lots of money? Well done on deadline day, especially. Even better.
I mean, please do not ever compare me to Daniel Levy ever again, because I know coming from you that is an insult.
And Shan, there's no way I wish to insult you ever. Respect is always there for you. Do I think there'll be any new signings? Nope. Do I think there should be new signings? Yep. We need a striker. You can't have Son as a backup to Kane if they're both playing all the time, the same time, because the chances of them getting fatigued and injured is high. Lots of people on YouTube on Monday night, your time, were going on about how Traore will mean that we can rotate the strikers and et cetera, et cetera. That's not the case, because you have Traore, Son and Kane up top all the time. So that's still not rotating and resting Son or Kane. We've got a massive weakness. We needed a striker. Aviva was bang on correct before. I think Aston Villa have had a great window. We should have signed Danny Ings. If we're balking at paying 150 grand a week to Danny Ings, we've paid 110, 120 grand a week to Sissoko. So we should have got a striker.
25 is nothing. That's a steal for Danny Ings. 25 mil.
I agree.
And then Dave.
Sorry?
What would he have wanted to sign?
Why would he have wanted to sign?
Yeah.
Because at the start of the summer, we were talking about signing Ings to play
top.
To play two up top with Kane, and Kane would have played in that more withdrawn role given the assists he got last season. So I think we'd have given him some form of European football that Villa can't give him, and we'd have probably said to him, it's more than likely that Harry Kane's going next summer, so bed yourself in for the year and you'll be in. We should have signed him, and that was a mistake.
You can't just say we should have signed people. You don't know that he would have wanted to sign for us. That's just garbage. We may well have attempted to sign him, and he may well have said, the same as last year and the year before, I'm not prepared to sign for you because actually I'm not going to get a game because Harry Kane's your number one man, which I think is quite likely. Whereas where he goes to Villa, he is the main man. He's the main man. He's the superstar striker that he wants to be. I'm sorry, I just don't buy the notion that it's just as easy to go out and buy someone regardless of what he thinks.
Caller,
the notion is...
Caller, we have got John in the building.
Yes,
so
John!
You can stop your bickering about Danny Ings. And we're going to welcome John, who is one of our patrons, for his Cheese Room debut. John, how are you feeling? I think you're on mute.
He's on mute. Hang on.
It's pantomime. Great. I love this. Okay. 3 words. First word. No.
He can't unmute himself because his mic's not connected. Oh, he chose to mute himself.
Can you hear me?
I've unmuted you. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes!
Yay! So
here we go.
I had to switch to my Android phone. My iPad, rubbish, didn't work. So we're all good. Who knew Android would be better than Apple?
Ooh, controversial.
Well, seems to work anyway. How's it going, Shan? You're 3.5 hours in?
We're 3.5 hours in. I've just had my first little break. I let Caller take the room, so I'm not quite sure how that went because it's Caller.
He's never done it before. So,
Caller and Davo are just arguing about Danny Ings. So I'd like to hear what your opinion is on this super chat we've kindly got from Lolcast Yo. Do you think there will be any new signings, and also where do you see Tottenham finishing this season?
I think with an hour and 20, we're done. There's no real noise out there apart from the whole. Will we pay for the money for Adama Traore? We ain't going to pay it. Daniel Levy's not going to pay it now, is he? I don't think. We're not going to get a Van der Vaart. Not sure we're even going to get a Raziak or an Andy Booth at this stage. Danny Ings, what he's saying, would he have been good enough for us? Yes, he would have been. Absolutely. He could play as a striker by himself. He can play in the 2. He can dovetail with Kane. Quite often for Southampton, he dropped deep into the 10 role exactly the same way Kane did. He'd been perfect for us. People say he's injury prone, but hasn't he played as many games as Kane in the last couple of seasons? So the only reason not to buy him was his age and his wages, I guess.
Or that he didn't want to come.
Okay, Aviva.
So the other person I would have wanted us to sign, and this is going to be like, some people might go, who the hell is that? Ashley Barnes from Burnley, and I'm going to tell you why.
That's an interesting one.
What? Before Rodriguez came and before Chris Wood came, Ashley Barnes was their main guy. I mean, they had Andre Gray, but he really didn't do much. And yes, he's up there in age, but he can score goals. Like, he can score goals, and he's had time in the national teams. I think he was playing for Austria before. But we want someone who can score goals, and we don't want to pay for a youngster. We know that because no youngster is going to want to sit on the bench. So you get someone who's a bit older, but is happy to be there. And right now with Chris Wood and Rodriguez, Ashley Barnes is kind of surplus, and he's still starting games. So it's just something to think about. It's not always the big names or the young players. There's always some people you have to give some look to. So yeah, Ashley Barnes for me would have been a great pick, but not happening.
Anyone want to add anything to that? What do you think? Would Ashley Barnes have been a good buy?
I don't know, but welcome, John, to Cheese Rooms. The first things that you said was completely agreeing with me and not agreeing with Caller, so it's a fantastic debut as far as I'm concerned. And the other thing I just want to say is I think they're still watching it in the living room. Just want to say hello to Jack and Thomas, who I think the Cheese Room has replaced KSI in my living room this morning on YouTube. Fantastic. Yeah, exactly.
Dave,
And
I'm not disagreeing. Can I just say, I'm not disagreeing with you or John. I'd have absolutely loved to sign Danny Ings. How realistic that is, that's what I'm contesting. I don't think it was that realistic. I don't think it was ever on the cards. And if you look at all the signings we've made, they're all looking to the future, and he's therefore probably not the kind of guy that Paratici, when he's looking at a rebuild, is going to target. And that is just ultimately as it is.
So we've got this one before I go on to HG.
I knew you were laughing at that.
Oh, hi, HG.
John Murphy, Aurier in talks to terminate his contract. John, I'm going to come to you first as the Cheese Room debutant. What do you think? Do you think it would be good for Aurier to terminate his contract? Do you think we're just going to have to pay him out, or it will just do a Willian and go?
First I've heard of it. I always liked Aurier, but he's just a liability. I think he's had so many chances. He's never going to learn. He's always going to give away a penalty. It's probably time to go. Is it worth keeping him because Ndombele is obviously staying and he's lost his mate Sissoko? I don't know. But otherwise, he's probably not going to play, is he? So it'll be another Danny Rose situation. And he probably won't do what Danny Rose did and train with the under-23s and go and watch them play. I don't know. Does anyone actually want Aurier?
Aviva, what do you think?
Well, I'm just doing some fact checking here on that. It is bumping around. Oh, Carlos Vinicius went to PSV. I didn't know that. Yeah, there was a time not too long ago where we were complaining we didn't have depth at right back. We still kind of really don't, but I think having 3 right backs is a bit. If Tanganga is going to be right back, and we have Emerson. I mean, where does Aurier fit in that? Are we going to pay him to be the third string? I just feel like he's kind of surplus, and also he is liability, especially with his tackles. Sometimes he's a bit clumsy. And the last thing we need right now with how well we're doing defensively is some bad choices, bad decisions. And so far, Tanganga hasn't really been making that many really crucial misjudgments.
Dave, I can tell you're itching to say something.
Well, I've got another Cheese Room exclusive. The KSI has replaced Cheese Room back in the living room again. So sorry about that.
What is KSI? What is?
If you don't know who KSI is, then you should live in blissful ignorance. He's a rapper.
Wait, don't tell me. I want to live in blissful ignorance.
Yeah, no, please live in blissful ignorance. You're just. I'm in.
I mean, he's not a patch on me.
For the younger, Cheese Room audience.
Is it like that time people asked me if I knew who Jedward was, and I'm like, no, and they're like, good for you.
I don't think it's as bad as that, no.
KSI is a lot richer than Jedward. KSI has made a lot of money.
For the benefit of our younger audience here at the Cheese Room, KSI is a YouTuber. He earns a lot of money. He's released quite a good song. I think it made number 2 in the UK top 40.
Yeah, the box
Craig David.
That baby made number 1, so I don't really rate how Brits think of their music.
So yeah, I mean, KSI is a gooner. There we go. That's all we need to know. Anyway, caller, Mrs. HG wants to know if you've dyed your hair. Talk to me.
No, sadly not. I mean, if I did, it wouldn't be grey.
Do you want to talk about? I'll talk about Serge Aurier if you want.
Go on then.
It's more interesting than my hair colour. No, I haven't, Mrs. HG. It's always been grey. It's still grey, unfortunately. Maybe the lighting makes it look more flattering in here, but if that's the case, I need to go around with a light strapped to my head all the time because it's very grey.
So let's not forget, Serge Aurier came in the same. So the transfer decision that we made in that transfer window was to sell Kyle Walker for 50 million quid to Man City and replace him with Serge Aurier, which is a decision that actually just sums it all up for me, really. So if you remember this summer when we've talked about Harry Kane and we'll never sell anyone to our rival, well, we did that window, which wasn't that long ago. So I think Serge Aurier, I actually saw his debut for Tottenham against Dortmund in the Champions League at Wembley. And he did this kind of amazing, skillful thing in his own area. And I was going, wow, look at that. He looks amazing. Little did I realise. The bloke's a liability. He is, I give him, in all seriousness, I do give him a lot of respect and credit. He went through shocking personal family tragedy over the last year or so. And he decided that he'd continue on playing, which obviously is his way of dealing with things. And you've got to give a lot of respect to someone who's gone through a shocking experience like that. And you wouldn't want to wish that on anyone. I haven't had a coffee yet.
Is that me, HG?
No, me.
That's just Dave. This is Dave, who is.
I was trying to help Dave. I know.
I haven't had a coffee yet. Do me a favour. I haven't had a coffee. I'm not drinking any alcohol, so that's why I'm monotonal. Anyway, Aurier's a liability. I'll be delighted to see him off the books, but the rate Matt Doherty's going at the moment, it's a real compare and contrast as to who's the more shit.
Would you take, because at Wolves, I don't think Semedo's that great. Would you do a deal of Aurier plus 30 million for Traore?
Yeah, I'll do 60 million at the right current rate.
I'm just saying, I would, if people really want Traore, then let's use some of the collateral that we have. And
I don't think Wolves would want him.
I mean, to be fair, Semedo isn't really doing. Even though he came from Barcelona, he hasn't been that great. I think Aurier is an upgrade from Semedo.
That's harsh on Semedo.
I'm just saying. Look, Matt. I'm just saying he didn't really fulfill my expectations when he came to Wolves. So I'm just saying. Look what we did with Lamela. When was the last time we really saw a good business done involving like a player swap with money plus a player? Besides Lamela, maybe the last time we had a really good player plus money swap. Anyone?
They're very rare.
Swaps don't happen that often, do they, in football?
No, but and it's key, good swaps, right? So honestly, if we can use Aurier to get someone plus some money, I'd do it. I'd do it. Look,
I'd swap Aurier for no one. I'd just drive him up there, leave him at the gates, and go, there you go. He's all yours. Ta-ra, Serge.
On that note, we're going to move on to Harry Kane's statement that he's decided to come out with today. Like, what on earth is this guy doing? But I'm going to read it out. Kane, my conscience is clear. Harry Kane feels his conscience is clear after his transfer saga ended with him staying at Tottenham. When asked if he fears the transfer saga has tarnished his reputation, Kane told TalkSport, of all bases, honestly, no, I don't think so. I think anyone involved in the football industry knows the ins and outs. I was quite calm with the situation, but when you're in it and you know the truth, then your conscience is clear. There's always going to be noise. My whole career, I've had ups and downs from when I'm young to where I am. That's just part of the parcel of it. I'm quite sure he meant part in parcel, but hey, it's Harry Kane. What do you expect? A lot of people that know me will say I'm a professional athlete who's dedicated my life to this game, and that's what I'll continue to do. I'll look forward now. The aim has always been to win silverware with Tottenham, and it's been that aim every year. Loosely translated, this is from Seb. My idiot brother fucked it up, so now I'm here. I better make the most of it. Cheeseheads. I'm going to start with Caller. Caller, what do you think?
I think Harry Kane needs to just shut up and play football because he's done enough damage to his reputation as a Spurs player. And, Spurs fans who idolised him previously now don't. I think that's he may have had a good reception at Wolves. I think it was a lot more muted in the stadium at the weekend. And don't get me wrong, I think he will get cheered when we score goals. That's the nature of the beast. But I certainly don't think he's got anything like the credit in the bank that he had. I think he's just another player now, despite all he's achieved, which is a real, real shame. And statements like this don't really help because he's basically saying, I don't regret any of it. So, I was trying to force my way out. It didn't work out. So I'll give
Breaking news. We've got Crystal Palace sign Odsonne Edouard from Celtic.
Oh, yeah, we knew that.
I mean, you interrupted me to bring us that. Christ.
Carry on, Caller.
No, I was pretty much done, really. I mean, look, Harry Kane is on the wall over there in the corners. He's got a signed shirt up on the wall in here. And I've got a signed photo of him actually above my desk at work. I nearly took it down the other week, and I still feel the same. And I think that's the thing. It's going to hurt people for a long time into the future, what Harry's done. And him coming out and making these statements where he basically says, yeah, I haven't really done, much wrong, isn't going to help matters, is it?
Aviva, do you agree with HG of the Cheese Room? HG is obviously in the comments because he cannot join us tonight, unfortunately. Harry Kane is the Prince Prick of all pricks.
First of all, put the drink down, HG. Second of all, I think there's a very I'm a teacher, right? So, and when I study literature and I study, semantics, I really think about wording. And if he's saying my conscience is clear, to me, that's different than saying my conscience is clean. I think that he is saying that he is free from any negativity, but I think he's not free from being influenced by other people. And the funny thing is, even though I'm Jewish, when I did comparative literature, I had to read some of the New Testament, and there's actually a thing in Corinthians that says, a sentence that says, my conscience is clear, but that does not mean I'm not innocent. But that does not mean I'm innocent. Which is interesting, because I just think this is him saying, it was a weird summer. I'm happy with where I am, but that doesn't mean he's addressed how other people still are feeling. The fans who were clapping him at the game, to him, is like, they still love me. But I think there's a lot of residual little animosity still that's built up over this whole saga, and he's not addressing that. He's just saying, this is how I feel, but you're not addressing how we feel. And I think that's what he actually should be doing. But like I said, or like what everyone else is saying, just play. He's not a professor of literature. He would never be one. So do what you're good at doing and put the ball in the back of the net.
Davo, I can tell you're literally chomping at the bit to say something. So I'm going to give you this. We play better football when Harry Kane isn't playing. What do you think?
So a couple of things. First of all, Aviva, Shana Tava for next week. Happy New Year. And it's the first time, and it's another Cheese Room exclusive. It's the first time we've got two Jewish guests on there, myself and Aviva. So there we go.
Hey, you know.
Quite literally, correct.
Exactly. We can say it, you guys can't.
That's right. But that's a debate for another time. Yeah. So in terms of Harry Kane and statements he makes and playing golf with Gary Neville and all the rest of it, you know what? I don't actually really care. Okay, I don't care. He's contracted to us. Levy's done nothing all summer in relation to him because he knows he's set his price. City apparently bid 70 million plus add-ons, and that was a joke, really. So as far as I'm concerned, my emotional pull with him, this, that, and the other, I don't really care. He hasn't got the move that he wanted. He can come out and make as many statements as he likes about whether his conscience is clear, his conscience is not clear. The reality of the situation is that I think he'll be sold next summer. In my opinion, some of the deals that we've done in this window, which is down payment of a loan for permanent signing next year, Romero, Gollini potentially, is basically down payments for the Kane money we'll get in next summer. That's the way ENIC works, and that's the way it's going to be. So he can give as many interviews as he likes. I argued at the start of the summer for footballing reasons. I think we should have sold him at the start of the summer, got the money in, get the best deal in. If we'd have got that complete correct pricing, and then refinance the upgrade to the squad that we desperately needed. So if he can give as many interviews as he wants. The only thing and I said this previously, from a perverse contrarian point of view, is it makes me laugh that the BBC, Sky Sports, Gary Neville have all been trying to sell Kane from us for years because they just don't like Tottenham being anywhere near crashing the elite. So from that point of view, I'm delighted he didn't go to City.
So I'm hearing Griezmann back to Atletico, going on loan with an obligation to buy 40 million euros. Aviva, I mean, you've broken that news in the chat. So
I don't see. They just got rid of Messi. Why do they want to get rid of Griezmann?
Because they've got no money.
This is true, but I mean, who's going to put the ball in the back of the net? Yeah, it's interesting. That's a big obligation to buy. They might as well just buy him for that amount. Like, I know he's probably worth more than that, but I mean, if there's an obligation to buy, then they might as well just do a full deal now. What's the point of a loan? It just doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, I've always wanted to see him in the Premier League, Griezmann. I thought he would be good.
I don't know. I feel like he's a little bit lightweight. John, what do you think? Would Griezmann suit the Premier League?
Ooh, well, David Silva, he suited the Premier League, didn't he? He's only little. We're all hoping Hill kicks on, and he's the similar size. I think good footballers can last. Modric, he was a small one as well. I think he'd be able to do it. I think the reason it's the loan thing of Aviva is just the funding. The clubs don't have all the money at the moment, and it means they can delay payments starting until next year.
Not clubs, Barcelona.
Yeah, but not just Barcelona, because obviously Barcelona are trying to get rid of them. Lots of clubs are doing loans. We've done loans, so we don't have to pay big fees up front. I know fees are spread over the contract, but it still does delay that payment a little bit. Can I just go back to the Harry Kane point? Aviva, are you suggesting that Harry Kane reads the Bible? Because I'm going to doubt that.
No, I'm not saying he was the Bible, and if he did, I wouldn't know. But what I'm saying though is that just because you say something that sounds so profound like that does not mean that that's the whole story. I don't think his conscience is clear. What he's telling people is that I have no regrets about what happened. Okay, so regardless of what happened behind the scenes, whether he fought with Levy or he felt let down or whatever happened, he's like, I'm here to play. My conscience is clear. I have done nothing wrong. And yet, just because you say you have done nothing wrong doesn't mean that other people still think that you have wronged them. So he's made peace with himself. That's wonderful. But he needs to make peace with us.
Yeah.
Or others, just not himself.
I was never expecting such a deep and philosophical discussion around Harry Kane as this one. This is very impressive.
If anyone from the early days of the pod cheese room can attest and has listened or remembers, my brother used to guest a few times, and he's a rabbinical student right now, so it runs in the family.
Very impressive. You don't get that with me, obviously.
No,
I was just joking, but you know.
Yeah. No. Joke.
This definitely seems to be picking up some weight that Aurier's contract's to be ripped up with immediate effect. So that's very interesting.
I've got a shredder. I'll go down there and help them if necessary. It's
Let
fantastic.
me guess, caller. You're going to put it in the Tesla. You're going to drive down there on autopilot.
You got it.
We get it. We get it.
I reckon I could get there before the deadline as well. I'm not sure when they finish, but I just think with Serge, he's just come to the end for us and for him and us. And I just think it's just in everyone's interest. If he goes, the ultimate will be if he then goes and signs for Arsenal.
Wow.
That would be amazing. He gives a penalty.
Yeah,
exactly. The gift that keeps giving.
I mean, he'd definitely make Arsenal stronger, but it's a pretty low bar that they've got right now. So I don't think we need to worry too much if Aurier goes there. Speaking of Arsenal, I'm hearing that there is a race against time for them to get the Tomiyasu deal done. So, yeah, that'll be pretty funny. They've come in after our sloppy seconds that we decided we didn't want, and now they're struggling to get him signed in time. But just to interrupt, we've got another super chat from Brad Matthews. Thank you, Brad.
Love Brad. Massive shout out, Brad.
Massive shout out, Brad. We've got Ali Gold is reporting the Aurier contract termination is looking good. So that's a credible source. See you, Aurier. I mean, I don't think any of us are gonna miss him, are we? John, what do you think? Are you gonna miss Aurier?
No, not now. I think Tanganga's done a good job already. He's obviously a defensive fullback. Hopefully, this new guy, Cheese Royale, as we're going to nickname him, Royale Cheese. Sorry, he will step up. It might take him a while, but yeah, I think as Caller said, Aurier's time has come now. He's made too many mistakes. Time to move on. No doubt he's got a deal signed up somewhere, but no one wants to pay a fee for him. So, see ya.
You should go to the MLS. He'd do well there.
Davo, I know you need to shoot, but I just want your opinion on this super chat. What do you think of Aurier and his contract termination?
Look, I think it's a It's a great thing. I mean, he's absolutely, as I said, he's not very good. He was brought in to replace Kyle Walker. That says it all. I'm delighted he's going. I'm just hoping that one last piece of important transfer business we do this window is that we sign up Harry Winks for a 5-year contract extension. That's very important to me.
You're just trying to wind me up now, aren't you? You know, you pop in here, you drop your bombshell, and you're off. Well, scoot. Go on, scoot.
It's equivalent of dropping the mic. So what we should do in the cheese room tradition is that when at the end we all say "Come on, you Spurs," that you just terminate me just before I fully say "Come on, you Spurs." I just want to say, Shan, you've done an absolutely amazing job tonight. Congratulations. It's been really cool.
Dave. Thanks,
John,
Dave.
great. John, to come on and agree with me straight away makes a fantastic cheese room debut. Well done. Thank you very much. Aviva, lovely to meet you. Caller, love and respect in the house.
Then.
Keep on listening.
Come on, you Spurs, then. Go on.
Caller, I just want to.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
That was me. I did kick him. He was just pissing me off, really, in the end.
I thought I was kicking him, and then I kicked John by accident and kicked him.
Well, I went. I was like,
Brad, I just want to say, Brad, you've got to come back on the show soon, mate. You were great last time we had you on. Massive shout out to you. Thanks very much for your super chat. Really appreciate it.
But yeah, guys, I mean, everyone, obviously, because it's a super chat, we'll go around the room. John, what do you think? Aurier contract termination?
I think it's got to be done, isn't it? Let's save the money for us a year. Knowing Levy, he'll probably give him 5p and a curly whirly to bugger off, and he can go to somewhere, I don't know, Dubai or somewhere, or maybe he's got a club in France lined up.
Aviva?
Yeah, sure.
I love how we're just
on the Slack thread last night. I said, just in case he goes today, I've already created a graphic, a farewell Serge graphic. So I've already been preparing for this. It was somewhat inevitable. So bye.
I mean, we're all very indifferent to the idea of Serge leaving, but off the back of that, we'll go back to the fact that Arsenal are just once again proven to be the most tragic club that there is in the land. I mean, they want our sloppy seconds in Tomiyasu, who, by the way, is way too similar to Tanganga, and Emerson is the much better signing for us that we could have done right now. They're basically, it's being reported that they're in a race against time to get it done in time. How funny would it be on a scale of 1 to 10 for the goons to miss out on Tomiyasu? Caller.
I mean, it would make my evening if I'm really honest. I've got a bit. Let's be honest about it. Brad, just in your response, yeah, we'll get you on, mate. It would just make my evening if Tomiyasu doesn't sign. And there's an ongoing joke in the chat group that I know you're part of as well, Shan. That Bob Spur is often on the show, says, until they're holding the shirt, and then he says, "Has Tomiyasu signed yet?" So I'm fairly willing to bet he was losing the plot earlier today about Tomiyasu signing for Arsenal. It would just make my day if that was the case, and and that didn't happen. It would be brilliant. It would be brilliant, and it would sum them right up, wouldn't they? They're just a shower, an absolute shambles.
Aviva, I know you're desperate to get a word in here. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, considering that Bellerin to Real Betis is happening, so if they don't bring him in, then they are screwed at right back. And that would make me so very happy. What was it a few seasons ago? Someone turned their phone off. One of the players turned their phone off, and they didn't know that another team wanted them. Or was it Sissoko? Or it was someone who just didn't get a call that another team wanted them. So I really hope that Tomiyasu has his phone on. So if another club calls him, he can be like, "Yes, you're a better pick." Because right now, I don't know why anyone who's an up-and-coming player would want to go to Arsenal. Honestly.
I mean, I saw the pictures of Tomiyasu's photo shoot and he looked pretty miserable. John, what do you think of this news?
Well, I heard on the radio earlier that Arsenal had supposedly sent somebody to Bologna to tie the deal up. So if it's going to happen, it's going to happen, you'd think. Because obviously they can get the deal sheet in and then they've got a couple of hours to normally finish it off. I don't know much about him. Obviously, I heard we were so heavily linked with him, weren't we, for a long time. But I think that was based on us playing a back three with him being the right-sided centre-back. And obviously Nuno's gone very much for this 4-4-2 and Sanchez and Dyer are obviously reborn, aren't they? So I wonder if that's part of the reason we've gone for a more attacking fullback, and Tanganga as well, his emergence at right back, because they were going to let him go on loan.
I mean, 100%. Tanganga's just been an absolute beast in the first 3 games of the season. But I just wanted to highlight this comment from Lucas. Is anyone worried that if Arteta was sacked, they'd get Conte? I highly doubt it would, because if you have standards, you don't go. 100%. Conte is never going to Arsenal. If he had reservations about Spurs, and as much as we think Spurs are a bit of a mess of a club, we are nowhere near as bad as Arsenal. Arsenal are just like a burning fire. They're a bit like Newcastle before they got relegated to the Championship. Like, anyone with a bit of sense just would not go there. Paula, what do you think about Conte to Arsenal?
I can't see it happening. I was very sceptical he was going to come to us. So, we're in a pretty bad position. Arsenal are in a much worse position. I can't imagine him having any interest in that whatsoever, unless he's a closet Arsenal fan for some reason. That's the only way I could possibly see him taking that job. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
I don't even think my dad, who's an Arsenal fan, would take the Arsenal job right now.
I think he'd love to.
I mean, he's quite happy managing Ulster Cone Rangers in the Essex and Border League Saturday competition, and I think they're probably doing better than Arsenal at the minute. Don, what's your thoughts? Do you think Conte would go to the Scummers?
I can't, as Paula said, if he turned us down, unless they said to him, we're going to give you an absolute war chest. Obviously, we don't know the reason why he turned us down, but we've spent a fair bit we're supposedly committing to a fair bit of money with all these loans eventually. And we got rid of Ledley and Mason out of the coaching staff, which was one of the sticking points, supposedly, didn't we? So I can't see him going there. He must be waiting for another job.
Aviva, as HG says, why would you join the worst team in the league? Tell me. Can you give it any reason why Conte would want to go to Arsenal?
Because let's see. Because it's in London, so he might get a West Ham job.
Oh!
I think Conte would sooner go to West Ham than he would go to Arsenal, because Arsenal are not just a runaway train; they're a train wreck. People, they're just looking for survivors now, and no one wants to be part of that search team right now. Okay, and it's a very sparsely populated train, as is the stadium. So, yeah.
Guys, I can't believe it. This has surely got to be a record of super chats
Big up, Brandon.
Boom.
Brandon, Patreon Brandon. It's great. If you want to become a patron, patreon.co.uk, Cheese Room Spurs. You get you get access to all of us 24/7.
24/7. I know it's worth £3 a month for that alone, isn't it? What more could you want?
What could you want for £3 a month to get access to all of us constantly? And we are just as hilarious in chat as well as we are in the podcast and on here. So
is that fair, John? John, as a patron, what do you think of the Patreon service?
I used to be in a couple of forums. I'm not anymore. I just literally a bit of Twitter and the Patreon service all day long. I love the I can't remember what they're called now. The interviews with you guys about your Tottenham history as well. I think you said about releasing some of the earlier pods you did. I think you should release some of those, Paul. I think they're good.
Yeah. We should. But equally, exclusive access to it. £3 a month. You know.
Yeah, indeed. Can I just say, I've just looked up Ali Gold's tweet just to read it. As I said earlier, Serge Aurier has been told exactly what awaits him this season if he remains at Spurs. Not a lot. As per RMC Sport, he's in talks with Tottenham to terminate his contract. So, the big old, I think he's been told it's best to Foxtrot Oscar.
Yeah, that's like
nice. So. But onto the super chat. Brandon, I mean, yeah, massive thank you to all the spouses and significant others of our Cheese Room team for giving us their loved ones for an amazing marathon transfer live screen. As Sam said, we've got just under 2 hours to go. We've got 48 minutes and 56 seconds left of deadline day. it can sort of filter on a little bit until midnight, which is why we're here until midnight, because we know some of the breaking news can come through after the deadline. But yeah, big up the cheese room spouses, I guess.
I'm single.
he put that out there and even like
Thanks, Brandon. Thanks for reminding me. Thank you.
Can I just say, Brandon's an absolute ledge. He, although obviously he's the other side of the pond, he sponsored my wife. He's doing 2 marathons. She's doing the Brighton and London Marathon in the next couple of months. And he when he saw that I posted it, he just got on and gave her a bit of sponsorship to help her. She's running for Mind. So yeah, big up Brandon.
Big up Brandon, and I'm sure. I mean, my cheese room spouse just basically does as he's told.
We all do.
Yeah. So
well, when you, I mean, is it a surprise that people do what they're told by you, Shan?
You just wait. He'll be in the comments, or he'll be sending me a message saying,
"Let's move on. Let's move on quick." I like this one. £3 for access to the corner. Sign me up.
Yeah.
Trust me, it's doesn't live up to the hype.
Hey, what did that kid? Details are in the scrolling ticker.
I'd much rather pay £3 a month to speak to myself and Aviva than you, caller, but you know.
Pay money, you take your tourist, don't you?
Down on the soft drinks now. I mean, I'm literally, this is where I'm at with the gin.
Ooh.
So I have work in the morning. So yes, I am now on the soft drinks. Plus, if you want the stream to go until midnight, I think it's probably a good idea.
And if anyone subscribes to Patreon, I just remembered there's actually a few other interviews and shows that we've done that you might want to listen to. So one is Mike Lee of the Spurs Show. Just happen to know him. He's my cousin. So Mike Lee of the Spurs Show, I did an interview with him when I was over at his house in London. And then also Theo Delaney. Theo Delaney, if anyone doesn't know, is massively involved with Spurs. He also was the one who made the montage at the White Hart Lane final ceremony of the stadium. He made that, and I didn't realize that, so I freaked out during the show. So yeah, listen to that, and hopefully we'll see more collabs. You've done a few collabs with the Spurs Show, so hopefully we'll see more of those.
And just this comment from Mark. Caller told me it was his OnlyFans account I was subscribing to. But basically, yeah, Patreon is cheap from OnlyFans. Exclusive content without the nudity. So
no nudity, no full frontal.
On that note, I've still got one more game. I think we need to go.
Let's go for it. Let's go for it, Shan. Let's do it.
This is where I keep saying, caller, this is where I've needed you and your tech genius, because a couple of times this hasn't done what I've wanted it to do, but we've got there in the end. Right, I'm going to share my screen. Okay.
Any second now.
They are. On the screen is a list of the 20 Premier League managers at the moment. I want each of you to give me your top 3, your bottom 3, and an explanation as to why. Caller, your top 3 Premier League managers, please.
Just put something in my mouth.
Make it interesting, and we have to not pick Nuno. And for any of them,
don't pick Nuno, because I've got a separate question about Nuno.
Yeah.
You want my top 3 managers?
Yeah.
Currently, or their career as a manager overall, or what? Only how well they've done with their current club.
Yeah, I think we need to judge them based on what they've done so far with their club.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I would say Thomas Tuchel, who I think is a fantastic technical manager and has turned that from the Frank Lampard also runs into, unfortunately, a serious title contender this season. That's the first thing. The second thing, I think Mikel Arteta has done an absolutely fantastic job at Arsenal. Yeah. And you can't really knock his tactics, his mind games, and his formation and setup. I just think he's just a complete package, really. And we're very lucky that Arsenal have got him. I mean, Arsenal are very lucky to have him. And pick a third one. Jurgen Klopp, it's got to be. He's done such a good job at Liverpool on limited resources. A lot of people forget that. I mean, I don't like Liverpool. I don't particularly like Klopp, but I've got to respect the job he's done. Their net spend's very similar to ours, but he's absolutely worked wonders for that team. If you think about where they were pre him, the others they're a bit of a joke, aren't they? Guardiola's just a checkbook manager. Solskjaer's shit. So yeah, there you go. That's my 3 top things.
I'm coming at you with breaking news because Jack has responded. He's clearly in the viewers somewhere, but not in the comments, saying, "You do as you're told. Don't scare me, Sharon Osbourne." So there you go. There's some insight into our relationship. Okay. Bottom 3, caller. Bottom 3.
Bottom 3. Gosh, that's difficult.
Can we pick Arteta 3 times?
I'm going to say Solskjaer's terrible because I always do. And I think if I'm being, really honest, I think he should have done a lot more with that side than he has. Let's say Steve Bruce because he's never really been any good anywhere he's been, but he does have the great, "How's the beacon, did you see?" catchphrase, which I do quite like. And Daniel Farke because obviously he's taken them down and back up again, and now looks like he'll probably take them down again. So there you go. There's my bottom 3.
Where do you think Nuno fits into that?
Where does he fit? He's probably the jury's out. It's hard to say. And look, he did a good job at Wolves for getting them promoted from the Championship. A couple of really strong seasons in the Premier League, and then last season he was really hit by injuries and various other things. So I think the jury is absolutely out. I wouldn't want, if I was going to put a number on it, I'd say like 6th, something like that. But we've got to wait and see.
Who's next?
Aviva, top 3.
In no particular order, top 3. I'm gonna go with Thomas Tuchel, only because in the span of 6 months he won everything, and it's very hard to get a team to play your style and successfully at that quickly. So Thomas Tuchel. I'm gonna go Brandon Rodgers. I think he's made some really good signings during his tenure so far. He's won some silverware. I think he's just kept them pretty consistent. And I'm gonna I'll just go Pep because I think he sees things that other managers don't see. That his way of looking at game management and man management. So those are my top 3, and my bottom 3 are Arteta, and then I'll pick 2 guys who I can't pronounce. Bruno Lag, only because I haven't seen enough of his stuff. And let's go Sean Dyche. This will be controversial. I like him. I know. Wait, let me bear with me here. Everyone calm down. When they first got back up into the Premier League, they had a really good season. I just feel like they've slowly started to peter out every season a little more. They haven't really been making any signings for me that show true ambition. We know they have Nick Pope but like Chris Wood. Besides that, who do we really? Tarkowski, they should have been getting more players in there. He's just been kind of beige, and I don't really like beige in the Premier League. So those are my 3.
Where do you think Nuno fits in?
I think it's too early for me, at least, to critique how well he's done with Spurs after 3 games. It's hard for me to say. These other managers, I'm basing my opinion off of seeing them play at least a season or 2 or 3. I can't really answer that yet. I don't really have anything to go off of. With Wolves, I think he would have been like mid-table, honestly. Okay. But yeah, that might change.
Okay, John, top 3.
I think Tuchel again. The turnaround at Chelsea was quite dramatic, wasn't it? And he knows what he's doing. Yep. And unfortunately, he's made them very good. And on that note, I think we've got to give a lot of credit to David Moyes, who's done a very good job at West Ham and has made them almost be able to compete with us. Well, obviously, they beat us last year, but hopefully we'll finish above them, especially when they get the Europa League hangovers. Third. Normally I'd say Pep, but no, he's just ruined it this year by being a git. Probably Klopp. Again, same as Call. I think actually he's done a very good job. They spent a lot of money, but they had to recoup money as well. And they identified they needed a keeper and a centre back, and they sorted it. Worst three, I think Arteta and Vieira, appropriately, two easy ones. After that, I'm struggling a bit. I think it's harsh against Bruce Caller. I think he's had very little resources. I think Newcastle fans hate him, but he's done a pretty good job for them. He's kept them up, which is what his job is.
How's the bacon, did you say?
I can't do the accents.
There's one word in Geordie, and it's Sambuca.
Sambuca.
Apart from that, I'm struggling a little bit.
What about
probably
Ralph
got
Hasenhuttl? He's been this. There's moments where you're like, yeah, he's great, and then how many games did they concede? Like 7+ in one season.
Twice 9-0, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Did you see there was a Twitter account which was, have they mentioned the 9-0 yet? And every game it was about 5 times it was mentioned. And then it was, have they mentioned the 2 9-0s yet? I think Hasenhuttl, a lot of people wanted him to come to us for a while until the second 9-0. Benitez, it's early days for him at Everton, isn't it? Larg, probably the guy at Watford, but they actually played pretty well on Sunday. But you could argue if they tried a bit harder, they could have actually got a goal.
Yeah.
And Nuno, early days.
With Nuno, you can take into account Wolves as well, I think, because he's only been in the.
Okay.
He's only
one good season with Wolves. That's the problem.
I'd say he had 3 good seasons at Wolves and 1 bad season.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Well, that was down to injuries as well, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And he lost Jota. So he lost 1 goal scorer and then lost Jimenez very quickly. And they had to rely on a kid who was bought for the future.
Did they lose Podence as well?
But he got injured. He was out for a while.
Yeah.
I think Neto
Podence
was
is
injured
very
for a bit as well.
Pablo Neto's injured, still is injured. His kneecap's knackered. He's got another 3 or 4 months out. So
all right. Okay. But yeah, I probably in the top 6, the same as Caller. Probably, hopefully, it'll work this year.
Okay.
The one thing I liked in all of that was who was it who all speak of the devil and he shall appear.
Your loins, everyone.
Who
I've
was
got
it?
the wrong HG because HG's here twice. Let me add other HG.
Two HGs. Oh my God. Someone rated Brendan Rodgers in their top 3, and as they read that out, I knew that HG would be arriving in the room any minute.
Who was it? Who put Rodgers top 3? Idiot.
There you go. There you go. I don't know.
Yep.
Good luck getting them to admit it now.
Wasn't me.
HG, seeing as you've joined us for the deadline day extravaganza that has been going on for over 4 hours now. Tell us your top 3.
Top 3. Klopp is 1. Yeah. That's easy. I think, considering what Tuchel's done in 6 months, it'd be tough to not put him second. Getting them into the top 4 was a pretty tough task, and then he took them to the Champions League and then won it. So that itself, to be better than Lampard wasn't tough, but to do what he's done was really, really good. They've always had good players, Chelsea, but Tuchel has made them into a team. You want to go Pep because of how he gets his teams to play. It doesn't matter how much money you spend, because lots of teams have proven that money doesn't really guarantee anything. That you've got to know what to do with them. So I think they're the obvious top 3, if I'm honest. Klopp, Tuchel, and Guardiola. After that, it's a race to see who can leave. Who's the best of the rest? Is it Nuno? Is it OGS? Is it Hasenhuttl? I mean, people that have proved themselves at other clubs or in different leagues. Is it Rodgers because he's won an FA Cup? There are lots of things, but I think outside of those 3, it's pretty much. I mean, Moyes. I know John spoke about him earlier. What Moyes has done at West Ham is a quality job that they've bought really well, and and they've built a team that actually is a very, very good team and deservedly gets the results they do. So you can't really go. It's weird because Moyes, when he first went to West Ham, was woeful and barely kept him up. But this time around, it's worked for him. But I think there's a clear top three. And after that, I mean, Benitez has won the Champions League. Bielsa's been, is everyone's ideal manager, the one that they all want to be like. So there's lots of talent, but I don't think you can go past the first three.
Who would be your bottom three, HG?
But based on what we've seen, I don't think. I mean, that obviously the Wolves manager's only had 3 games and he's lost all 3. as harsh as those results were, the Watford manager we don't know much about, so he's probably there. But I don't think the other two. I mean, those two haven't really done anything in other leagues either. Like I think the Wolves manager, when you look at his history, it's been. I mean, like he was second in charge somewhere, but hasn't really done anything, and suddenly got the Wolves job out. It's weird. But the third worst. Yeah, like I want to say Arteta because of how he is now, but you could sit there and say he won Arsenal an FA Cup, which he did. So, Arteta, clearly Arteta. Like what's happened in the last couple of weeks is just so bad that you
trust the process, HG. Trust the process. He's got it.
Process.
Yep, absolutely.
All about crosses.
Yeah, pure maths. I mean, the stuff he comes out with. Honestly, he's the Spanish Tim Sherwood, but he doesn't even have the results. He talks a bad game. His teams play bad, but at least Spurs under Sherwood would win a fair chunk of games, even if they didn't really know what they were supposed to be doing. He's all about. He's a brand management guy that has no idea how to manage. It's a fantastic appointment for Arsenal, and I hope he stays there forever.
He's really good at putting out cones, though, if you haven't noticed.
Yeah, I mean Guardiola rates him, so obviously he must be good. But no. Arteta in the last few weeks. Say that after he won the FA Cup, it's all gone downhill. As soon as he started buying his own players, they've got progressively worse. But no, he's definitely bottom 3. Steve Bruce has a case too, but I don't know. There seems to be a very large middle ground, and 2 or 3 at the top end and 2 or 3 at the bottom end. But
yeah, I think my top 3 would be the obvious ones, which is Tuchel and Klopp. Third, I really don't like Pep Guardiola, but he probably is the third best, isn't he? Let's be honest. I mean, he does spend a shitload, but he does do well with what he has. So I guess he's sort of there by default. Bottom 3 is Vieira and Arteta, also by default. Yeah, there's a few in there that could go into the bottom 3 depending on how you look at it.
Did you not make this game, Shan?
Huh?
Didn't you make this game? Did you not think it through?
I weren't intending on giving my own opinion.
You're a braver man than me, John. I've got to be honest. If I was you, I'd just shut right up now. Kill it.
Yeah, I mean,
oil money.
There's a few, like you've got Bruno Lage, you've got Isco, you've got Daniel Farke, Steve Bruce. You've got quite a few tragic managers in the Premier League at the minute. You've got lots of very good ones and quite a few tragic ones. So yeah, Watford do at least have some points, so I think you've got to go for Bruno Lage at this point, because they're obviously they're in the same boat as Arsenal at the moment. So I think it'd be unfair to put Arteta in there and not Bruno Lage. So yeah, that's definitely an interesting one. But yeah, obviously it's looking like the Tomiyasu deal is looking like it's going to get done. Unfortunately, they've got 29 minutes. 29 minutes to get it done, and like Tom says, Arteta is for life, not just for Christmas. Hopefully.
Romano.
I've got a question. I've got a question, which is, what happens now? We've got the transfer close season. What does What do all these people do? What does Fabrizio Romano do for the next sort of till January? What does Steve Hitchen do till January?
I reckon they have a good nap.
Going to call.
What does Steve Hitchen do? Full stop, caller.
Well, I can tell you that. So he
gets very excited if Paratici does.
He follows Paratici.
Sorry, Paratici.
And literally
where's Brendan?
Apes him in every way possible. I mean, is it wrong that I'm probably more excited about Aurier terminating his contract with Tottenham than signing anybody? There you go.
No, Holly is straight in there to rip up his contract. Holly? Absolutely big up, Holly. Nice to see you in the chat this evening.
She's coming on. She's promised me she's coming on the show next week, I think, actually, Holly. So
wrong thing.
Yeah.
No, wait. I have an update on Serge. There's an update on Serge. He's in talks with Qatari side Al Rayyan and a Russian club right now. I'll put it in there. There it is.
Okay.
Just posted like a few seconds ago on Twitter. They just posted.
Oh, yeah.
Serge Aurier is in talks with Qatari side Al Rayyan and a Russian club. He would like to terminate his contract with Tottenham. Talks continuing. I mean, see you later, mate.
Go join Toby. Yeah, go to Toby. See. Yeah.
Big one. Calvin Phillips has been crowned the England Player of the Year. Do we all agree with that, caller?
I rate him. He's good.
Is that really true?
Paul Muir says it, so it must be.
Paul would not joke. Yeah, I mean, I thought he was all right in the. I didn't think he was anything outstanding. I've got to be honest.
Who was better?
Who was better
for England? Yeah.
In the
it's tough, isn't it?
Sterling.
You could make a shout for Kyle Walker as well. He was pretty good.
Sterling.
Yeah.
Walker's not a bad shout.
I think he's our best midfield. I think he was the best midfielder for England in that game, in the Euros, in the middle at least.
England Pro I mean, he should have best newcomer. That's what if this was the Brits, that's what he'd be winning. Best newcomer.
Best male solo act.
Was he the best player? Not for me.
I was actually thinking the effect that Skipper's had on us was similar to the effect Phillips had on the England team.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
Well, get to the final and lose. Is that your prediction, John?
Well, standard Spurs, isn't it? Harry Kane won't turn up, and we won't score. And we'll lose to Roma.
I mean, like it was like growing up as a Spurs fan and English is based. What more punishment could you get than that? You've got England and Spurs.
Probably being the West Ham fan.
There you go.
But West Ham have never been successful. Spurs and England are just that they're both nearly teams, aren't they? They nearly win something, but don't quite meet their potential. They've got enough quality to do something special, but they never quite live up to it. I think that's.
Yeah, they were good in the 60s, but not much since, that type of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
They won the World Cup, did they not? Apparently. Never mind the other players.
Oh, there we go. Oh no, wrong one. Oh no, wrong one. This is why I'm on the soft drinks, Paul.
This would be my son.
And Welsh.
Yeah, that's my son.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, we're locked in Shan's basement, Jersey. Yeah, because the walls are all
Yeah, there's something I'm not telling you guys, and I think it's best to be discussed in private.
That's a good shout, actually. It does look that way, doesn't it?
It does a little bit. There's a similar reflection.
Here, I'm gonna reach up, like we're in the same room. Watch. I'm gonna reach up, and a hand's gonna come from. Yeah. Oh! Other hand. Wait. I'm gonna reach the side. Wait, where am I going? Reach the side. And.
Oh. No, that way.
No,
guys. I think
we've
got a winner. We've got a winner here. Spurs fan and Scottish.
Oh,
yeah. Deep fried Mars bars. Here we come.
That is the only good thing to come from Scotland. I mean,
it's not the only good thing about Scotland. Come on, there's some nice bits of Scotland.
I mean, I'll tell you a funny story. My nan's Scottish, right? And we went to Scotland to see my uncle once. And she told me, I think I was like 11 years old, to try and spot the haggis in the mountains. They've got 2 legs shorter than the other, and it's to make it easier to run around the mountaintops. And I genuinely was counting haggis.
Yeah.
Genuinely counted the haggis. It was sheep, obviously, but
Proud moment.
Sweaty Cockerel's in the comments. Obviously, he's here pretty much every single show. So thank you, Sweaty Cockerel, for your support. And he's another
new
patron.
New patron. Yes, indeed.
Conte was apparently on his way to London after being told a club in North London was interested in him. He swiftly had the flight turned round after realising it was Arsenal, not Leighton.
I love that.
Oh, we've got breaking news. Hearing Real Betis on loan. Does that make Arsenal better or worse?
They talk about fight or flight. You know, when you sense danger, you're running. That's what happened with him. Fight or flight. He took flight.
I would suggest that means Tomiyasu is coming in.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Oh, he's a done deal. I've seen it. Fabrizio.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's done. It's going to get done in time, unfortunately.
I also saw that the agent that was trying to palm off Tomiyasu to a Premier League club basically said he's not a great right back, but he's also not a great centre back. So he's very much he's a jack of all trades, master of none.
So the Japanese Callum Chambers then is what you're saying.
Yeah, so I don't really think. I mean, if Tomiyasu was that good, we would have bought him, right? I think we've definitely got the better deal in Emerson. What do you guys think? HG, I'll come to you because you've not been here too long, and we haven't heard too much.
Honestly, I wanted Tomiyasu. I wanted him to be a Spurs player. I find it weird that we had a guy that we were linked with all summer and it hasn't happened, and he's gone to Arsenal, and a guy we've been linked for about a day and a half has come in after playing 1 game for Barcelona. There are rumours that he didn't want to leave and was kind of pushed out, and it's all a bit odd. I know that Emerson, obviously was bought by Barcelona on a buyback thing, a month ago, and they talked about how vital he was to the future of Barcelona, and now he's at Spurs. It is a bit strange. So I want to be optimistic, but I'm somewhat nervous that someone that we probably have had our eye on for a very long time has been usurped by someone who we've probably thought, oh, he's available, we'll have him then. I don't know. So I want to be positive. You're right. I think I heard you say earlier that Tomiyasu and Tanganga are pretty similar in the type of player that they are, and we need something different. But I have to admit that, yeah, I was hoping that Tomiyasu would come in and be a centre-back in a 3 or that right-back if we needed. I'm yet to be convinced about Emerson. As good as his stats are, the fact that he obviously did well at Betis, and then being a Barcelona player any time in life means you're a pretty good player. But I'm nervous. It's come a bit too quick for me.
John, what do you think?
About Emerson, we talk about that. HG spoke for a long time.
Emerson.
He never did that with me, I tell you.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to take him time. We can't expect much this first season. He's got to have time to learn the game, especially in the Premier League. It's completely different to La Liga. I'm just looking at his stats, actually. He's played 3 games for Barca and 4 for Brazil. So he played more for Brazil than his own club. He has got some good stats from Betis, though. A lot of assists from all accounts, and maybe he can cross the ball, unlike all the other fullbacks we've had since Trippier. But yeah, I think we got to give him time because
I love it. Just on Emerson, I think he was the most foul fullback or something last season.
I do know. I know that Royal is not his name, but I want that on the back of his shirt.
Oh,
none of this Emerson business. There are too many of them. We want to be Royal. We want Royal on the back of my shirt. Whatever number he's going to be, who knows? But
at Betis, it was Royal, like Elizabeth Royal.
You know as well as I do, the next episode is going to be called A Royale with Cheese. Whoever came up with that, I can't remember who.
It was Brendan.
Brendan, brilliant. Royale with cheese. I absolutely love it.
Royale.
The only thing I was going to say, I was going to caveat the fact that his stats do look very good, top for most drawing the most fouls and all the rest of it. My slight issue with all of that is Doherty was the second best fullback in the Premier League the season we signed him. And he certainly isn't the second best now.
Oh, come on! Let's not taint Emerson with the same brush as Doherty.
No, I'm not. I'm just putting a word of caution because you can make stats prove or disprove anything.
I mean, I know. Go on, John. Sorry.
I was going to say, can I ask a question? Who's worse / better, Doherty or Aurier?
Depends what you're playing.
I don't think it does. If I'm honest, I don't think it does.
At their best.
Oh, attitudinally, Doherty. And that's
okay.
He keeps his tongue in his mouth.
Let's be honest. That's why he hasn't got a contract. That's why Aurier's being in effect released because of his attitude. It's not just his foot. His footballing ability is actually pretty good. He can get into good positions. He can put good balls in. He's capable of defending when he really sets his mind to it. The issue with Aurier is he's a bad apple. He was a bad apple at PSG. We knew when we signed him that there were issues, certainly with how his behaviour off the pitch at PSG. And it's been no different here, to be perfectly honest. I know he had a real personal tragedy last year, but you judge his period with the club as a whole. There's been a few good games, but in between that, lots of cheap fouls, penalties given away, errors leading to goals. And in all honesty, I just wouldn't want him anywhere near the dressing room. And for that reason alone, it's worth getting rid of him. Forget his football ability. Honestly, it's attitudinally that's the reason he's been frozen out. So yeah, Doherty's a better person to have around.
Apparently, he's less error prone as well. Aviva, what do you think?
I'd like to see what Doherty does more playing under Nuno more, but like I've always said with Doherty, he doesn't really fit a flat four. He's more of a wing back. That's why he got so many assists and goals when he was at Wolves. I think he needs to build up his game playing as the right back in a flat four. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. I know, like when he had his Spurs interview, he likes to attack the post and make crosses, but we have left wingers, we have right wingers and right mid. We have people to do that. It's what can he do defensively? And so far, Tanganga has been filling that role just fine, and he can make crosses and he can attack the post, but he's more suited to a flat four than Doherty is. So it's nice to have him on the books though when we do play five at the back for sure. But I don't think he's going to be like the number one this season.
John, what do you think?
Doherty. He looked really good at Wolves. But was it just the system? We're not playing the same system Wolves were. We don't have the class midfielders who found the balls for them. Like Martinho and Neves would constantly find him. Obviously, that winger who's rather muscular and baby oiled that we don't want apparently would make a lot of space for him. So that's where he had his effect. He was always popping up in the box. I think he got 7 goals, was it, that last season, including that one at the lane from about a yard out. But for some reason, it's just not happening for him. I don't know if he's lacking confidence, but he just doesn't look like he's going to do anything when he gets the ball. He doesn't look like he can beat a player, even with his movement, with or without the ball. Maybe time will tell, but the fact we've got Tanganga playing ahead of him and now we signed another right back would suggest he's well down the pecking order.
Absolutely. This is it. Like Aurier's going, Doherty's next up. Like if Tanganga is going to be a fullback for Spurs, which it looks like he will be, then Emerson's obviously here for the future. He's here for a few years now. Doherty may well be regretting that big move he made. He's 3 years left on his deal, so he'll do all right financially, but he probably won't play. And so unless we have an injury, he's not going to play in the Conference League either. Like Doherty is basically probably grateful that all those players have gone to South America and will end up missing games because that's when he might be available. But otherwise, he is now the new fullback that we can't shift.
Who's going to play centre back in the next game? Sorry, can I just bring that one up? Because it'll be Dyer and who? If Rodon's injured.
Tanganga probably. Tanganga with Emerson at right back.
Could be.
I don't know.
Will Emerson not be with the Brazil squad?
No, he's not been called up.
Okay, we know. Good.
Do some more training with the team. I think it's going to be Tanganga right back, and I think we're going to either see Dyer Sanchez again or Dyer Romero. I don't think we're ever going to see Sanchez Romero pairing. It's not what it was meant to happen.
They're both going to be isolating though against Palace.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Oh yeah, that's a problem. So could we?
Here's Paul.
Yeah.
The founder of the Joe Rogan Appreciation.
I mean, this is where it was leading to, wasn't it? That was such a leading question. Joe
No, but he's injured, Caller. He pulled out of the Wales squad. Is he getting fit?
I don't think it's a serious one. I've just seen Arsenal have
Niall John.
The issue.
Niall John's about my height. He's 5'8", I think.
I think it'll be Tanganga and Dyer, and then Emerson or Doherty at right back. I think that's what we'll see.
It'll be Doherty. It won't be Emerson straight in. I can't see it.
No, it won't be
I don't know. He'll have a couple of weeks training with the team before the Palace game.
Maybe.
He's been playing for Barcelona, so he's match fit.
Yeah. Could Ben Davies be centre back?
He can play left-sided centre back. He's done it before. But in a 5, not in a 4.
Davies and Dyer at the back just gives me the fear.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Dyer on the left and Tanganga at centre back than Davies and Dyer because.
I mean, you could in theory put Sessegnon at left back.
And we'd have Reggie on at left back, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
I don't think he's been called up.
No, I think maybe it's a 3. You could do that, right? You could go with Davies at left centre back.
Breaking news.
Wait, I'm checking the Spurs Twitter. That's the only way I trust it.
There's this, and there's Arsenal signed Takahiro Tomiyasu from Bologna. It is
39 seconds ago.
Serge is there.
So is that 2 outs and 1 in today, or 1 out and 1 in, and that's it, right? I mean, it's
1 out, 1 in.
1 out, 1 in. It's a bit of a disappointing transfer day, isn't it? I mean, I think we all thought it'd be a couple more.
I mean, it's better than last year.
We're hoping for a couple more.
I think the end of transfer days, usually you see like last minute confirmations of like young players going out on loan, like a huge list, like just a huge bunch of them all at once, and then mostly a lot of like people leaving. But usually you want time to be able to talk about and hype up people coming in for big teams. So I would think teams would want those deals to go through before that.
Yeah.
I think doesn't normally next week the loan window open again for championship clubs, so we might see some of our youngsters going out.
Yeah,
it's possible. I mean, it's weird. Like I think we've now got, if it is 1 in 1 out, we've got 25 players. We've still got 3 right backs. We've got issues with the centre backs not being able to come back for the next, basically for the next 3 months. There are 3 international breaks. They'll probably go for all 3 of them. It's a bit of a concern. I don't know if we've got. I mean, I think the Estonian guy who played preseason, is it Pascozzi? He looked half decent, but you don't really want to be seeing him in Premier League games. Maybe in Conference League ones. So I want to be positive. I think we've done a lot in the transfer window that has been good. I mean, a lot of us have wanted to see Aurier, Sissoko, Lamela go for a while, and all 3 have gone. Even if they didn't bring in the money that we would have liked, they've all gone. We've brought in lots of younger players, which I think a lot of us wanted to see. So in that respect, it's good, but there are still holes. I think that we're going to struggle to fill. If something happens to Kane, then what? With the centre back issues, if Rodon doesn't become fit, then what? There are concerns for sure, but
I'm not worried about centre back. Not worried about centre back.
Well, yeah, but if 2 of them are unavailable because they're playing international football for the next 3 months, then it is a bit, because suddenly it's Dyer and Rodon. That's your choice.
There's one other person we've forgotten about, and I'm curious. I want to talk about Carter Vickers for a second, because here's a kid who had. Wait. No, seriously, I'm confused here. We've had him for so long. The fact that we keep him in the books season after season of him going on loan either says we don't know, he hasn't stuck anywhere, or we think he's good enough that we want to keep him around. But he's 23. He needs to start playing regular football and not just be on loan. So the question is he going to get game time, or in the next few hours is he going to be off? Because I know he's been linked to Celtic, Newcastle. Nothing's happened yet. So if nothing happens by tomorrow morning, is he still with us?
I think it depends on the injury that he got, or how bad that is. I don't think any of us really know.
Now, HG. I
think
really? He's over that now. Yeah.
Okay, so like, I mean, yeah, exactly. I was injured until the transfer window closed. No, I just think that Carter Vickers is not going to play for Spurs unless there's a massive issue. I think that Spurs are probably just extending him, year on year in the hope that someone's going to come in and offer some money for him. And Carter Vickers is probably thinking, well, yeah, I'll take the guarantee of an extra year at Spurs than going on, becoming a free agent, especially in times like this where you may not get a 2-year contract or a 3-year contract at a different club. You may well be, trying to get the best you can. But it is odd. I mean, Aviva's right. Like, Carter Vickers has never really played for Spurs. He's probably never going to. He needs to find himself a club and be settled. And maybe that would be Bournemouth because he was there last year. I don't know. But I think that it's a strange one just because logically, I mean, even Walker Peters had gone by this point. Do you know what I mean? Like, Carter Vickers has to be the next one.
Well, he was earlier today, like there was talk of Newcastle, but then Celtic wanted him on loan, and Spurs, according to the internet, were saying no, they want a permanent deal. So if that's the case and Spurs do want to get rid of him, there's just not any takers coming in who are willing to put him on a permanent deal. And that sucks. They still, after all this time on loan, by now he should be seen as someone who's worth a permanent deal. So either the money's not there or the belief in him isn't there.
I think he's definitely championship quality. I think he's proven that now on all the different loans he's had. So that you'd imagine there's a championship team, or as I'm seeing in the comments, Celtic might go after him, and he may do very well up there. But yeah, for Spurs, no, there's no long-term future. No way.
Janelle Bennett has now joined League One side Crew Alexandra on loan until January. See, in the next hour, we're going to start getting all these loan updates. All like the under 23s or whatever, they're all going to start to go. It's going to come faster.
This is interesting from Chris. It's still another hour till the Scottish window shuts. We still could see something for Carter Vickers. I think this is the last year of his deal. So if we don't sell him, then he goes on a free next summer. Oh, what?
Sky's got breaking news from the Tottenham training ground, but obviously I've got the sound off, so I've no idea what it is.
Turn it up.
Serge Aurier. Is it about Serge? Is it?
Serge Aurier, yeah. Boring.
No, that's not breaking.
We're ahead of it.
We're ahead of the curve here. I mean,
here it is. Serge Aurier on his exit. Quote, I have really enjoyed my time at Spurs and would like to thank the club and the fans, but I feel now is the right time for me to move on to a new challenge. He just gave that to
Spurs. I think we all feel the time is right for you to move on, Serge. Thank you very much for your service. Enjoy life in Russia, in the Gulag.
I am curious to see where he'll end up. Will it be another English club, or will he go join Toby in Qatar, or go to Russia?
That's the funny thing. The funny thing is now he's a free agent. He can go wherever he wants, whenever he wants. He can almost wait to see, if there's a club that need a right back that will be happy to take him on, even for 6 months. He's got the freedom that Harry Kane doesn't have. Prince Prick of all pricks.
That's weird, isn't it?
That's because he's not very good, HG, whereas Harry Kane is rather good.
I mean, Aurier signed a 5-year deal and then got released after 4. But no, I don't think Aurier is that bad. I really don't. But people don't want to pay money for someone when they don't have to. I mean, the only team that wants to do that is Real Madrid, and even they got turned down. It's just. Yeah, if you're a football club in these times and you 60 grand a week or whatever he's on, and a fee that Spurs would want, no, you might take him now because it's a free, but it was never going to happen before.
No. I just want to. This is Jack from a couple of years ago with his emo hair saying he'll sign for PSG. What do we think? He wanted to go back to PSG. Do you reckon they'll sign him on a free? They like doing that. This summer.
No, because they've signed a right back this window, haven't they? So
for a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, just can't see that happening. I'm afraid, Jack. Sorry. Emo hair.
Sorry, Jack. Sorry, Jack. You've been shot down straight away. Craig makes a good point. Celtic did sign Hart. So
For £1 million as well, wasn't it? How did they do that?
£1 million.
Yeah.
£1 million.
£1 million. Honestly,
$1 billion gajillion dollars.
That's mad.
So we've got
I
literally
mean-
2 minutes, 58 seconds to sign Adama Traore. Come on, make it happen.
No, because there's
No.
there's
No.
They have until what time to submit those waivers?
Till
Midnight,
11.
I think. Is
Yeah.
it
And then
11?
midnight.
The
Complete the deal, isn't it?
the deal sheet has to be in by 11, and then
Yeah.
they get 1 or 2 hours to do the rest of the deal. But it's not happening.
It's not,
Alright.
I'm afraid. It's really quite sad that for me. I was hoping he would end up in a shirt and, you know.
There's always January, caller. Always January.
We ain't going to sign anyone in January. We never do. But
Apparently
we will
Watford
repeat
are
this whole show, I
interested-
think, Shan. I think it'd be good to do another one.
Guys, Watford are interested in Aurier.
Who?
Watford. Wouldn't that be
Oh,
funny?
you're joking. Is
I'm
Watford
not
going to be
joking.
the new retirement
It comes down to
club?
sports. Wouldn't it be funny if Sissoko, Rose, and all just
The Pidge should be happy, Shan. You'd have to go back
I
on
mean,
it.
The pitch will be really happy, but is Watford turning into the new Hull or something? Where all our retirement players just go to, like,
Yeah, to
what's
retire.
going
Yeah.
on here?
I mean,
Capu went there, and who else? It was the Stambouli. Did he go there for a year?
no,
I don't know, but Gomes, the keeper, did. Gomez.
Capoue.
Went to
Yeah.
Watford.
Oh, Kabul went there, didn't he, for a year?
Yeah.
He was a class player. I liked him. I don't think he was on.
It'd be 2 times in a week that Watford have kind of got one over on Spurs if Aurier goes there for nothing.
They get
Since-
a right
since-
back, a left back, and a mid.
Yeah, and they managed to get Sissoko signed before the deadline, which was Spurs were like, no, it hasn't happened, but Watford somehow wangled it. So if Watford can get Sissoko to play against Spurs and then get Aurier for nothing, when we probably would have asked for some money, it's I don't know. It seems quite suspicious, doesn't it?
Does
60-second countdown. 60-second countdown.
God.
I'm just waiting for I want to see a thing pop up and says "Bonjour Aurier," and then he's wearing yellow and black, and it's like, or you know how they announced Sissoko? They had a WhatsApp of Rose texting Sissoko, so maybe it'll be another group chat of the 3 of them, just like Serge Aurier has joined the chat group.
Oh, they're do you know what? Serge and Danny Rose aren't bad options for a newly promoted club at fullback. They're really not. They're
not.
Two good signings plus Sissoko. That could make Watford.
You have got some attitude though between those 2 fullbacks, haven't you?
Yeah, but they're on opposite sides of the pitch, so they can't hurt each other.
Wow. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7.
Caller's tired and wants to go to sleep.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Happy New Year!
Window closed. We've got what we've got.
No, we're gonna see. There's gonna be a lot of those transfer things coming in, like probably.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm going to
all
love you
be
guys
it will all
and
be
leave you.
loan deals. All those transfer sheets will be loan deals. I guarantee you.
I'm going to love you guys and leave you.
Yes, yes, Paul. I posted the new Surge graphic. I made it last night. I'm on the ball.
Shan, I've got to say, you've done such a good job with this. Well done from me. You've done a fantastic job. And I am heading to bed because I've got a massive day at work tomorrow. So if we sign anyone else, just drop me a text, will you? I can't see.
I mean, your commitment to the cheese room absolutely sucks, caller, but I'll see how it is.
My commitment is absolute.
Your commitment is...
Job.
I'm committed to the cheese room, but gotta go. Sorry.
Absolutely. I never thought I'd be doing this, but I'm just about to remove myself.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, there we go.
Everything's suddenly better in the world.
Hang about. I'm not having that. I'm not gone yet, you know. Jesus Christ. Right, I'm going now.
Yeah, go to bed, caller. Bye-bye.
Oh, it's just about to remove him. He's still there. I can see him.
All right.
Honestly,
HG.
Yes, John.
Right. How many goals is Vinicius going to score for PSV this season in the league?
Has he gone to PSV?
He has.
Okay. I think if he plays regularly, he will get 15 to 20. If I'm honest, I mean the Dutch league isn't obviously the best, but PSV are a decent side. They'll challenge for the title, and if they need a number 9 that knows where the goal is, I think Vinicius does. So I think he'll do well for him. Absolutely.
Rondon to Everton's just been completed on a free 2-year contract.
All right, that's a decent deal for Everton, because outside of Calvert-Lewin, who did they have to play centrally? Richarlison can do it, but he likes to be on the left. So Rondon has played for Benitez before. They know each other. That there'll be a good working relationship from day one. That's a decent signing, even if he is old, just for a couple of years. That's a decent signing.
You just imagine what's the full left back's name? I've forgotten his name.
Coleman.
Dean.
Oh,
Dean. His crosses onto Rondon's head all day long.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, and maybe Aurier at right back doing the same. Did Everton sign a right back? I don't know. I've been
Coleman's still their right back.
Okay, yeah,
We
but
can say
Coleman's
what we
also
want.
quite old. Yeah.
We can say what we want about Aurier, but he can ping across, can't he?
Yeah.
I mean, his delivery into the box is pretty decent.
No, it really can be. I think that a lot of Aurier, it's understandable, but under the Pochettino, he was asked to play higher up the pitch and was often caught out because he didn't have the pace to get back. He does make mistakes in stupid areas. There's no doubt about it. But I think as far as right backs go, if you look at the post Walker, we've had Walker Peters, we had Trippier, we've had Aurier, Doherty. I think Aurier is probably the best of those. Trippier has a great cross on him, but outside of that, I didn't really see it. So it's a bit harsh. We're all happy to see Aurier go because it'd be good for his career and good for Spurs. But the fact that he's been the best of the bunch, it probably reflects worse on us than it does on him.
Mm.
We don't care about his career, HG. Let's face it.
No, I mean, I suppose we don't. But I don't know. 4 years at Spurs is a decent time. I mean, Gareth Bale did a few more years, but it doesn't happen that often that people come for Spurs and stay 4 years. I mean, we've seen. I mean, I say that the last 10 years we've seen a lot of players stay and become a real part of the team. But for most of the 90s and 2000s, I felt like people came and went. Sigurdsson was here for 2 years. Van der Vaart was here for 2 years. We had this turnover of players, and so it as much as Serge was never really what we wanted him to be, I don't think I don't think he was a bad signing. It just didn't work out.
I think he was unfortunate. It was mentioned earlier before I came on about Walker. I think Davo was moaning about selling Walker, but Walker had to go. He wanted out, and Pochettino wanted him out at that point because he knew that he wasn't. I mean, I think it was a game at West Ham, wasn't it? We at the London Stadium, we lost 1-0, and he was awful that night. He was, and you could tell he'd gone. As far as he was already at City. The problem was as it has been over and time again, was our recruitment. Our replacement was awful.
Yeah.
Trippier. Obviously, that season he played injured, didn't he, after the World Cup, and then went to Atletico, and now he knows how to defend. And if Atletico didn't want 40 million, I'd have said, let's go and get him back.
Yeah,
is he 30 now?
Yeah, exactly. He's on his way to retirement. I mean, the thing is, Spurs, I mean, people who listen to the pod, they know how I feel about this, but Spurs need to be building the next team. I'm happy that we're signing younger players. Emerson's 22, Bryan Gil is 20, Romero's 23. That's how you build something. We talk about recruitment. The teams that have done badly in the last few years, Arsenal, they've had poor recruitment too. Man United were poor because they had poor recruitment too. Man United have got better because they've had better recruitment. There's a massive correlation. Obviously, if you buy well and the players perform, you'll do better. And Spurs, for various reasons, just haven't bought well. And you can blame various people for that, but the people that we've spent money on, they just haven't come in and been an improvement in lots of ways. So let's hope now that we are, hopefully, last year was the worst we could be, that from now on the only way is up and the team will start to gel and we'll be better.
I'm going to come to Aviva because I know she's got an update on Cameron Carter-Vickers. So Aviva, if you want to take us through that.
So, as he is American and I'm American, NBC Sport is reporting that unless in the next hour, because the Scottish transfer window ends in an hour. So unless something happens in an hour, it looks like he's going to be staying. Apparently, Newcastle didn't have the funds to buy him with like whatever price Spurs wanted for him. Newcastle didn't have the money for it, and Celtic didn't want a loan. So unless they can, they are going to get a permanent deal to Celtic. It looks like he's staying with us until 2022. But like I said, there's still an hour left because the Scottish window closes at midnight.
So he could end up at St Mirren then.
He could. Or, but I'm just saying, yeah, it's possible he might still go.
Joining us, we've got another cheesehead with Sean joining the YouTube. How are you, Sean? How are you doing?
Not bad. How's everybody doing?
Oh, Canada.
First time I've been serenaded. Thanks, Aviva.
What do you think of the deadline day so far, Sean? How do you think it's gone?
I think it went pretty much about what we expected. We did, we knew Sarr was going to get done, or it was done. Sorry, we figured Royal was going to get done. There were a lot of rumors looking at this about Aurier. We got him out the door, so at least he's gone. It's going to free up space for Royal. Who knows? Maybe something will pop in the last minute, but I doubt it. Most of these things take way too long to try and do, and to try and get something over the line at the last minute, it would have to be something that was already being talked about. And
yeah,
I don't think there's anything else still out there, really, is there?
I think what would be interesting, let's say Kane had got the move he wanted, right? I mean, we all know he wanted it. Like, where would Spurs have gone with the money now that these strikers that we were linked with haven't gone anywhere themselves? Like, we're probably very lucky that that Kane that we didn't get the money that we wanted, because who would we have bought? We'd be throwing money after two strikers that aren't as good. So it's a good thing to look at it and think, okay, well, we kept our best players and we got rid of the ones we don't want. That's a good window, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to be too depressed about it because we didn't have the money to go after the players that people would have wanted, the big splashy signings. The only guy that maybe I might have thought we would have been nice to have gone after was somebody like Camavinga, but let's face it, he had his eyes turned elsewhere and he wasn't going to come here. He wants Champions League football, and where else would he have gone?
No. There are some talents around Europe that will be looking for teams next year. If Spurs can position themselves to be that team, then great. I do think that maybe not in January, but certainly next summer we'll be looking to do similar things again. If Doherty's around, he'll be out. Lucas may well be out because he'll turn 30 next summer. So it is a case of we're going to say to players, look, come and join our club, come and be part of something. If you're good enough, you're going to play. We did that 5-6 years ago with the whole Eriksen and Dele and Son when he joined. Like, these players came in and they built something together. I like to think that Spurs will be a better proposition, and we can show to these players that we're in a good place, and we've got a full stadium, and we've got a whole year's worth of money behind us. You have to be hopeful, but it's a better place now than we were at the start of the window, at the start of the summer. I do believe that, even though we've lost Bale and a couple of others who were performing for us. If Ndombele stuck around, if we can get him going, then I think we've got some decent options. And I like to think that Nuno seems to be the guy that's harsh but fair, right? And I think players will respond to that quite well. I really do.
I know Aviva's got another couple of updates for us. Aviva, if you want to let us know what those are.
Sky Sports reporter reporting that Spurs and Celtic are currently trying to reach an agreement for the loan of Carter Vickers. So it sounds like Spurs have convinced, or no, it sounds like Celtic has convinced Spurs they just want a loan. They don't want to take him on a permanent. So we shall see. Like I said, we have 50 minutes until the closing of the Scottish window. So it's looking maybe more likely that Carter Vickers will be away for the season. But I would like to think this will be his last loan if this is a loan. It's just not fair to him as a player. He needs consistency.
He needs to go somewhere and start his career. And like you said, give him time. He doesn't seem to be a Premier League player. He seems to be somebody who probably be either in the Championship or in another league in Europe, and give him a chance to play and have a career somewhere.
Yeah.
Rather than sitting here doing nothing.
No. And the good thing about Celtic is that he'll get European football. I think they're in the Europa League group stages. So, I mean, yes, it might appear to be a two-team league. I mean, Aberdeen, I guess, would be the third one up there, but he'll experience something different to what he'd had at Swansea and Luton and all the other places he's been, Bournemouth. So, like, yeah, it's a good move for Carter Vickers. There's no doubt about it. And, yeah, I think Aviva probably should be his agent, frankly, based on what she's advised. Like, it makes sense, you know. If you can get yourself a 2 or 3 year deal somewhere else and try to establish yourself, then great. You can maybe work your way back up again. But you see Gazzaniga got his move to Fulham. I really think that Fulham will make it back into the Premier League next year, and Gazzaniga may well be their goalkeeper. So it's about finding the right club, and Celtic might be it for Carter Vickers.
Yeah.
John, what do you think?
He's not Premier League standard. I think he's very highly rated in the Championship. I think you're right. Celtic is a good move. The reason for a loan move, Celtic obviously want to pay less money. There will be a loan fee, so we'll get a couple of $100,000 out of them, and they'll cover his wages. His contract, it was an automatic extension for a year, so he's out of contract come next summer. So he probably will never play for us again. I think time to move on. He's not at the standards. He's not big enough to be a centre back.
Sean?
He's a bit of a tank. I remember going to see him play. I think that was about 3 or 4 years ago. He was on loan at Sheffield United. He looked like he could be the future, but lack of playing time, lack of consistency. And when he's been with Spurs, he just hasn't been able to break through and get that opportunity. And I just don't see a reason for us to keep him. And if we can get him out the door, get something for him, or even just from the sense of just giving him, like I said, a chance to start a career somewhere. You know, he's been loyal to the club. He hasn't, lashed out or said anything. So I just like to see him get his opportunity to play somewhere.
Sorry, just to clarify, I meant height-wise, Sean. I think he's only 6 foot.
He's not big, but he's a
he is, yeah.
Man. When you see him, I remember when I went to see him, I was like, holy shit. This guy looks like he could be like an NFL linebacker.
He's a tank.
Yeah, his turning circle is a bit like the Titanic, though, unfortunately.
He's Dyer-like.
Yeah, Shan, I think a good quiz question would be, which teams has he been on loan at for a future quiz?
I mean, yeah, there's going to be quite a few, almost as many as Harry Kane, isn't it? I mean, if only it turned out better. But yeah, I mean, Sam makes a good point. Romero's only 6 foot, but I think he's just a bit more technically gifted than Carter Vickers. I think they're very different types of players, aren't they? So Neo says he's seen milk turn quicker than Carter Vickers. Yeah.
Who's a better turner, Carter Vickers or Harry Winks?
A better turner?
Oh, Harry Winks can turn all day long. He's brilliant at it.
Every time I see
nothing else.
He can't turn. He just turns in circles.
I mean, I've seen Ruben Neves brought up a lot, and I said earlier that the news was that there's no news, but it's still the same. No news on Ruben Neves. I don't think we were really ever in for him. That was sort of just a random deadline day clickbait headline, I think. HG, what do you think?
I mean, I think he's got 2 years left. And I was talking to Dave, our Wolves friend, today, and I was saying that if they were looking at Renato Sanchez, and I was like, "Is it Neves out and Renato Sanchez in?" And he was like, "No, we'll get them playing with each other." I don't think that Wolves were looking to really sell anyone. If an obscene amount of money came in, then they would probably have taken it. But I think that they'll happily wait a year and see where things are with the market, see what the deal. I mean, they'll probably get a little bit less money, but considering no one has any money now, the difference would be so negligible. It's worth keeping people around. So if Neves has a good year, he'll get his move next summer. But I don't know if he had a great year last year. I mean, I know Wolves as a team didn't. So Neves is that like the kind of guy when things are going well, he stands out. But if they're not, then he goes missing. And I think Spurs have had a few of those over the years. He's the type of player that we'd like, but I think we'd all rather see Ndombele actually come to the fore and do what we know he can. That's the thing for us.
Yeah, definitely. Aviva, what do you think of Ruben Neves? Do you think he'd add something? I mean, it's not going to happen now, but maybe January next summer. Do you think he could add something to the Spurs squad?
I mean, it never hurts to have depth and quality depth at that. I'm pretty sure we tried to get him a while ago, or was it Moutinho? Or one of the current Wolves midfielders.
Moutinho.
It was Moutinho. Well,
in 2012.
They're both quality midfielders. So, yeah, I'd be happy to see him. But again, it's then you have to how you're going to adequately rotate our midfielders so that everyone's happy and that we're getting the results that we want. And then would it change the way we're playing? Because Neves isn't really as much as a deep midfielder as the ones we play with right now. We'd have to bring him up. We'd have to drop him, but I don't want to drop him deep. So, yeah, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think his valuation is a bit too much for us.
Guys, I am an hour ahead of you, so I am going to head to bed. It's September and much colder now here. So thanks for having me on for the 45 minutes I was. Sorry I wasn't on for much more, but I will obviously be on the next video, which is Friday night. So we'll talk. Yeah. We'll talk some more football then. But take care, guys. Thanks a lot.
Good night, HG.
Thanks, HG. And then there were 4. I mean, we're doing pretty well. We've been going for 5 hours and 13 minutes. We've still got sort of 40 odd minutes left to go until really we can sort of say we've got through all the news that we've got. I think what we'll need to do as well is just go around, sort of remind ourselves of what business has been done in the window for Spurs. And sort of give it a rating out of 10, because I know a lot of people have very different opinions as to how we've performed in this window and their opinions on Paratici and all of that jazz. But if you haven't already, please smash the like button, subscribe. It really does help the podcast, and it doesn't cost you anything. So smash that button, and stick your comments in as well. We want to hear from you and what you think of the window so far. But I think we can pretty much say that Ruben Neves is definitely not something that's it's the window is closed, so it's not going to happen. Okay, cool. So just to remind us of what has happened, I'm going to refer back to the run sheet because it has been 5 hours since I looked at it. So we've had Bryan Gil in for 22.5 million plus Lamela, Pape Matar 15.2 million back on loan at Metz, Pierluigi Gollini, he's a loan with an option to buy, which turns into an obligation after he makes 20 appearances. Cristian Romero, which is a loan with an obligation to buy, which it's basically we've bought him, but we couldn't legally purchase him this window. So we'll probably splash out the 42 million on him in January. And then, of course, our deadline day special, which is Emerson Royal for 30 million euro from Barcelona, right back. Aviva, what do you think of our ins this summer? I mean, I'll do what I did with Danny earlier, because I know there's very much a different, it's a lot of the signings that could be seen as for the future. Mm-hmm. And we haven't really done too much to address the here and now. So we sort of rate it on how we think this window how we'll rate this window in a couple of seasons when these young talents come good, hopefully, and how we rate it now based on what we could potentially achieve this season. So what would your ratings be?
My overall rating for just the deals done overall, I would give about a 7. 7 or only, and I say 7 and not 8 or not, because we have yet again failed to properly address one position.
Yeah.
Backup for Harry Kane.
Yeah.
We've signed backups for him before, but they have not come good. We can go back and forth on Llorente and overall his what he brought to the team that year, but he was not a striker the way that Harry Kane was. I think that, yes, I agree. I'm looking forward to see how these young players progress, especially ones who we brought up to the academy. However, Harry Kane is not getting any younger. Son is not getting any younger. And if you want this young team to be able to play with our future striker after Harry Kane, I want them to grow with that striker. I do not want to bring in a seasoned professional with these younger kids when they're still learning and growing. I want to bring in a young kid, and I want to give him time, and I want to believe in him. That already could be Dane Scarlett. We might already have it right there, but it doesn't seem like we're going to give him game time. Maybe in the Conference League, maybe, but that's not the Premier League. That's very different. So yeah, I'll go 7 overall. Could have been higher if we had signed a striker.
Okay, John, what do you think?
Well, you sort of took the wind out of my sails, because I was going to say, in a way, we need to judge this in a couple of years' time, because it could be a fantastic window. I don't think we're going to get a massive effect this season, unfortunately. This has been very much for the future. This is the early days of Pochettino rebuild time, which we needed, but we've just done it 3 years too late. I think 7's not a bad shout. We've got rid of a lot of older players, haven't we? Obviously, Hill looked very exciting in the Conference League last week, from what I saw. Romero looks good, but Caller was saying, because apparently he met Ledley King. I don't know if you heard.
There was a story.
Ledley apparently said that he needs to learn when to intercept, when not to intercept. I think there might be a few David Luiz issues going on early days with him until he gets accustomed to the league. Gollini looks really good. Really solid. I mean, I haven't seen him punch the ball out. He catches it pretty much every time, doesn't he, so far? Compared to Joe Hart, much younger player. He's clearly supposed to be the Lloris replacement, unless suddenly Hugo signs a new contract. Who else we got? The right back, unknown, but one for the future. Who am I missing?
Well, he's been starting for Betis last season. He was their number one right back, made loads of appearances, so he could very much be one for this season. But I think the worrying thing is he has got some discipline issues. He is prone to a yellow card, which would mean no difference to any Tottenham defender that we've had now or in the past, and probably in the future. So it's not something that I'll judge him for, but looking at his stats, he's very comparable to Reece James. He's quick, he's tall, he's strong, he's decent defensively, he's very, very good going forward. So I think with Emerson, it's one of these things where we'll probably play him when we have more of the ball, and then against the better teams like your Man Cities, your Liverpools, your Manchester United, your Chelseas, we'll play Jaffet for a bit more defensive security and stability. Yeah. Someone that's not quite as rash in his decision making.
Yeah.
So,
and the one I missed obviously was Sarr, because he's gone back on loan. Obviously, I mean, Didier Sakura looked like a world beater on YouTube, so always a massive pinch of salt. But he's an 18-year-old and he's starting every game for them. And he looks like a bit of a beast. So hopefully he will develop over the next 12 months and he'll be able to come into our team. And Skip coming back. There's obviously been a massive influence. The worry is we haven't got a creative midfielder and we haven't got another striker. Obviously, Sonny can play up there, and I think the team's a bit more set up for Sonny playing second striker. But just before lockdown, we lost both of them, didn't we? And I'm not sure who else. I don't think Dane Scarlett's ready yet. It's great that he's getting game time to develop, but he needs to get in the gym.
The other option would be Lucas Moura as a false 9.
Yeah, it didn't really work though, did it? I mean, I was at that Wolves game, which was the last game before lockdown, sat with a Wolves fan, interestingly, because he got me the free tickets. And it was an interesting view because he said very much, you guys are moaning about the style of football under Mourinho. We as Wolves fans would lap this up, and now we've got the Wolves manager. But I think the football we're getting now is better than it was under Mourinho, isn't it?
Oh, 100%.
There's a plan. The plan before was just defend. But yeah. And on the outs, Foyth's gone. We knew he was going to go. Foyth was Spain's probably the best league for him. Lamela, I mean, he had to go. Otherwise, HG was going to have a heart attack at some point. Alderweireld wanted out, and I think his legs have gone a little bit. Hart, good for the wrestling. Played cricket well, but not good enough. Sirkin wanted to go because there's 4 left backs in front of him. Sissoko, it was time to go. He's just not a good enough footballer. Absolutely agree. Shan, you've done a fantastic job tonight. Well done.
Thank you. Sean, I will come to you, but we've had another super chat in. We've had loads of super chats tonight. So thank you very much, everyone, for all of your support. It really does help the podcast to grow and do more things that we want to do. So, yeah, Obi, again, just wanted to say, cracking job tonight, Shan. Thanks for the ride. I'm Obi and just joined as a patron. I'm looking forward to some great content. Well, great news, Obi. You will get to speak to us for every day. What more could you want?
Instant access.
instant access to all of us 24/7 because we are global. So yeah, if you want to become a patron, we've got loads of extra content, prediction league, fantasy football talk all day, talk about Coldplay, Constance, Air Force Ones, anything goes in the teas room. So I think there's some merch coming along, there's prizes, so much extra content if you're a patron. If you go to patreon.co.uk, sign up, it's £3 a month, and like I say, you get to speak to us lovely lot every day. So thank you, Obi. Like, I'm glad to have you on board. Sean, transfer window so far, what do you think? What would you rate it out of 10?
Looking at what we've brought in, I'd give it a solid 7. Very similar to Aviva. It has the potential to go to an 8.5 or a 9, but like John said, it's going to be 18 to 24 months before we know. From what I've watched with Hill in the Conference League, there is a player there. He's not afraid to take shots. He's not afraid to take chances. He's good with the ball. He gets muscled off a little bit, but that's something that he can work on over time. Romero, we don't really know at this point, based on what we know from last year at Atalanta. We should have a prime defender there. Gollini, he's at that age where it's either make it or break it for him. We're assuming more than likely Hugo's gone next year, so this is his chance, and hopefully he'll take it and go at it. When you start looking at Sarr, we're not going to know for a couple of years. Royal, I'm hoping he's good. I'm hoping he's not Serge Aurier all over again, who just runs up and forgets to run back. We'll have to see, because again, he hasn't played a lot. When I look at what we got, being Toby's number one fan, I'm going to miss him every day. But these things happen. Players move on. But Aviva brought up a few minutes ago, the biggest thing that when you're looking at what we brought in and what went out, we've brought the team's average age down quite a bit. And now we've got something to build on and build around. And I'm really hoping that we can stay in the Conference League for a while. I know a lot of people don't particularly like it, but this is going to be the chance for Scarlett, Gollini, Hill, Winks, anyone else to play. And if we want to get rid of Winks to do anything, it's a showcase for him. And the biggest thing that I'm hoping with this window is that somebody has talked to Ndombele and said, all right, you want to go? Okay, that's fine. But I think the biggest reason nobody went after him is they're looking at a guy who's lazy, or at least that's the bill. And the fact that he hasn't played in the preseason, hasn't played at all in the season, teams are probably thinking, why do we want to go after this guy? What's he doing?
Yeah, it's a bit like us with Power, isn't it? We didn't really want to go for him because of the attitude issues. It's a very similar thing for teams coming in for Ndombele.
Yeah, and he's just got to go out and play. If he goes out and plays, there'll be people lining up for him in either January or next summer, and he'll get his move. But if he's just going to sit there and pout, the rest of the team's just going to go, no thanks.
Yeah, definitely. Aviva, I know you've got to head out, so if you want to give us some last words. And
yeah, it's been obviously great being on. Shan, you've done a fabulous job. Again, I was happy to hear we got another female in the group, and you're doing great. And keep going, keep at it. Thanks for having me on. Anyone can follow me at ATL Spurs. I post most of the graphics that she usually puts on their Facebook page there. And yeah, I dare anyone to beat me in the fantasy league.
Oh, that's a big shout. And if you want to join the fantasy league to try and beat Aviva, become a patron and you can join.
I'm the highest ranking Potter currently on our fantasy league. I mean, that means there's members who are higher than me, but I'm the highest ranking member of the room staff.
I mean, I'm doing pretty woefully, and I think I'm like 100 and something. So, and I was doing really good in the prediction league, but I'm sort of slowly falling further and further to the depths of despair. So we won't talk about that. But if you want to get involved, become a patron. Thank you, Aviva, for coming on. It's been great to have another female on the show.
Bye,
and
Aviva.
if you've enjoyed Aviva, hit like, subscribe, and come back. See you later, Aviva.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. And then there were three. We're on the home run now. Last stretch, last half an hour. just to see if there's any loose ends come through in the next 30 minutes. But I think with Spurs, we're pretty much done. We're just going to review the ins, review the outs. I mean, earlier we went through all the people that have sadly left the club and sort of said what our favourite memories were. So, John and Sean, I'd be interested to see what your thoughts are. We're going to start with Juan Foyth. Obviously joined Spurs for £4.5 million. He's gone to Villarreal for £13.5 million. Shrewd from Levy, making a bit of a profit. Made 30 appearances and scored 1 goal. Was there any standout moments for you guys for Juan Foyth?
He played in the 3-1 against Chelsea at Wembley. You know, when we absolutely battered them and should have scored about 6. And he played right side of the back three. And I'm sure he did a pirouette on the edge of the box to get away from a couple of Chelsea players. Apart from that, he was a bit of a liability, wasn't he? Same as Serge. I think he could make a decent defensive midfielder, but he's obviously right back as he's nailed on. Jose didn't like him. I think he could have done a job for us at right back, but obviously he went wandering at Norwich that time and then got sent off at Bournemouth. So he lost his chance. But yeah, it didn't quite work. He'll have a decent career, and he's the Argentina right back. So well done, Juan.
Yeah. Sean, what do you think of Juan? Will you be sad to see him go?
No.
I mean, he was already gone, really, weren't he? But officially gone.
I'm just, my only memory of him is really going to be other than the penalties, would be him winning, another Spurs player leaving and winning a major trophy. With Sevilla, and you're just like, oh God, another one.
Capu as well, Capu.
Yeah. but I'm happy for him though. I'm happy for him that he's got to go somewhere and have a career and be successful. If he can't do it here, at least he's not doing it at Arsenal or Chelsea or something. At least it's like you say. You don't hate these people. You don't have any dislike for them. If they're not going to play here, I just assume for them to go somewhere else and try to be successful. And so far, that looks like what he's doing, and all the power to him.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm a bit upset that he's gone. I think he's had a really good season at Villarreal, but like we say, it's very different type of football to the Premier League. The Premier League's much more physical, it's much more fast paced, and it's the hardest league in the world. So yeah, I think he's done a good job going to Villarreal. The next one's Toby. He's gone to Al Dahal from Transfer Market says it is just over 10 million, 10.2 million, I think it was. He joined Spurs for 14.5 million. So sorry, Daniel Levy, we've taken a little bit of a loss there, but he made 243 appearances and scored 9 goals. Gon, what's your favourite Toby moment?
Oh, it'll probably have to be scoring against Arsenal in North London derby, wouldn't it? You can't beat that. He was a brilliant defender for us over the years. The last couple of years, obviously, he fell out with Poch, and then he came back under Jose. But I think his time was served. Again, is he 32 now? He wanted to go as well. He wanted his big payday in the sun. But he's definitely up there with the best defenders in my lifetime, along with Ledley, Woodgate, Jan, obviously, probably, and going back to this kit, Richard Goff and Gary Mabbutt. They were great. He's definitely up there with those guys. But 32, he's gone to have a bit of a suntan, isn't he, and enjoy himself.
I mean, Sean, he posted a picture on Twitter and he was all tanned and he was all sweaty and big and muscly. I mean, he is the ultimate man crush, right? What do you think?
Well, that was always the first locker when I went to the two stadium tours. He was the first one that I went to. But I guess my joking memory of him will always be the hair. He was never out of place, never ever.
I think his wife's a hairdresser. I think so. Yeah, I'm sure I read that, and that probably explains it.
I don't think it ever moved once. It was the same every single day.
It didn't dare move. He had it trained. I guess for me, the memory that I'll always have of him, it's more of a personal one, was the first Spurs game that I ever got to see in the UK was in October of 2016, and we went to West Brom. And I'm so excited we're there, and he got hurt. And I was just like, no, not Toby.
Yeah, I think he got a big injury. Was it? It was when Poch was still here, and he weren't quite the same afterwards. I don't think.
I think it was that one. It was October of 2016. He was out for a couple of months.
I think was it his hamstring, something like that, weren't it? It was something like that. But yeah, I mean, Toby.
He was hurt, and Harry was hurt at the same time.
I mean, what an absolute legend. Toby, obviously, he's had his controversial moments, and he's come out and said he's wanted to leave a couple of times. I mean, there was a flirtation with Manchester United, weren't there? But he's always given everything for the shirt, and I think, yeah, fair enough. I think he probably hasn't got the legs to keep up with the Premier League anymore, and we're doing the right thing. We're trying to reduce the age of the squad a little bit. So, yeah, he's definitely going to be one that's missed, and it still feels a bit weird seeing him in a different kit, because I still follow him on Twitter because he's one of my favourites. Yeah, definitely going to miss Toby, I think, but the Toby of old, most certainly. The next one is Moussa Sissoko.
Can I just intercept on this one? I've just seen Matt Law on Twitter said Chelsea deal for Saul 100% done.
Oh, God.
Although someone's commented saying not what Sky or Spain are reporting, so...
I mean, I think Chelsea are going to win the league this season, and that is just an absolutely dreadful thought. That would only be made better by Arsenal getting relegated, I think. I don't know what you guys think, but I think Chelsea just look very scary this season.
They look so good. A good job they didn't get Koundé, though. It's the only advantage. But they look so good defensively, and now they've got Lukaku. The guy's a beast. It takes the pressure off Werner and Havertz, and I think Ziyech is a very good player as well, playing that sort of the guy who plays for Liverpool on the right. I can't remember. Salah role. That's it.
I think the biggest thing with them is Conte. If they keep Conte healthy, he is just such.
He makes them.
I don't know anybody else at that position. Maybe Fabinho, who's just has that ability to just control the game, keep everything in front of him, doesn't let things get by him. He can chase people down.
Yeah,
he protects that back four, but he can also get the ball forward and score some goals. Like he does everything you could want a player to be, and it's all for the badge with him. It's nothing about anything else. There's no ego there. It's just about winning.
100%.
Why was he taken off on Saturday? Was that injury, or was it just tactical because of the man being sent off?
I don't know. I've never heard anything about it.
Was it? Right.
I think he took a knock.
Right. I thought that was strange because I think the one player you want to keep on the pitch when you go down to 10 men would be. Yeah. Sorry, Sissoko.
I mean, I would rather talk about others other than Sissoko, but no, that's not fair. I mean, he did have one good season out of his 5 that he was here. So he's gone to Watford for I think was about £3 million. Joined for 31.5 million from Newcastle. Daniel Levy had his pants pulled down. Made 202 appearances and scored a whole 5 goals.
I saw one of those goals. I saw the goal against West Ham in the Cup when we were 2-0 up at half time at Wembley in front of about 30,000 and we lost it 3-2. That was Foyth's debut as well, I think. Or definitely his second game. He was signed because we didn't sign Zaha. He was signed as a right winger, and he wasn't a right winger. He was a box-to-box midfielder who needs to play alongside someone who can pass. Unfortunately, Harry Winks has lost his confidence and can't pass since he got injured at Burnley a few years ago. So it was a strange signing, playing him as a right player. He then obviously eventually found a bit of form playing in the middle, but he just was never good enough. He's got a touch of a battleship. He can't really pass. He was a bit. I was calling him can't shoot for Toffee. I was calling him the tank. He could go like a tank. But like he was like a kid in the playground, wasn't he? Head down, not actually know where he's going, no real purpose. And he defensively could do good things, but then he was the man that lost his marker for the goal in the cup final, wasn't he? He'd only been on 5 minutes. So definitely time to get rid. 5 years, 30 million was a lot. I mean, given that Liverpool played 25 million for Wijnaldum the same summer, who he chose Liverpool over us, we then went back for Sissoko because he had a worldie in that 5-1 game, didn't he?
Absolutely criminal. Sean, what do you think? What do you make of Moose's time in a Spurs shirt?
The thing I guess I'm always going to remember of him was at least he played for the badge. He went out there and he played hard. Unfortunately, we need a lot more than that, especially where we were at the time. And I hate to say he was a horrible signing because I never like to blame that on a player. Like, again, like John said, Levy got fleeced. You know, well, what the hell he was thinking. I just wish we had a player. When I look at a player like Ndombele, I wish he had 10 or 15% of the drive that Sissoko has, and just wanting to go out there and put it all on the pitch. That's all we ask of any player. And I know you're going to get varying degrees of that from all players. Some go all out, some not as much. But, you know, I think the problem for me with Sissoko was also the amount of money. And I think that also weighed on him, and the fans really hammered him with it. And I think that's the one thing that I'm really proud of him with, is that a lot of players, the abuse that he took over those first 2 years, could have just curled up and just sat on the bench and never been heard of again. But the thing, he seemed to take it inside, worked hard, and at least, like you say, for a year, 18 months there, we actually had a serviceable player. But unfortunately, like you say, at this point in time, it was probably a year too late. We probably should have got rid of him a year or so ago. But then again, you know, you could also look at a lot of ways we never should have signed him.
Oh, 100%. I think it's not his fault, but glad to see him at Watford, that's for sure. I'm just going to, before we go on to the next one, Kyle's obviously come up. Do you think there are any backup strikers we can sign who are free transfers? I don't think that's the direction the club are going down. I think if we're going to sign a second striker, it needs to be someone that's up and coming, good quality. You think the strikers we'll link with Vlahovic and Lautaro Martinez, I think the club's aiming for someone that's is young, it can improve, has a high ceiling, as we've been saying throughout the show. I don't think a free transfer is something for a striker is something we'd go down at this point. John, what do you think?
Start off with, I don't think even if they were on free, we could actually play them until January, because they have to be registered with the Premier League, irrelevant if they're another club or not. And the same for UEFA's tomorrow morning, isn't it? Or maybe it's tonight. You have to register. They have to register the squad, so they'd have to sit training until January anyway. I'm not sure there are any strikers particularly out there that are currently unattached. But yeah, we need to buy a Kane replacement, someone to step into Kane's shoes in the next couple of years, don't we? And we need to buy someone that can back up. Ings would have been a good solution for 2 or 3 years, because, as I said earlier, he can dovetail with Kane. He could play as a up front by himself or with two. He can drop into that 10 role the same as Kane does. And he didn't cost that much. Even his wage is 150 grand a week. When you consider what we've cleared off the wage bill, isn't that bad? I mean, Toby was on what, 120?
Yeah.
I doubt Romero's on that. And Lamela was on about.
He's on 60.
Is he right? And Lamela was probably on a lot more than Hill, and so on. I know we're going to probably do new contracts for the likes of Skip if he hasn't already got one. Because that was weird, wasn't it? We did a lot of contracts and it just went silent for ages, didn't it? Like every week there was a new contract coming out. But that was to do with the loans on the stadium or something. But yeah, I don't think we're going to sign any strikers now.
No, I don't. I think it'll be at least January. What do you think, Sean?
January maybe, but you know, as we always know, it's so hard to get anything done in January. And this is where the Conference League, again, to harp on it again, comes into play. If Scarlett can get out there and do something, you know, maybe that gives him the opportunity to show, hey, I'm the guy. You know, you need to buy somebody. That obviously would be the ultimate one, because then you don't have to put out any money on anybody. And it gives you a chance to use that money to go to a creative midfielder, maybe a right back if we want to find somebody more defensive, or again another goal scoring winger. If we do let go of Lucas or Bergwijn, the money is there now there for that player if we're not buying the backup striker. But I still think in January, if we can find somebody on a loan, I still think we should do it, because Because otherwise, it's a lot, especially going down the stretch. If we do go deeper into the Conference League, into any of the cups or anything else, if you want to give Harry any time off, or if, God forbid, he gets injured, do you really want to be relying on Dane Scarlett?
Yeah.
No. You know, again, unless he lights up this Conference League in the next 3 or 4 months, we don't want that, because we saw what happened the last time when we signed going back to Janssen, and Harry got hurt. They put Janssen in, and he completely and utterly fell apart.
No. Saul has signed for Chelsea on loan.
Oh yeah, that's just come up. Oh, Chelsea. Oh, anyway, Joe Hart.
He had nice hair.
I mean, there's not a single sign of any dandruff in that Barnet, is there? I mean, this is a Levy masterclass. Joined on a free, gone to Celtic for £1 million, made 10 appearances.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, he's well past his best. I think, didn't he make a big mistake for Celtic in the in Europe last week as well? Made a complete howler or something. Well past best, seemed like a good guy. Had that positive influence on the dressing room. I remember when Edgar Davids signed, a lot of the players said Edgar Davids took them up a massive level, and you were sort of hoping Hart might do that. But obviously, Jose undid any good work, some good players. But time to go. Just not good enough for us.
Sean, do you agree?
Yeah. Again, it was kind of a no-brainer signing because of the fact he's homegrown. It allowed you to bring some other players in for European competitions, etc. But all that you could hope from him was to be the positive influence in the dressing room, which he seemed to be. We never heard anything. Any other way, but he wasn't a long-term solution. And at least we did seem to have found someone who hopefully will be our next keeper.
Yeah. I mean, 100%. What do we think of Gollini?
It's hard to tell. It's only been 2 games. He's looked reasonably decent, but let's look at who he was playing against.
He looked really good against Chelsea in the friendly as well.
Yeah.
Really good. Made some really good saves. But yeah, I mean, a year working with Hugo is only going to make him better. He's relatively young for a keeper. He's only 26, and we've got Alfie Whiteman coming through as well that looks decent. So, I mean, he's nowhere near ready to be Spurs number 1, but he could be a good number 2 next season if this loan spell goes okay. So,
my worry about Whiteman, he looked a brilliant shot stopper, but on the corners he looked lost. I don't know how big he is, but he looked like he got nowhere near punching or catching any crosses from set pieces. I mean, and is a seat in Sweden going to sort that out? He needs to go. He could have gone to somewhere like MK Dons, get in that in the League 1, League 2, and get some big old centre backs and centre halves whacking you. That would probably help him.
Definitely.
It's interesting that we can only get him a move to Sweden as well.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a place. It's one of them things, isn't it? For a goalkeeper, you want to send them on loan for him to be starting every game.
Yeah.
So I think that's always a challenge with getting a goalkeeper to go out on loan, isn't it? I mean, look at Gazzaniga. He went out to Elche on loan. He didn't even play.
He got in the team near the end, but that was definitely a cost-saving exercise, wasn't it? And he was told to go. But I think Fulham's a good fit for him. He's a good keeper, but not quite good enough again. I mean, that kung fu kick against Marcus Alonso was just bizarre. That was the moment he'd gone.
Danny Rose.
How was that his first game? Was that Gazzaniga's first game?
Was that the Palace game? Was it?
Palace game, yeah.
When he didn't he go round? Didn't Zaha go round him and missed an open goal?
Yes.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
But he actually did quite well in that game. Apart from that,
another game where we were saved by Sonny.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there's many games where we're saved by Sonny. Sonny is just an absolute beautiful man, but we've still got a couple more to go here on our farewell tour, which is Danny Rose. Obviously, he's gone to Watford on a free. Obviously, released from his contract at Spurs. He joined Spurs for £900,000 11 years ago, I think it was.
I actually
214 appearances and 10 goals.
Okay, so my son, who was on earlier, his first game was a 2-2 draw against Leeds in the FA Cup. And Danny Rose, I think that was his debut. But he'd come from Leeds, so all the Leeds fans booed him non-stop. And he won a penalty for us really early on, which Defoe managed to miss. I always liked Rose. And I always remember the one thing of football I've probably called, because everything else I'm rubbish at, as you see in the Prediction League, was I remember saying, we were having a problem at left back, saying, why don't they play Danny Rose at left back? Next game I went was Blackpool at home, and he played left back. And he had a really good game. Unfortunately, he then regressed a bit. He went to Sunderland, improved a bit, learned his positioning, and he became really good fullback under Poch, because there was talk of him leaving, wasn't there? Obviously, as HG had a bit of a rant last night, he let himself down with what he said. But I think he's one of those, he wears his heart on his sleeve. He has come out and said he suffered depression, and I think he needed to speak at that time. But that injury at Sunderland, that was a transfer window deadline night as well. That was pretty much the end of his career in many ways. He came back the season we got to the Champions League final, didn't he? Because he was instrumental in the second leg, because he nutmegged an Ajax player, didn't he, in the build up to one of the goals. But I love Danny Rose as a player. Unfortunately, he burnt his bridges, didn't he?
A little bit, yeah.
He cared. He didn't get his move. Walker got his move because he threw his toys out the pram. Rose tried doing the same, and Spurs were like, we can't sell both of them, and it backfired a bit. But
Definitely.
I think I'm glad the fans gave him a good reception on Sunday.
Oh, 100%. It was a brilliant reception. I was there, and it was a really nice touch from both him and Sissoko to come and clap the fans as well after the game. Sean, what did you make of Danny Rose's time as a Spurs player? Surely he'll be coming back for oh God, the words invading my mind because I've been going for nearly 6 hours and
you're burnt out.
Testimonial?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have nothing but time for Danny Rose. Like, I know everybody's going to roast him forever for the Sun interview, and I understand it. Like, unfortunately, to an extent, in that interview, he didn't say anything that none of us weren't thinking as well. I guess the problem is, that's something that shouldn't come from a player. But the fact that he's, someone who stood up and talked about racism and, gone on it head on. And again, the same with mental health. There's so many players out there that we've, heard over the years, now that they come after their playing days and they talk about their mental health issues. It's so refreshing to see a player like Danny who's not ashamed to talk about it and going to go out there and, hopefully that helps the next player say that, stand up and say, listen, I need help, rather than, their play suffering and their life suffering and everything else. The fact that they can stand up and hopefully the team will help them and get some help and be able to help them turn a corner in their life and be a good player and be a good person.
Definitely. Sean, I know you've got some news on Cameron Carter-Vickers, so I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, according to Alistair, let me just bring this up again. It's done. He's going to Celtic, and it's a loan deal for the season, and they have an option to buy him at the end should they choose to, which is interesting.
Oh.
I thought his contract was up at the end of the year.
Unless
maybe it was a 2-year extension.
Yeah, like us, yeah, unless there's some team option or something.
Maybe they was a 2-year extension, not a 1-year extension.
Yeah, that's what Alistair's reporting right now, anyways.
I mean, that's only good news. Get some more money in the kitty. His wages off the bill. It's another one out of the door. More deadwood cleared. I mean, it can only be seen as a positive. Next up is Eric Lamela. Loved by the few.
Where's HG?
Somebody says something phone HG and wake him up.
Yeah, I mean, Sevilla swap for Bryan Gil. Joined Spurs for 27 million from Roma. 257 appearances and 37 goals. I'm personally a massive Eric Lamela fan. I absolutely loved him, but I don't know if it's because I'm a little bit sentimental. But I just think he gave us so many memories. I mean, my Twitter header is still this. Oh God, what am I doing? I mean, I've done a full day at work after a bank holiday, so I had loads to catch up on, and then I've literally finished work, fed the dogs, and then sat and done 6 hours. So I'm like flaking now, but my header on Twitter is still the picture of when he was Jack Wilshere a pussy, and literally it's iconic. I mean, only Eric Lamela could score the goal of the season and get sent off in the same game. I mean, it just sums him up, doesn't it? John, what do you think?
I always thought he got a lot of stick unfairly at times. His assist record was very good. His set pieces were good. You know, but his injuries just ruined him, didn't they? I mean, he'll be injured probably by mid-October, probably a hip injury or something, won't he? For Sevilla. I'm glad he started well out there. But he always had this knack, more so in the early days, of finding a little through ball. You know, there's so many goals I could remember going back to when we beat Man City and Eriksen scored the winner. That was a through ball by Lamela. Ryan Mason, when he got his injury, also up at Sunderland, through ball by Lamela for Mason to put it in the corner. There's a lot of goals like that at the time, and a lot of corners that he put in that was very good. Unfortunately, at times he wasted the ball. I remember I was at the Monaco game at Wembley when he just kept getting caught in possession.
He didn't know when to pass the ball, did he? When to release the ball. I think that was his biggest problem. He'd beat two free men, and then he'd run into trouble when he could have released the ball after beating the first man. I think that was one of his biggest problems, not knowing when to pass the ball, when to release it. His decision making wasn't very good. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And the injury record, I think, was down to his style because he works so hard and he kicks the crap out of people so much. And I mean, do you remember was it the Leipzig game? He came on and he lifted the whole crowd. It was bizarre because I know he was very much Marmite with Spurs fans, but we were awful that game. And he came on the sort of left wing, or people thought he was playing left wing back, although Jose said what he wasn't. He did make a difference at times, but other times he was just useless, unfortunately. But again, at the club a long time, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he wasn't the player we thought we were getting.
I mean, he was Gareth Bale's replacement, replaced by Gareth Bale, which is the most Eric Lamela thing you could ever think of. But
yeah.
I mean, Sean, does that pretty much sum it up? He was Gareth Bale's replacement, and then was replaced by Gareth Bale to then be sold. So
that is Coco. But I always loved him. I always loved the fact, again, he played for the badge. He played his ass off. He gave everything he possibly could. So many times when he would be brought on, you knew he was brought on for one of two things: shithousery, to take somebody, or he was brought on in just his energy. Because there's, like John said, there's so many times you would bring him on and his energy would just change the game. And other people seemed to feed off of it. And everybody seemed to be just giving a little bit more and a little bit more. But again, I'm always going to remember him. We're all going to remember him for two things: Rabona and his, kind words to Jackie Wheelchair.
And also the dive to get Martial sent off against United. That was brilliant. So last one before we wrap it up, because it really has been a marathon today, and I am in need of my bed. My phone is absolutely blown up. I haven't looked at it for a long time. So last but not least is Paulo Gazzaniga, and I know he's another one that was really gone last season, but only officially released this season. He's obviously gone to Fulham now. Joined Spurs from Southampton for 900k. Made 37 appearances in goal for Spurs. John, what did you make of Paulo's time?
I remember, obviously, there was the Palace game we talked about. I remember second or third game was away at Huddersfield, and he made an absolute worldie save from about the guy shot from about 35 yards, and he made some really good saves. And at times there was talk, he could actually be better than Hugo, because Hugo was going for a bit of a dodgy time. But then it just, like I say, like a lot of our players under Jose, went off the rails, didn't he? Again, I mean, he was a pretty man, but not good enough goalkeeper.
No, definitely not good enough to be Spurs' first choice, and it was always going to be a tough gig to follow Hugo Lloris, who's arguably one of the best in the world. Sean, what do you think?
Oh, exactly. It was going to be tough. It's big shoes for him to fill. But the one thing he can't say is that he wasn't given a chance, because he was. Hugo was out for, what was that, 3-4 months with the broken arm. He had the chance. Like, he wasn't bad, don't get me wrong. And it was at a time when the team wasn't playing well. So he didn't do anything to make himself look bad or for other teams to not think about taking a chance. But he had that opportunity and he wasn't able to take it and turn it into something. So, you know, again, it's just another guy who's gone. He tried, he put in his best effort, and I just hope he has a good career at Fulham, and that he's able to help that club and get them back up. And you know, beyond that, again, it's not a guy you're specifically going to remember a lot about, but not
he
much.
Done a job.
Yeah, he did a job.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that Joe Hart was brought in to replace him probably says it all, doesn't it?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the wrong decision, though. I think Gazzaniga was better than Joe Hart, 100%.
It was
Joe
kind of
Hart, like Joe Hart from distance. You could shoot. I could shoot from distance, and it would beat Joe Hart.
He had a thing to. Was it the top left? He always on the left, one side or the other. He always get beaten for some reason.
That, and if you shot from outside the box, 9 times out of 10, you'd beat him because his reaction. He's not quick enough to react to things.
Yeah, it's interesting to look back at him, a career that fell apart so fast. The guy who got so high, you know, winning trophy after trophy after trophy, and then it seemed like basically like what was about a year to 18 months at the most that he was gone from there to just not being able to play anywhere, it seemed.
Yeah, I mean he's younger than Hugo as well. When you put that into perspective, Hugo's still performing at a pretty high level. He's still the French #1. French captain, Spurs captain. I think he could still. I'd really like to see him lift a trophy with us this season. I think he really deserves it. Out of all, I mean, this is his 10th season. Out of all the players that play for Spurs, I think no one deserves it more than Hugo. He's epitomised loyalty to the club. Could have gone elsewhere, played at a bigger club, and he didn't. And yeah,
he's the consummate professional.
He
shows up, he does his work, he gives you everything he's got. He doesn't bitch, he doesn't moan. You know, that's why last year when he kind of come out and kind of called out a few people about not playing hard enough, that you were kind of like, wow. And you know, the one when Sonny didn't track back. And like running after him, like, what the hell are you doing? And that was so good to see, just him taking control.
Definitely, and I think, like I say, I think as long as he's in the team, he's the Spurs captain. But I'll always say this, and I think once Hugo does go, I'd love to see the captain's armband go to Højbjerg. I'd hate to see it go to Harry Kane. I really wouldn't like that. I think after what he's done, and in his statement again today, it just don't make any sense. I just don't think that's the right.
Was it a statement or was it England press conference?
I think it was. Yeah, I think it was in the press conference, but I still don't think that gives the right vibe. I just think.
Yeah, you're right.
Do you want a club captain that everyone knows doesn't really want to be there?
Yeah, I mean it was strange because he must know that's going to be divisive. He could have skirted the question because obviously we do tend to hear more from quite often the French players, but the European players. When they go back, they get asked questions by the press and then suddenly it gets blown up. But yeah, he didn't need to say all the stuff he did. And frankly, him and his brother were stupid for believing Daniel Levy would ever let him go for 75 million if that was agreed. I doubt Daniel Levy agreed to a price. He probably said if a suitable offer came in.
Yeah.
Which is
at his disposal. Daniel Levy gets to decide. Daniel Levy held all the cards, and fair play to Daniel Levy for not being bullied by Charlie Kane, and City. Sean, what do you think about? Obviously, Hugo's going to be leaving us at the end of this season. I think this will be the last point, and then we'll wrap it up. But who would you like to see with the armband next season?
I pretty much agree with you. I think Højbjerg is the guy. I think you need again. Your captain, by
He's
and large,
a warrior, isn't he?
Yeah, on the pitch, it needs to be that the guy who everybody follows. And the thing you're seeing now with Højbjerg is he's barking at people to do, move here, do this, do that. Now, that does not mean that Harry Kane cannot be a captain, a team leader. Just because you're not the captain doesn't mean you can't be a team leader. Doesn't mean you can't stand up as he's done in the past and make speeches at halftime and speak up. There's no reason you can't still do that. But I think the guy on the pitch, like you say, I just think it needs to be that guy who's in the middle of everything and is seeing everything. Strikers sometimes are too far away up at the front. They're not paying attention to defense. The goalie can't necessarily run out and talk to the referee all the time, although we did see that recently with Hugo. Like I said, I think, I look at guys in the past and, generally you would see a midfielder who was just that tough guy. And I'd like to see that brought back as the role. And again, Højbjerg is that guy. Maybe
what
Skip,
I love about
maybe
him,
Skip will be someday.
Yeah, what I love about him is he speaks so well as well. Everything he said, he's always saying the right things, and I think that's a big thing. That's another thing you need from a captain. You want him to be not sticking his foot in it, so to speak. Yeah, I just think he's a great example. Still only 25 himself, so still young. Got his best years ahead of him. I think he's a cracking signing from last season. 100% best signing of last window by a mile. But on that note, it's been 6 hours and 4 minutes. We're going to wrap it up. I just want to say thank you to everyone that's watched. I believe it's been over 7,000 viewers over the 6 hours. So It's been pretty big. There's been so many of you watching, commenting, super chats. All our guests, John and Sean, thank you, and everyone that had been on beforehand. So many to mention, and every single one of our guests has made the show what it is, or what it has been. So massive thank you to you all. Massive thank you to everyone that's liked, subscribed, and we'll be back again Friday, 9 o'clock for the standard cheese room show. Caller will be back in the driving seat. I know that's probably not what the people want, but
thank you for doing this, for taking
this. Shan, you've been amazing. Well done.
Thank you.
And make sure you get some more gin for Friday night.
I know, I'm running low, aren't I? I definitely need to get that sorted out for Friday. Christ. But yeah, thank you everyone for what has been a great show. And for now, come on you Spurs.
Come on you Spurs.
Come on you Spurs.